Look, I'm not. Yeah, you didn't show it.
Okay. All right. We actually have several more recognitions to give out. Okay, great. Our next presentation is a commendation to our 2024 Senior of the Year, David Von Cannon.
Anybody like to join us down here in the well? Come on down. All right, I shall begin. This is an accommodation for Senior of the Year, David Von Cannon. Whereas the City of Culver City is recognizing David Von Cannon as 2024 Senior of the Year for his outstanding contribution to Culver City and community. Whereas David Von Cannon is a business owner and founder of D&E Associates, a U.S. Navy veteran and a graduate of both University of North Carolina and Duke Universities. And whereas David Von Cannon and his wife Elizabeth have lived in the Tellefson Park area of Culver City for 24 years. He began working as a community spokesman during development of the Tilden Terrace. And whereas David Von Cannon is the co-founder of the Tellefson Park Neighborhood Association and serves as its current president. And whereas David Von Cannon served 8 years as member of the Culver City Planning Commission, including 2 years as commission chair, and he served 2 years on the board and 1 year as board chair of the Kaleidoscope Chamber of Commerce, and whereas David Von Cannon served 9 years as a board member of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce and served as the interim CEO from April to November of 2022. And whereas David Von Cannon is currently serving on the board of directors of the Exchange Club of Culver City and the YMCA and the Culver Palms YMCA, and he's also on the advisory committee for the Culver City Cultural Foundation and steering committee for leadership in Culver City. Now, therefore, we resolve that the City of Culver City hereby commends David Von Cannon as 2024 Senior of the Year for his amazing contributions to the City of Culver City, his impactful service and we are grateful for his selfless dedication towards serving our community. Signed this day by the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. David, it's my honor as a friend. I've known you for years. You are an incredible human, and you give so much to the community. I present this on behalf of the Mayor and Vice Mayor and all of us.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, everybody. That's really downright embarrassing. I'm really reminded of a quote from Isaac Newton. As some of you have heard this before, where he said, "If I've done great things, it's because I was allowed to stand on the shoulders of others." I feel very much like that. I've been encouraged by so many people. I've been supported by so many people in this room and around Culver City that I feel like I've done very little. And I could not have done it without you. So many of you here, I've watched expand your roles here. Chief Sims, I knew you when you were first a public outreach officer. And John Nakbar, city manager, you've guided us through some of the most perilous times the city could go through. Heather, your role with us on Planning Commission, and then so many others. There's no way in the world I can mention everybody. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I would be very remiss if I didn't mention my wife, Elizabeth. You need to understand that for those of us that are out in the community, it requires a great deal of time away from house and home. Elizabeth has been there for me for 55 years now. You want to talk about miracles? That's a miracle. So thank you for everything. I could not have done it without her. I could not have done it without your support. In fact, I wouldn't have even tried. So thank you, everybody. Really and truly, this belongs to you far more than it belongs to me. Thank you.
Close, close, close. Next, we have a proclamation declaring May is Mental Health Awareness Month 2024.
Great. Would anyone like to join us for the Mental Health Awareness Month? Great. Our great mobile crisis team. Whereas many Americans face mental health challenges, and Mental Health Awareness Month is dedicated to prioritizing our well-being and promoting open conversations about mental health. And whereas this year's theme, Where to Start, Mental Health in a Changing World, reminds us that dealing with life's pressures can be overwhelming, and everyone deserves to feel supported and empowered to seek help when needed. And whereas if you are facing a crisis, dial 988 to reach the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. If you are new or expecting mother, you can call 1-833-TLC-MAMA for confidential advice on mental health from a professional. If you're feeling overwhelmed or just need someone to talk to, ask your health care provider, contact the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration National Helpline at 1-800-662-HELP, or visit findsupport.gov. And whereas, in furtherance of ensuring the well-being and quality of life in all Culver City residents, both housed and unhoused, City Council at its regular meeting on September 19, 2022, approved the creation of a new Housing and Human Services Department, HHS. HHS focuses on housing, homelessness, mental health, substance abuse, and crisis intervention. The HHS includes Human Services and Crisis Intervention Division, which houses the Mobile Crisis Team. And whereas the MCT was formally launched on March 4th, 2024, and provides non-emergency mental health care and support to members of the Culver City community by responding to mental health crises and providing appropriate psychological first aid, support, referrals, and transportation. To request a field response or for a phone consultation by the MCT, please call their direct line 310-253-5770. And whereas, to anyone struggling with mental health, know that you are not alone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims May 24 as Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon all residents to become more aware of mental health and take actions to help yourselves and support others in the community. Dated this 20th day of May 24th, signed the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all Council members.
Well, I wasn't actually expecting to say anything, but I think the proclamation pretty much said it all. But I just want to reiterate that mental health affects all of us. We each have a mind, and we each have thoughts, feelings. So, you know, it impacts all of us, and it can impact across families. And most of us have family members and who suffer from mental illness. So this is not something that is to do with others. This is something that touches all of our lives. So I'm very happy that the city has proclaimed this month, Mental Health Awareness Month. And we really appreciate all the support from the council in setting up our mobile crisis team, which is a service for the residents, for housed and unhoused residents in Culver City alike. I'd like to introduce one of my team members. This is Robert Parga. He's one of our case managers. And my name's Dan Richardson, and I'm the Crisis Intervention and Human Services Manager for the city. So thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, goodness. That's not next. All right. Finally, we have a presentation of a proclamation recognizing May 2024 for ALS Awareness Month.
How you doing? All right. The City of Culver City Proclamation. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, otherwise known as ALS, Awareness Month, May 2024. Whereas ALS, better known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a fatal neurodegenerative progressive disease in which a person's brain loses connection with the muscles, slowly taking away their ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. And whereas, according to the ALS Association, the only nonprofit organization fighting ALS, the disease can take months or even years to diagnose, and over 5,000 new ALS patients are diagnosed annually. And whereas every 90 minutes someone is diagnosed with ALS and someone passes away from the disease because, on average, patients diagnosed with ALS only survive 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis, and whereas 10% of cases are inherited through a mutated gene, and 90% of cases have no known family history or genetic cause, with veterans being more likely to get ALS, and whereas the estimated cost to develop a drug to slow or stop progression of the disease is $2 billion, and patients have estimated annual out-of-pocket costs of $250,000. And whereas while there is no known cure for ALS, there is hope, and ALS awareness has received increased visibility globally over the last 10 years, with the Ice Bucket Challenge reaching 17 million people and raising $115 million to help support ALS Association's mission to discover treatments and a cure for ALS, and to serve, advocate for, and empower people affected by ALS to live their lives to the fullest. And whereas ALS Awareness Month provides an opportunity to raise awareness, promote understanding, and advocate for research, treatment, and support services for individuals living with ALS, their families, and caregivers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims May 2024 as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis, otherwise known as ALS Awareness Month, in Culver City, and encourages all residents to get involved in the fight against ALS by honoring the memory of those who have lost their lives to ALS and recognizing the tireless efforts of healthcare professionals, researchers, advocates, and organizations dedicated to advancing ALS research until a cure is found. Dated this 28th day of May 2024, signed by the mayor, myself, and all the city council members. Excuse my emotion. I looked it up today. 6 out of every 100,000 people are diagnosed with ALS, and somehow I've known 3 of them. It's really tough, obviously, and especially on the family members. So I'm going to hand the mic over here, but if you know someone who is suffering, not only support them, but support the family members who care for them. Thank you. Speak.
Kenny has designated me to speak on tonight. My name is Justin Weeking. I'm the Senior Director for Community Outreach for the ALS Network. We are actually an independent entity. We used to be the Golden West chapter, and now we are our own organization that serves California and Hawaii. We have over 2,000 people living with ALS every year that come to us for services, for care, for whatever we can do to help anyone, including this man right here, who's a rock star. And we also are funding research that can be quick and nimble. It can be local, it can be national, it can be international. And we are very big into advocacy of trying to find more resources, find a way to get more access to treatments and cures. So for us, we're honored that you have us here tonight. We are here to serve everyone that we possibly can, especially those right here in Culver City in our community, because as you well know, there are a lot of people that are affected by this, and we're here to find a cure. So thank you very much for all of us.
Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag Okay. All right. We're going to follow the stated agenda. There's no report on action taken in closed session. Do we have any community announcements from colleagues? Councilmember Vera. The mic is on. I'm not sure why you can't hear me. Maybe IT can support us.
I just raised the volume.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Vera.
So, thank you. Greetings, everyone. Just a couple little notes. I went to New York this past week to the Smart City Expo. I did some great networking over there, and I brought back a wealth of information that I can't wait to inundate staff with to see if it's something that's even able to bring back, and maybe we can get consensus to put some of them on the agenda. But I had a great time, went and saw Ground Zero, ate obviously some good pizza in Little Italy, but it was a fantastic time. Also, I want to thank the mayor for touring our Safe Site site with LA Councilmember Hernandez. I know the site wasn't something that you supported, and you were vocal that you wanted more. However, after seeing the site and speaking with the team from Urban Alchemy, I believe, or at least I hope, you now feel differently and see why you pushed hard to make the site a reality last summer. At the site opening in 2023, you were not in attendance, so indulge me as I repeat now what I said then, as I think it rings true to how you may feel today. It is not a complete solution, but it is an important step in a critical direction. Getting people the support they need is what makes the difference. This is one example why I strongly believe we must put our political differences aside and why we must act, all 5 of us, for the greater good of the community. There may be times where we don't get what we want 100%, and at times what we want may not be what the community needs. Knowing that difference and being humble enough to act on it is what we must do as council members. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that very direct community announcement to me. Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Puza.
Thanks, Mayor. Last week, we hosted a Olympics meeting. It was the second meeting that we had with all the community members. Vice Mayor O'Brien and I were there, as well as a bunch of committee and commissions. It was an exciting meeting. There was so much creativity. We talked about different ways to make it equitable, if we're going to make it revenue generating or not. How to make it community-driven. So thank you to all the staff members who were in attendance. I see some of the people that were at the meeting here tonight. So thank you for attending, and I'm sure Vice Mayor O'Brien will have some comments to share as well about the meeting. This Saturday, June 1st, will be the senior prom. Senior meaning older adults, not high school seniors. Sometimes when we talk about equity issues, we leave out older adults and people with disabilities. So as Culver City ages, want to make sure it's livable for our older adults, from safe routes for seniors, and different ways for them to get around. I have met with reps from AARP to continue the work that was started before the pandemic to make sure that Culver City is an age-friendly city. So very excited for senior prom, and I hope you got your tickets because I know that it was sold out. And thanks to all the work that staff has done for making that, which I know is going to be an amazing event. Last but not least, as we move into June, Culver City Pride Ride and Rally will be on June 29th, so mark your dates for that as we make our continued commitment to having an inclusive city in Culver City. All are welcome, and the organizers will be moving. In the past, it's been in the morning, but the organizers are shifting it to the evening, so to try something new in its 4th year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to double on what Councilmember Puza said, we had a great Olympics meeting. We called it the Mondo meeting. A lot of the subcommittee members from our various committees and commissions, as well as community stakeholders. And as Councilmember Puza said, there were a lot of great ideas shared across, I guess, different communities and the people that represent those communities. So it was good to bounce ideas off of people that might think differently than one another. The one thing that we do know coming out of that is that on August 11th, the city will be hosting a closing ceremony event. So the Paris Olympics closing ceremony will be happening that day, and we will be having an event, a viewing somewhere in Culver City, and plan to make a party out of it. So look forward to that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to make sure to amplify, yesterday was Memorial Day, and I just really want to uplift and honor all those who have served, and just a special acknowledgement to my dad, my late father, Talbert McMorrin, for his service, and all in Culver City who have served as well. I just wanted to also lift up the work of our local museum, the One Day Museum, who's having a wonderful exhibit, and they had a great event this past Saturday with folks who are doing some really interesting work, examining the intersection between architecture and incarceration and prisons and the art that comes from those spaces. So if you haven't already checked out the One Day, definitely encourage folks to do so. I also was really fortunate enough to attend and speak at the Jazz Hands for Autism 10-year celebration. They're a nonprofit that services our community that, has some sort of developmental disability, might have autism, might have something else. But let me tell you something, our neighbors were fantastic this past Saturday. They put on a fantastic show, and I really was honored to be there and uplift our commitment to inclusion and celebrating those folks in that nonprofit. I want to just flag that today happens to be National Women's Menstrual Health Day. I think it's important to lift it up because there's not always a lot of conversation about menstrual health. There's not a lot of awareness about period poverty, and there's a push right now around equal access to products and education. It is a fundamental right for all who menstruate. So together, breaking the stigma, talking in public spaces about this need and the fact that some folks don't have it met is important. So I just want to lift it up in this space as well. And I want to flag a event that is at Mount St. Mary's. I know it's not in Culver City, but it is on a really important issue as it pertains to the ERA Coalition. And it is the 100th anniversary of the Equal Rights Amendment inclusion in Congress last year. And we have never been closer to having sex equality explicitly expressed in our Constitution. The Equal Rights Amendment has been passed by both chambers of Congress, ratified by the required number of states, and now it just needs to be published into the Constitution. And so that event is coming up on May 31st. It's at Mount St. Mary's from 10 to 5, and there's also a reception at 5. So I just want to flag that as well. And just as a personal note, I know my attendance at events in the past has come up in public comment and also here on the dais. I am a single mother. I do have a day job. I'm really fortunate to work at the Children's Defense Fund as Director of Education Equity. I do my very best to show up as much as I can for our community, particularly this year as mayor, and I take a lot of pride in that. So we all do our best up here to show up. If anyone has any questions about my attendance or likes me to show up at things, I would love to receive that in an email, or I would love to make myself available. So I just want to make that personal note because it seems to be coming up quite a bit lately. So with that, I want to ensure to make sure we don't have any announcements from commissions, boards, and committees, or any items from staff.
We have both. An item from staff. Chief Sims.
Council members. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Sims, and I'm honored to be the chief of our Culver City Police Department, and I'm here to introduce our 8 newest police officers to you and the community this evening. So first, starting to my left, closest to me, Officer Isaac Razone. Officer Razone grew up in West LA and attended Venice High School. Prior to joining the Culver City Police Department, Isaac was a member of the United States Marine Corps, where he served our country for 4 years. And of course, we thank Isaac for his service. Next, Officer Marie Mahoney. Officer Mahoney grew up in Mission Viejo and Salt Lake City. Marie was encouraged to join the Culver City Police Department by a member of our recruitment team after spending 12 years in the United States Army, where she worked as an aviation operator. And thank you, Marie, for your service. Officer Brandon Lopez. Officer Lopez grew up in the city of Santa Monica and attended Santa Monica High School. Brandon joins his 2 brothers, who are also members of our Culver City Police Department family. Officer Megan Billington. Officer Billington was raised in Culver City, and Megan has worked for the Culver City Police Department for 6 years in various professional staff positions, and she is now fulfilling her lifelong dream of becoming a police officer. Officer Brian Cesenes. Officer Cesenes grew up in Los Angeles and attended Daniel Pearl Magnet High School, where he ran cross country and track. Officer Esmerlin Guardado. Officer Guardado was born in Honduras and immigrated to the San Fernando Valley at the age of 4. Esmerlin is our first officer hired under the DACA, or Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Act. Officer Ali Nazari. Officer Nazari and his family immigrated to the United States from Afghanistan. Ali grew up in the city of Torrance, where he attended West Torrance High School. And Ali was also introduced to the Culver City Police Department by a member of our recruitment team. Lastly, Officer Giselle Ramirez. Officer Ramirez was born and raised in Los Angeles. Giselle worked for the Culver City Police Department as a records technician before becoming a police officer with us. All of these new police officers have committed themselves to the core values of the Culver City Police Department: professionalism, progressive policing, and partnerships with our community. And it's my honor to introduce them to you tonight. Please help me welcome them to our Culver City family. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more item from a committee. We have Dorothy Sad from the BPAC, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Did this hiking in the Palisades, not biking in Culver City. So good evening. I'm representing the BPAC group tonight, and I wanted to talk to you about the grant proposal for ATP for the Better Overland, Safer Fox Hills project. You're going to hear more about it in agenda item A3, and we all really encourage you to vote yes on this. First of all, it's an incredible opportunity to access grant funding, right? And we have to love grant funding, right? I think 80% of the total cost of the project would be funded by other government resources that we would tap into. This project aligns with at least 5 of your strategic objectives. So please reflect on that. Naming a few: improving public infrastructure and community spaces, enhancing mobility and transportation, et cetera, you know your strategic objectives. Moreover, Overland and Fox Hills, the corridor represents a critical north-south route, right? We know we have La Cienega, we've got Sepulveda, but Overland Fox Hills is a corridor that's been somewhat neglected for other forms of mobility other than cars. And in fact, it provides a key route to many of our schools, the Julian Dixon Library, our adult day school, the Culver City Plunge, the Culver City Senior Center, Veterans Park, West LA College, et cetera, et cetera. So you mentioned earlier safe routes for seniors. We've talked about safe routes for schools. Please remember, these are really, really important parts of Culver City. And our Culver City citizens in Fox Hills feel incredibly neglected. They want to access all of these resources, and this would enable them to do so in a way other than using their car. Lastly, a cause near and dear to my heart is the obesity crisis, right? Both adults and youth. This is another mobility initiative that allows people to do something other than jump in their car and drive across town. So finally, Transportation and Public Works have done an incredible job. You're going to hear from them. They have a great presentation. And I would just say, on behalf of BPAC, please support this item. Allow them to submit this ATP grant. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, please support this agenda item.
Any questions?
No?
Thank you for being here.
All right, thanks.
We're moving on to joint public comment. City Clerk, how many comments do we have at this time?
We have 8 people signed up to speak.
Okay, can we do 3 minutes?
Yes, I'll read the list. Dorian Davies is first, and he has time ceded to him by Kenny Stevenson. Dorothy Sad, Daniel Berent, Ron Basilian, Steve Siegel, Melissa Sanders, James Richardson, Janie Lennox. So the first speaker will be Dorian Davies. Let me just find him. Dorian, we've unmuted you. You can go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Our community needs its crossing guards. They have made such a huge difference in the safety of our school children and their families. They incentivize us to walk and bike to school. They decrease parking issues, they decrease traffic, they decrease carbon emissions, and promote walking, which increases our physical and neurological health. It is true that both the city and the district are in a financial deficit for this next fiscal year. However, the $30,000 that it takes to fund each crossing guard has such a high yield of influence. Thousands of children benefit from their presence daily. There are very few public safety actions that have such a wide impact, and it goes without saying that the city of Culver City is very much responsible for public safety. So what an efficient use of our money. CCUSD is cutting specialists and interventionists for the next school year because of the loss of its COVID funding and this impending deficit. Let me ask you, why should our school district carry the burden of our city's unsafe streets? Culver City has an obligation to its citizens to create and maintain safe streets and walkable routes to school. Asking the city to pay for our crossing guards makes perfect sense. Many cities pay for and run their crossing guards through their police departments, but CCPD thought that staffing crossing guards was too hard, and the district had to outsource the guards to a staffing agency. It begs the question in a town that prioritizes its police funding more than anything, if our crossing guard program were being run through CCPD, would we even be having this conversation? And it's especially evident on a night where we are discussing the funding of a high-speed chase technology for a grand total of $143,000. What will the yield of influence be for that technology? I wager it won't come anywhere close to the hundreds of thousands of safe passages that our crossing guards give our community every year. The CCUSD Liaison Subcommittee has been scheduled for June 4th, where this issue was deflected for discussion at the last City Council meeting. As of noon today, this item was not on the agenda for that subcommittee meeting. This needs to be remedied so that we can include this important service in the city's annual budget by June 10th. I plead with you all to add this item to the June 4th agenda to fund 100% of the city's crossing guards and to add an additional crossing guard at Overland and Virginia, which, as I have mentioned before, is one of the most dangerous in the city. Crossing guards have a huge influence, and they are an efficient use of our resources. Please help us make this happen. Thank you very much.
Mayor, 1 second, please. Can I make a quick comment?
To the speaker?
Yes. Ms. Davies, are you still online?
Hold on, I just muted.
Yes, I am.
So it's my understanding that we had 3 nodding heads to agendize a conversation around that, correct? Around the
No, it was moved to the subcommittee.
It was moved to the
that's the
CCUSD/City Council Subcommittee, and we have just gotten confirmation that all of the attendees can make, the members can make a June 4th meeting at 4 p.m. if you wish to attend that.
All right, thank you.
The agenda will be posted sometime before the end of the week or the beginning of next.
All right, just wanted to make sure you got that information, Ms. Davies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dorothy Sad. No.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to Daniel Barron.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, I just wanted to share a quick update with you. I serve as the chair of Culver City's Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. I'm here today in my personal capacity. I wanted to share some gratitude with you. It's been 4 years now that I've served on this committee, and I've been fortunate enough to be selected chair for consecutive terms during that time. And I wanted to share, I guess, how much I've benefited from being on this committee and the experiences and the opportunities that I've had as part of this committee. And I wanted to thank all the members of that committee, past and present. And as you know, that's consists of activists and developers, students, people experiencing or have experienced homelessness. And I've benefited greatly from those committee members. I wanted to thank you in particular, as well as past councils, and especially Councilmember Vera, when I was not selected for a different committee, encouraged me to apply again for this one, and I was selected for this one, so I wanted to thank you for that. And then I'll share something that you know already, which is I believe it's time for someone else to have the same opportunity and experience that I have had as both a member and chair of the committee, so I won't be seeking reappointment next month, but I wanted to leave you with, leave the city, I guess, with two thoughts. One is, if you are thinking of being part of a committee, I would strongly encourage you to consider the Committee on Housing and Homelessness. You will learn a great deal, and you will have the opportunity to shape policies that are so important for this city. No matter what side of the political spectrum you sit, everyone recognizes that this is a crisis. And just lastly, a gentle suggestion that the committee continue, or the council continue to engage with the committee, and the door is always open subsequent to certain legal constraints for you or a few of you to attend these meetings and hear more about what's going on directly in the community. So with that, again, I really want to thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me as part of the committee. So thank you.
Great. Our next speaker is Ron Basilian. However, I'm not seeing him online. Is he here? No.
And before we move on, I just wanted to let everyone know that the deadline for this recruitment has just passed, but we do have some applicants, and next June 3rd, we'll be doing the interviews of the applicants and the appointments on June 10th. But thank you, Daniel, for letting us know that you are not reapplying.
Okay, our next speaker will be Steve Siegel, followed by Melissa Sanders. Both of them are online. Steve, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead.
Cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. How much time is available, please?
3 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you. So this is about lane closures and voting coming up. So I don't know what's going on with downtown Culver City and the lane closure. I understand there's a lawsuit. I have not been informed or kept up on what exactly is happening. I will just say all the lane closures I've seen so far have been disasters. I live close to one on Olinda. It totally removes about 45 parking spaces, and those people parking pour out onto the other streets, and it's harder to find parking now. Very few people use that for bike transport going north. Anyone who lives south of Culver, they send their kids typically to Farragut because they're in that district, and so there's not kids riding their bikes north. I don't know what it's for. The lane closure downtown has been a disaster. It doesn't hurt me too much because I don't drive downtown anymore because there's no reason to, because I don't want to sit in traffic. I got caught on Venice going east. That's a disaster. Now I understand Bubba Fish is running for city council, and he is part of LA Transportation. I don't know what he does exactly, but all I can say is now I hear something about Overland and potentially closing lanes on Overland. Every lane closure I've seen is a disaster. The woman who spoke a few minutes ago mentioned something about having a grant and that making a difference. I was part of a grant program that was a disaster. It was the median change, which took 5 years on Culver. There was a grant available, so they tore up the median, moved it 10 feet north, 10 feet, and added 2 left-hand turn lanes. And that was 5 years of complete, absolute mess. So the idea that a grant would sway people into thinking that's a good thing to do would not be the right reason. And no offense to the woman speaking also, though, but to use obesity as a reason for taking lanes out and putting bikes is ridiculous. That's not how you cure obesity. Sure, riding your bike might help, but she made it seem like it's a big part of perhaps losing weight. That's not the way you do it. I do know something about that, and it's simply not a reasonable explanation. What I'm trying to do, though, is connect this for voting coming up. Here we come, November's coming, and I asked the residents of Culver City to evaluate each of the platforms that candidates have and how it might affect quality of life. I happen to believe parking and transportation and moving your cars around is a very important part of quality of life. I happen to ride my bike a lot, so I have no problems. The fact is you can still ride your bike without a bike or bus lane. When I was stuck on Venice last week, it was for 30 minutes and not one bus went by and not one bike went by. So you're not going to force people into this. So I also asked the council, the current majority, part of the reason they were put into office was to deal with the Culver City lanes downtown, which seemed to frustrate most people. I could be wrong. I think 90 to 95% of the people want the lanes open. If I'm wrong and it's the opposite side, well, then so be it. But if it is indeed 90 to 95 or even 80% who want it back, so we have lanes going each direction, people can still ride their bikes, I ask the council to go with the will of the people that put him in office, please, because it does significantly affect quality of life.
Thank you. Your
And
time is.
Thank you then.
Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, but I'm not seeing her online. Let me just check one more time. Okay, so we're moving on to James Richardson, followed by Janie Lennox, and then Gary Zeiss. Oh, no, not Gary Zeiss, he's on the list wrong. So just next is James Richardson. Is he here? Yes. Sorry.
And as a reminder, all members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons, and we are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. And I apologize, I meant to read that at the beginning of the items not on the agenda. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Culver City officials, it's good to see you again. It's been a while since I've seen you. Dan, Yasmin, Albert, Vera, Freddie, Mr. Erickson. I'm not going to be too long here. I just have three things here, and I've been blessed since I've been here, going through the entire process of being homeless and seeing how Culver City handles the housing and homeless here. I can't say that, that is true for everyone I've seen. And so I want to bring some things up. You don't have to answer it here, but touch on some things because it's been confusing for me. And I want to make sure that when I'm ready to get back on my feet and advocate for others and build things for others, I'm going about it the right way. First thing, the building you purchased on 3900 Sepulveda Boulevard, I want to say it went to eminent domain. Here's a question. I'm in there now, permanent housing, and I'm trying to go ahead and open up accounts, like bank accounts, but I'm being told that I can't open it because I'm still a non-resident of Culver City. I want to know if that's a legal issue because it went to eminent domain, or is there something else going on? That's one thing. The second thing, I recently went into the emergency facility. I had a short heart attack. And I'm going to see how Medicare actually handles that because I gave them Medicare insurance, and after going through being seen by the doctors, I'm being told that it doesn't cover anything at that visit. So I want to know how things work here in California. And the third thing, one more thing. You don't have to answer that here, but it's just things I want to know so I can advocate that in the future. As far as building a service, let's say it's community health. I don't know how big is that's becoming here in California, but I want to see what does that take to actually get the right type of credentials here and do that here in Culver City. Please help me and advise. Thanks.
Can we make sure that someone from staff, I don't know, from Housing and Human Services or someone can be in touch with him?
Okay, so while we're doing that, our next speaker will be Janae Lennox. Is she here? Let me double check online. Oh, there she is. Okay, go ahead.
I'm really happy you got it the third time. Yes, Janae, right with Renee. So I am here to address my last comment that I made previous. I was rewatching and was profoundly annoyed, to be honest, of seeing a member of this council say that my comments were stupid. That would be you, Erickson. I am not a stupid person, and nor is my comment stupid, so I had to come with that maybe what I am saying on your level is not being comprehended. So I have plenty of time after all my public comments to address anything that you might struggle with of understanding of what I am saying. But I also want to talk to this body about behavior on this city council and how we all, you guys all, should be holding each other accountable. No one should be talking down or trying to belittle any member of this city, especially on their comments when we're coming out of our way to really bring it and address it. I really, and I know Erickson, you're baffled, which that is typically your behavior, but I've been here multiple times. I actually had to go on a hiatus because of how rude you tend to be, especially your body language, and this is the stuff that we need to address, right? Each of you guys should be holding each other accountable to a higher level. So, you know, O'Brien, if he is saying that people's comments are stupid, I do hope that you tell him, I'm sorry, I'm so confused, and address that in a way of holding your next partner accountable. That's what you guys should be doing. You guys are role models, each and every one of you, to the city. So I really expect your behavior on, off, particularly on, where we can see you, to be upright, moral, okay? And that is the rest of my comment.
Thank you. That's the end of our speakers.
Okay. We will do, or can I have a motion for the receipt and filing of our extensive correspondence, please?
We have a motion by Councilmember Puza, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien, and that is to receive and file the correspondence that we received for this meeting. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, City Clerk. As I mentioned before, we're going to take this meeting in the order that it is listed on the agenda. We're going to move now to consent. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on any of our consent items?
We did have a request to speak on C2, John Garcia, but he hasn't been here earlier. So no, that would be our only request.
No comments, okay. Councilmember Vera.
C9 and C14.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. C8, 11, and 14.
Councilmember Puza.
C10.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
None, Mayor.
Let's take them in order. Start with C9. Or was it C8?
C9.
I thought C9.
I said C8.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Got it, thanks. And if the gentleman comes back for C2, we'll address that, so if we can monitor for him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of, I remember that the last time we had this item, staff went out for an RFP, and there were another company who actually came in lower than walk and rollers, and staff recommended them. And we, at that time, as council, we just came out of COVID and so on, and we felt we shouldn't sort of change how we were doing things. And we suggested that we should continue with walk and rollers. But I don't think we said we were going to continue with them for the full 5 years. I'm just curious if you have looked at going out for the RFP again, or if you took our decision at that time as okay, we do this for another 5 years, and then we go out with an RFP.
Yeah, so the decision at the time to enter into this contract was for 2 years, not because of the change in recommendation or what council had directed us at the time. There was basically, I'd say, there was like a misunderstanding with how the proposal was presented to the city in such a way that we couldn't proceed with a 5-year contract. It was only, we were only allowed to proceed with a 2-year contract. Had we not had that miscommunication, we would have entered with a 5-year contract with Walk and Rollers at the time. And it was not shortened to 2 because of the discussion that we had with council.
Okay, so you recommend now that we extend for 3 years, or do you recommend that we extend for 1 year and then go out for a new RFP, or what sort of the?
We typically, with most of our multi-year contracts, start off with, up to a 5-year limit, and then we go out to RFP regardless of how the city is, feels about that particular vendor or contractor. So the recommendation tonight, yes, to extend to the full 5 years that we typically do with contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Thank you so much.
Is C9?
Thank you.
I don't really need a staff report, but thank you, Chief Sims. I just want to make a quick comment that this, more I think than any other piece of equipment, is designed to save lives of those who wear it. I know last time this came up, it wasn't a unanimous decision. I hope and pray that my colleagues can get behind this and unanimously support it. That was in my comments. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
C11?
C10.
Oh, you had C10 as well?
Yep, from
Okay.
Councilmember Fuson.
Sorry.
And just to clarify, I did support the vest last year. I don't know who you're referring to in that last comment. Thank you. I don't need a staff report, and I just wanted to ask some clarifying questions. The reason that we're getting these ambassadors, I think it's a good idea, is due to the escalating violence and kind of the disruptions on public transit. Is that correct? And kind of for public safety reasons?
Apologies, which item are you asking?
C10,
C10.
the good guard security.
That's not Public Works.
Saying,
It's not Public Works.
Councilmember, that is the reason.
Uh-oh, someone's here. Tamara's here.
Hi, yeah, this is Tamara Fuhrer from Transportation. Yes, part of it is to improve the perception of public safety by having more presence on both the transit vehicles and around the majorly used transit facilities throughout our network.
Oh, great. And then, so situations might escalate, they might deal with some volatile situations. In that situation, they might contact the police. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We have been engaging as part of their contract, the liaisons. We would have liaisons from both housing services and from the police department. We included them in the RFP process. And so they have been trained in de-escalation, but they would be reporting to the staff bodies throughout our city.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that it is possible to have unarmed security to address situations that are, semi or quasi violent or, potentially violent, and then reporting to the police. Thank you.
Councilman, we wouldn't want them to engage with the violent offender.
They would see it and report it.
Correct.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm not sure what the next one was on the list. Now I'm checking my notes, but perhaps City Clerk can support.
I believe it's C11.
Wonderful, thanks.
Thank you. The Public Works Director, Dimitri, and the City Manager, and we had a conversation this afternoon, and I'm gonna let you start to make a comment, and then I might comment after that.
Well, good evening. Good to be with you this evening. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. This item is to extend the street sweeping agreement or contract one more year. And the question on everyone's mind is, why did the cost double for this year coming up? In the past, the city did not pay prevailing wage because it was not required. Very recently, the Department of Industrial Relations, which is a state department known as DIR, they made the determination that street sweeping qualifies for prevailing wage. So imagine now going from $30 an hour for the driver who drives the street sweeping truck or machine, going from $30 an hour to, let's say, $60 an hour. That's what's behind the doubling of the cost for this year coming up, that we have to pay prevailing wage.
Okay, and my comment is that the staff report says that in 2022, Assembly Bill 1886 was passed, which is not correct. It was passed in committee, but it actually never became law because the League of Cities worked very hard to not have that passed because it was an unfunded mandate that would cost cities enormous amount of money, and state wouldn't give any money to support this. So that law never passed, and the problem is that the Department of Industrial Relationships took upon themselves to sort of issue this letter and so on. And I'm on California League of Cities Public Works Infrastructure Subcommittee, and we currently are working very hard in getting one of the assembly bills to gut and amend, basically clean it out and put in language that basically defined street sweeping as not being part of this whole issue with sweepers, because the purpose originally was for commercial sweepers for commercial construction sites and all that stuff, and the street sweepers is actually an environmental issue, right? We don't want that stuff on our streets to go into the drains and go into, you know, whatever water body is close to a city. For us, it's Bayona Creek. So it's an environmental issue, and we are working very hard on getting this changed. So in a way, I don't think we actually need to follow these instructions because the law never was passed. And I heard your arguments earlier today that that is what the contractors are claiming. And so I appreciate that we only go with 1 year, because I think that this is going to change. And for people who don't read the consent items, the cost of street sweeping for us goes from about $450,000 to $900,000, which is an enormous increase that for an environmental service. And so I just want to, you know, set the record straight that for the first, that the law never was passed. And a lot of cities are not following what this letter from the Department of Industrial Relationship claims because of this. But at the same time, we're working very hard at the League of Cities to get this cleared so there is no more gray zone. So I just want to make that clear so my colleagues understand what really is going on, that we wouldn't need to really do this. But I understand that the quote we have gotten includes this provision that only actually should apply to commercial sweeping and not street sweeping. That's my comment, colleagues.
Thank you, Council Member. And I want to take this opportunity to share with the community that we have plans to bring this service in-house. So we are going to purchase a street sweeper, and we're going to hire a full-time staff to operate it. And once we do so, the cost of street sweeping will drop significantly.
Any other comments?
Okay, so
Vice Mayor?
just to clarify what Councilmember Erickson claimed in his conversation with you, this is the bid that we received. Like, we didn't receive anything.
We received only one bid.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick, Dimitri, and if this doesn't pass, and would that effectively do away with street cleaning until we get a contract, or?
Yes, unfortunately, that's the case. The street sweeper we have right now, the vendor we have right now, is not going to clean our streets if they are no longer under contract.
Okay. Hopefully, we can bring it in-house soon.
That's our goal. As soon as possible, we will purchase that street sweeper, hire someone ASAP to operate it, and we'll bring it in-house.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It looks like we're moving on to C14.
Dimitri, I had a question on that. I don't need a staff report. But I was reading today that it says California lawmakers approve a bill to ban grocery retail stores from offering reusable plastic bags. Now, knowing that this is the 4Bs and it's $85,000, would it make any sense, pardon me, to hold back on this and eliminate one of those Bs first to see what the state does, and then do the survey, or what would be a prudent way
We will pay based on the number of hours they spend on this public outreach program. And now that one of the 4Bs have been eliminated, we will most likely spend less time on the outreach that's required.
Less money.
Less money.
So, okay, I opt, and I don't know if there's consensus too. Let's wait and see what happens with the, I know that it got approved, I believe, today. See if we can eliminate one of the Bs and bring this cost down.
Sure.
And I think there was another speaker on C14 as well.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah.
also wanted to-
Well, the governor hasn't signed this yet, right? It's sort of, so there's still a process. But it clearly indicates that we shouldn't really start doing a lot of work on this. There might be other changes happening. Also, there are even other legislation that ties into some of the other issues here that might happen. So I would like to take this out of the vote because I'm going to vote no to this. If we have $85,000, the budget we discussed just a week ago that the city manager is working on and going to bring back to us actually had a deficit of more than $17 million. We are actually using $17 million out of reserves to finance a lot of different things that are important, and we have some room, so we can do this, at least this coming year. The next year is really questionable. So in my mind, we have to be careful with how we spend money. And then I was thinking, so we have speakers here who want more crossing guards, that, $30,000, and actually probably needs 2 crossing guards there, so it's $60,000. And this is sort of these interesting priorities. So do we spend $85,000 on this study that we don't really need? Because we already know what business is going to say about banning single-use plastic bottles. What do you think Costco going to say? You think that they're even going to care? And if we force them, are they going to stay in the city? And they represent a couple of $1 million of sales tax for us, right? So this is state issues. This needs to be dealt with the state. So for me, we shouldn't do this. But if my colleagues think we have $85,000, maybe that's better spent on getting crossing guards, right? It's sort of, these are the interesting decisions we need to do. But at this point, I would ask the mayor to separate this out because I'm a no vote.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor, did you have something you wanted to say? Please.
Knowing that the state's in the process, and hopefully they will ban plastic bags from grocery stores, is good news. But I don't, all of us and members of the public frequently say, what's the data, you just throw things to the wind and make claims without anything that supports it sometimes. And that's the reason why I want to have it, on record, what the business community, what the, what residents, whatever the outreach would be for this, have to say. And if in fact there's good reason for or against it, I want to hear from that community. And that's why I think that this is valuable. Otherwise, it's just, Councilmember Erickson said that, Costco's of course going to say they're not for it, but I don't know that for sure. And I'd like to, maybe they can quantify the reasons why not. Maybe there's a dollar amount attached to that. So I'd like to know that information. That's why I'm in support of it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Fusa?
Is this up to $85,000? So if it doesn't get used, we don't have to spend it? So this could be on hold, and
That's correct.
pending the legislation, we don't have to use it if it goes?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm fine with that, and hopefully we don't have to spend it.
Thank you. And this outreach was for all of the 4Bs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're just talking about one of them right now. That is pending state legislation. Okay. I just wanted to verify that. I think it's very useful to get information from our communities, all communities that we can hear from. And something else I just want to lift up, primarily because since serving on the council for some years now, there often is a lot of deference to police requests, whatever it is, and there are a host of reasons why that's the case. And there's often a lot of questioning when there's any other kind of request. This is a safety request. Our environmental impacts on our ecosystem, the microplastics that are in all of us now, data is showing and studies are showing, is absolutely something that is, an important safety concern. But we don't always view it that way, and there's often a lot of questions around anything that is not a request from police. So I just want to sort of lift that up and bring it in the room, because I think when you go back over agenda items and, there's rarely the kind of interrogation. So I just offer that up and bring it into the room. And it looks like, I don't think we have any more suggestions or pulled items. Did that gentleman come back for C2? Okay, it looks like Councilmember Erickson wants to pull C10 to vote separately. So can we have C10 first?
C10? No.
Or,
C14,
excuse
you
me,
mean.
C14,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for that correction, I appreciate it.
Okay. So I am looking for a motion for C14, consent item to approve professional services agreement with S. Groner Associates, marketing for educational outreach services for proposed 4B plastic prohibitions for $85,000, and the 4/5 vote requirement, approval of a related budget amendment appropriating $85,000 from the general fund unassigned balance. And we have a motion by Mayor McMorrin, and we have a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 nay, nay from Councilmember Erickson.
Can we do C9 separately as well?
Sure. C9 is the approval of an application for $16,190.28 in grant funds through the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, fiscal year 2024, Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership. We're looking for approval. A motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Council Member Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes with an abstinence by Mayor McMorrin.
And can we have all the remaining consent items for vote?
To be. Oops, oops, oops. Please bear with me. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Puza to approve all other consent calendar items minus C14 and C9. Please vote.
This is for all remaining items?
Yes.
Okay,
Except
just showing
for-
up
yeah.
differently on my screen. Okay, cool.
Oh, sorry. Okay. All members have voted. And that is unanimous. Motion passes.
Thank you, City Clerk. We're going to move now to our public hearing. And we have a motion from the council to receive and file the affidavits of publication.
I'm sorry, can you please?
I'll give it a second. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now I'll accept a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication.
About that.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously. Now you can do it.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor McMorrin, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and Council. I'm Lisa Soger, Chief Financial Officer. We are here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project is to be financed with tax-exempt financing where it's located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Turning Point School has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $15 million. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of an educational facility located at 8794 and 8780 National Boulevard, Culver City, California. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, the Turning Point School, and the City of Culver City will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the benefit of the borrower, the Turning Point School. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code, Section 6500. If there are any questions, we should have Ben Barker, who is a CMFA representative, who can hopefully answer those.
Are there any questions from colleagues? Not seeing any. Do we have any comments? No. We have received and filed the affidavit and correspondence. We have the staff report. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to open the public hearing. Please vote. That motion passes unanimously, and I will let you know that we have no speakers.
Okay, can we have a motion to close?
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, Councilmember Vera, and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So before us is the question of whether or not to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bond. Are there any comments or questions from colleagues? We're beginning with Councilmember Vera.
No, nothing for me, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion to move forward with it.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, Mayor.
Okay. Can we have a motion?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Vice Mayor O'Brien, and that is to adopt a resolution to approve the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority to assist in the financing or refinancing of the Turning Point School and approval of the deposit of approximately $7,500 in issuance fees to the general fund. And that motion, let's see. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to go to PH2. May we have a staff report?
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Sammy Romo. I'm with the Culver City Public Works Engineering, Senior Civil Engineer. Tonight's agenda item for public hearing number 2 is for appeal of the administrative approval of the application of the small cell wireless site near 4604 Sepulveda Boulevard. In December of 2023, Crown Castle submitted an application to obtain a wireless encroachment permit for installation of a small cell facility on an existing utility pole in the public right-of-way fronting 4604 Sepulveda. After staff's corrections were addressed through subsequent submittals and resubmittal with changes process, staff determined the application satisfied the city's wireless telecommunications facility design guidelines and the FCC requirements, and therefore deemed Crown Castle's application complete. As required through the application process, the applicant was required to notify via U.S. mail all properties within 500 feet of the proposed small cell site and also place a poster on the utility pole itself. The appellant notified staff that they would like to appeal any approval of the proposed small cell facility. The appellant desires to appeal the approval due to 3 reasons. Number 1 is the negative health effects due to radio frequency emissions. Number 2, because of environmental impacts due to construction and effects on wildlife. And number 3, effect on property values due to aesthetic degradation. According to the FCC, cities cannot deny an application based on radio frequency emissions. Furthermore, according to the RF analysis prepared by a licensed electrical engineer, the proposed small cell site is exempt from CEQA guidelines. And lastly, regarding property values, whether or not the facility will reduce property values is not a required finding under the municipal code. And that concludes my staff report.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion to open this public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Puza. Vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Do we have any comments?
We do not.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'll go around. Councilmember Vera,
No discussion, Mayor.
are you in favor of staff's recommendation?
Indeed.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
No comment. We are sort of bound by the federal government here, so we have very little influence, so no comment.
So you as well support the staff recommendation? Okay, Councilmember Puza.
Same, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Same, Mayor.
Okay. Can we have a motion for staff's recommendation? And direct Public Works to prepare an issue?
So the staff recommends denying the appeal and approving the wireless encroachment permit application with the same conditions as findings as the staff approval, and that's it, correct? Okay, great. Number 1. Perfect.
Number 1, isn't it 1 and 2, or no?
No, it was 1 or 2, and that's it.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
I thought I was correct, but
1A,
maybe I'm
1B.
not.
Yeah,
I tried to ask
and
the
direct
questions.
Public Works and staff to prepare issue pursuant to CCMC Section 11.20.065.G.2, a written notice of decision signed by the city manager consistent with the city council's findings, and a decision set forth in the May 28, 2024 record. The notice of decision shall be issued no later than May 30th, 2024. And that's the motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Puza. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to page 3. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening again. PH3. Tonight's agenda item is for the appeal of the administrative approval of the application for small cell wireless near 11622 Port Road. In November 2023, Crown Castle submitted an application to obtain a wireless encroachment permit for installation of a small cell facility on an existing pole in the public right-of-way fronting 11622 Port Road. After staff's corrections were addressed through a submittal and resubmittal process, staff determined the application satisfied the city's wireless telecommunications facility design guidelines and the FCC requirements, and deemed the application complete. As required through the application process, Crown Castle notified all properties within 500 feet of the proposed site and also placed a poster at the site as well. The appellant desires to appeal the approval due to negative health effects due to radio frequency emissions. But according to the FCC, cities cannot deny an application based on radio frequency emissions. Furthermore, according to the RF analysis prepared by a licensed electrical engineer, the proposed small cell site will comply with the FCC radio frequency exposure limits for general population. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Puza to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes. 5 ayes. We have 2 speakers.
Okay, can we start with either one of the appellants?
They are the speakers.
They are the appellants.
Wonderful.
So Donald Maya and Cynthia Maya, who's ceding her time to Donald.
How long do I have? Is it 4 minutes or 3? I'm sorry.
If you can, that's fine.
It's open? Okay. Good evening, all. My name is Don Maya. I reside at 11620 Port Road here in Culver City. My wife and I have been residents there for 29 years. We love Culver City, and it's been our home and a very dear home, and we Culver High alumni also. I'm here in hopes that you will not allow Crown Castle to put wireless cells sites in Sunkist Park. It is a residential area that's been established for over 70 years. It will emit 28,000 megahertz of radio frequency continually on nearby homes. The cell sites emits non-ionizing radiation. I have a couple readings further on. First one is by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And these types of non-ionizing radiations not recognized as causes of cancer. However, some technologies are relatively new, or the ways in which they are used have changed in such situations. It takes scientists a long time to collect enough data to rule out the cancer risks at this time. It's certainly new, the 5G process, as we know. I also have another reading. This is from the FDA, okay? And this study was done July 27th of 2023. Acute health effects such as skin burns or acute radiation syndrome can occur when doses of radiation exceed very high levels. Low doses of ionizing radiation can increase the risk of longer-term effects such as cancer. Okay, once again, these are preliminary reports. There has not been long-term studies done on this also. My wife and I, we have our 2.5-year-old granddaughter that lives with us now, and it's an exceptional blessing to have her there. This pole is right smack in our front yard, 50 feet from my granddaughter's bedroom. I got pictures, and I've gone due diligence in going around the neighborhood now. I also have a couple pages of people that live in the area, including my immediate neighbors, are asking that Crown's Castle attempt to move this site to other areas throughout Sunkist Park, preferably near the freeway, because we're only about 100 yards from the freeway, and there's a lot of open space on the 90 405 connector that's near the self-storage place on Slauson. I understand it's a cost-cutting issue to have it just on a pole that's right there already, pre-existing pole. But from my research, Crown Castle is a multi-billion-dollar company, and I'm sure they can afford to put a different site other than a pre-existing pole that's already there. It's extraordinary. Some of the people that have signed our petition in the neighborhood, 2 of them are elderly, one an 80-year-old woman and another 70-year-old man that have pacemakers. They're only about 100, maybe not even 100 yards from the actual site in front of our house. We're asking, and please consider council, mayor, council, have the capacity and compassion to understand this. This location can be reset. There's a lot of areas on Mesmer, also not even 150 yards from where we're at on Port Road in Slauson there. So please consider that this site be changed at least 150 to 200 feet from pre-existing homes. I don't think that's asking too much for the safety of my granddaughter and the citizens of Sunkist Park. My wife gave me an extra minute, and I thank her for helping me with the research. I'm not too good on research, but Albert, it's good to see you. Thank you all, council. Would you like to see the, I got 3 pages of the actual petition here against it. There's residents in the Sunkist Park area. Can I give that to one of the clerks? Great, thank you.
Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Oh, with staff? Or is Crown Castle here?
Yes, they are, and they're prepared to give a presentation.
It's Brad Ladua, is that
Correct.
great?
Good evening.
The presentation?
Yes, I emailed it to Jeremy.
Got it.
Okay. Good evening, council. Good to see you guys again. How are you doing? Wait for her to pull that up here and we'll get going.
Sorry, I want to make sure I have the right.
It should be for the PH3 subject line.
Is that 86? You'll let me know.
Correct, yes. All right, thank you. So there's a lot that goes into picking these small cell locations. You know, why do we choose this pole over another one? And so we put together this presentation just to try to show some transparency into how that process evolves, what we look for when identifying candidates for pole selection, because just a pole might work from a service objective. We need our engineers to be able to actually design the site. We need construction to be able to build. And so there's just a lot of things that go into this. So we evaluated 10 other possible locations, similar to what we did for that last appealed site a couple months ago, where I met out with Dimitri and Sammy, and so we put together a similar presentation for this one. So you can go to the next page there. So this is the proposed primary candidate. This is the pole that we are going to be using. We're actually swapping out that pole for a taller wood utility pole to raise the height of the antennas. We do that for a few reasons. Basically, when there's less stuff blocking the antennas, you get better service with that site. And so you can see there's that tree next to it, but by installing the antennas above the tree, they're actually going to be over 30 feet in the air. So it makes sense from a service objective. From an engineering standpoint, we can build there. There's already existing power fiber at this location. It won't require lengthy excavation, trenching. That's another reason why this site was selected. You can go to the next slide, please. So here there are two other poles that we looked at. There's that street light, and then there's the wood utility pole. So with the street light, the issue with installing there is there's just not enough clearance. It's too close to that wood utility pole, and the same goes true for the wood utility pole. If we were to install equipment on the side, it would be rubbing up against that street light, and it just wouldn't work. Now, there's a governing body, the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, and they created this thing called General Order 95. And so what it is it's a set of rules and regulations for overhead power on wood utility poles. And they have a bunch of requirements and things that we have to abide by in order to install our equipment on wood utility poles. And so you'll see tonight on a lot of these slides, a pole might not have been chosen because we might not get the clearance issues we would need per GO 95. You know, we're not allowed to go to that pole. There might be existing equipment. In this case, it's climbing space. So a worker has to be able to safely access the pole. And if we added equipment onto that wood pole, given all the stuff that's already existing, it wouldn't be GO 95 compliant. And so that's why those two sites were not selected. Go to the next one. So again, you're going to hear GO 95 a lot. Here you can see that there is an existing transformer on this wood utility pole, and then actually towards the bottom, there's an existing equipment cabinet. And again, per GO 95, these are things that our engineers are looking at when they're assessing these poles we can't install there. Now, hypothetically, if we could install there, we would need to have clearance between the overhead primary lines and the comm lines you see in the middle. There's not enough clearance to go right in between them per GO 95 rules. So we would actually have to locate the antennas below that, which would make we call it the rad center. The center of the antennas would be 20 feet. It'd be 10 feet smaller than what we're proposing. It would be closer to residential buildings, the homes, and that tree to the left and right would block the antenna signal if it was installed there. So for that reason, that pole was ruled out. So this is a street light that we took a look at. You'll see, will it meet the service objective? Yes, it would. But again, we have to make sure we can actually build it and design it. And so you'll notice there's an ADA ramp right next to the pole. We couldn't install there because in order to rip out the existing foundation and pour a new one, we would be encroaching all into the wheelchair ramp there. And so we try to avoid that when possible. Again, having a wood utility pole, the power, the fiber's already there, no trenching required. It's a much easier installation than something like this where we would have to impede the ADA ramp. Go to the next slide. So will this one meet the service objective? No. Again, trees, buildings are all things that can be very detrimental to a small cell wireless facility. So here the antennas will be blocked by those trees. Again, we would need the clearance from the primaries to the comm lines, as I had mentioned. And for this pole, it would be close, but again, we would probably have to locate the antennas under the middle comm lines you see there, which would make the rad center much lower than the proposed 30 feet that it's at right now at the other pole. And it wouldn't work anyways because of the trees in the front and behind it there. Go to the next one. So this other candidate, I mean, the pole's definitely high enough. It's a pretty nice location. The only problem with it is we only do work in the public right of way. That pole is in a backyard, and so would it meet the service objective? Absolutely. It's actually a great pole. But could we build it? No. We can't go into people's backyards to go install our equipment. So that one was also ruled out. GO 95, told you you're going to be hearing it a lot. So again, because of GO 95, one of the rules is we have to be under the power lines on the poles. And so that pole, you can't see it in the picture on the left, but on the right side, there's actually a power line right in the middle of the pole. So we would have to locate under that, under the comm lines, which again, the rad center would be way too low, probably, 15, 20 feet looking at that one. It would actually be closer to homes than the primary candidate. That one is located right next to the freeway too. But again, the pole is just not feasible for those reasons. Similar issue, this pole already has an existing equipment rack at the top. Looks like they may be installing a power bank in the future. But because of that rack, it gives us really small clearance from the bottom of that rack to the comm lines, which means in order to build a site here, it would have to go below the comm lines, which again is much closer to the ground than the pole we're proposing. So, we move to this pole, then that resident, he's going to have an antenna 15 feet from his house, whereas the one we're proposing is 30 feet. So the other one was a better option. Okay, for this one, again, very similar issue for all these wood utility poles about clearance issues for GO 95. We wouldn't have the clearance to go in between the primary and comm lines, so we'd have to go below the comm lines. Again, too low of a rad center. The antennas would be even lower to the ground than what's currently being proposed. Okay, so there's two poles on this one. There's that street light, and the issue with that one is that tree right there. So if you installed an antenna on the top, it would not propagate effectively. That tree is way too close. We do not have enough clearance. The wood utility pole, we could meet the service objective there, but again, we don't install on private property. The poles have to be located unobstructed in the public right-of-way, and so for those reasons, those two poles were also ruled out. So this just gives you a bigger overview of all the poles we looked at. So all of the red circles are the ones that we also looked at that weren't feasible. It's kind of hard to tell because it's pretty small, and then our green circle is up there. But if you look at all the circled neighborhoods, the streets, those are all trees lining those streets. And again, foliage can be really detrimental to our small cells. It really impacts the service pretty significantly. So we look at that when trying to find a location. You know, if we're going to install a pole where there's a tree right in front of it, we probably have to go install another pole a couple hundred feet down because that one wouldn't be propagating as effectively as it could. So there's trees on all those streets. And then on the right side there, that street doesn't have any existing wood utility poles. There's only street lights. That would require very intrusive excavation and trenching down that street to bring power. And again, the antennas on those street lights would actually be closer to the ground than the one that we're proposing. So this is a snippet from the RF report that we are required to submit with each application. And I'm not going to bore you with all the words at the top, but the thing I'd like to draw your attention towards is that little table in the middle where it says maximum permissible exposure levels. So again, the FCC is the sole regulatory agency that deems a set of standards for these wireless facilities. And on the bottom there, you can see that anything within 5 to 10% is safe. Our site is at 0.09% at ground level, not even a percent, so it is negligible. It is well within the FCC's limits, which, as you know, they are the sole governing body for these types of things. Please go to the next one. So this is just another page from our EME report. It just shows kind of a person standing there, and it shows the different colors, green being in the safe zone, then blue right next to the antenna, which again, the general public is never going to be 30 feet up the pole. That would just be for like our crews working on it, which is why we install power disconnects. So if we have a crew going up, we shut the site down so they can work safely. But at ground level, the site is well below the FCC's established limits. And then it also shows the adjacent building on the right there. And in our report, we accounted for someone being on the roof of that building. And that report also determined that the exposure limits were well below the FCC's levels. And this is a top-down view from antenna level. And so the blue, again, is what's exceeding that, but that's like 3 feet out right in front of the antenna. So that is only for pole workers or anyone doing maintenance on the site. Again, your everyday resident's not going to be anywhere near that. And you see how it dissipates really quickly. So all the green is safe. And you can see the buildings, the residential buildings in the bottom right there, and you can see that the green, again, barely negligible at that distance, is barely over the top of that corner there. And again, the antenna is 30 feet in the air, so it's a significant amount higher than that. But yeah, the report just shows that we've done our testing, and we have found that we are within the FCC's MPE limits, both at ground and antenna levels. So one of the things we've done in the past too to kind of ease concern is we've offered to go do the pre and post RF test. We've done that, I think, for 2 sites now. And so that's something we'd be willing to do. We understand there's a lot of concerns about RF and EME, and if that is any source of comfort, we'd be happy to use our vendor to go out and do a pre-reading before the site's built and then a post-reading once the site's on air, just to show that we are safe, the site's within limits, no funny business here. So that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Is there any rebuttal at this time? Or was there any questions for
Yeah,
him?
no
Okay, Councilmember Vera.
Hi, nice seeing you again. I got a couple of questions. Has there been any study on the effect or prolonged exposure? I know you said it's safe, but prolonged exposure, has there been testing on that? And if so, what were the results on that?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm not an RF engineer. You know, I get this from our team. I mean, I'm sure if the FCC, they're probably the ones doing the most extensive research on this, and what they have deemed safe, you know, I'm sure is probably the best information we have to go off of. I don't know. I don't have an answer for your question. That would be for, you know, someone on my RF team.
All right, and also on the map you showed, one of the red dots that was adjacent or closest to the freeway. And I don't know if possible or not, but what are the possibilities of actually installing an antenna dealing with Caltrans? I noticed in that picture there was a freeway sign directly behind it. On that freeway sign on the freeway, is that a possibility?
So the way these small cells work, the network already exists in this location. We already have a network there. But, you know, everyone's on their phones now. People work from home. The demand has gotten so large that the current network can't support the current demand. Now, freeways, we have macro sites. So when you're driving down a freeway and you see like a public storage building with antennas, those are macro sites. We already have those in place. So what these sites are intended to do is to support that, to offload the sites there. You know, if you think of 100 people trying to go in through one little door, it gets crammed. And so these small cells basically just open up another door. It's the same data, it's the same, you know, demand. We're just trying to offload some of that. So moving closer to the freeway isn't too ideal because the demand for that coverage has been determined to be there in that neighborhood. It's customer-driven demand. And we already have, you know, macros along the freeway. So it wouldn't really solve the problem.
Okay, I understand, but that one red dot that is adjacent to the freeway, I would make an assumption that it's within the next 100 feet or so to the freeway. So you mean to tell me between that dot and the freeway, it wouldn't be feasible to or effective?
I mean, I don't know. Are you talking about a poll that we just went over that we looked at? Because
No, a poll, yeah, you said it wasn't feasible because of whatever, I think it was overhead or the clearance. But moving it to the freeway, on either a freeway, the wall there or a sign, I mean, would that?
I don't even know if we're allowed to do that. I mean, I don't know if Caltrans allows us to install on their poles. I've never seen a small cell in Caltrans right away, like on a pole. Again, I'm not positive. Verizon, you know, comes to us and they say, this is where we need to offload some demand. You know, it's this circle right here. So then we do exactly what I just showed you. We look at all these poles in the area. You know, could this one work? Could that one work? And we find the best pole that meets the service objective, that can be built, you know, that can be engineered, and that is least intrusive. You know, we try to look at existing infrastructure and see what we can and cannot use.
All right, well, I'd like to see personally, I mean, moving towards, if you can look into, and obviously whatever my colleagues decide, but looking at something on the freeway where it's a little bit outside of the neighborhood, granted, you know, you say it's safe, but we still have to be mindful of the neighborhood and the concerns of the neighbors.
Understand.
Especially the speaker with his granddaughter there. I mean, it is scary to some folks, so.
Absolutely.
I think being as mindful as we possibly can moving
And
forward.
again, to kind of mitigate some of that, we'd be happy to do the pre and post test that we've done for other sites.
I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with the lack of knowledge on my part as well of the prolonged exposure, if there is anything, if there any, you know, study on that. But if possible, if my colleagues agree to check out maybe a site along the freeway wall where it's a little bit outside of the neighborhood, sort of neighborhood housing and people. But other than that, I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any rebuttal comments?
Yes. More time.
And thank you for your input, the information. It's all a learning curve for all of us, and thank you, Councilmember Vera, for attempting to have different alternatives. One of the sites that I looked at, I did scouting around the neighborhood, and near it's a commercial area where the self-storage place is near, I think it's Frenzy Paint or Sherman Paint. And there's high areas there where I know it's going to be more costly for the company, but it's in a commercial area where there's not people there all the time. So there's other options. I know it'll be more costly, but also I talked to a lot of neighbors. There's cell phone sites right now. I mean, they get perfect from AT&T, from Verizon, or T-Mobile, which we have. Our cell phones work fine in the area that we're at. So, I mean, if they want more volume, I understand it's big money profits, but we got to put a human factor on these decisions before they're made. So please, council, have the capacity and insight, because there is no long-term with 5G yet. There really isn't, and it's going to take years to probably find more research conditions that may be caused by, or if any, there might not be any, but let's take it slow, in my opinion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you? Mr. Mann, I don't know, did you want to ask him a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Mann, do you mind coming?
No, I'm sorry, not the appellant.
Oh, okay. Is there going to be a rebuttal? Thank you so much, Mr. Mann. I apologize for the confusion. Is there going to be rebuttal from our applicants?
Thank you. And I think Dimitri may have mentioned this, but I just want to say it one more time. Again, the FCC is the sole regulatory agency that establishes these RF guidelines nationwide to limit public exposure to emissions. And the city required us to submit an RF report, which we did. And the city may not deny a wireless facility as long as we're compliant within FCC guidelines, solely on concerns about EME and health and safety. And so just wanted to point that out. We did submit a federally compliant EME report. It is well within FCC standards. And again, we understand that there are a lot of concerns about the health and safety of these, so we are more than willing to do the pre and post test. I think it's a great example of what, it shows you how negligible these facilities really are at that level, at the ground level. We go out, we take a test before we build the site, show you what's currently existing, and then once the site is up and running, we'll go out, take another reading, just to put everyone's minds at ease that they are in fact safe. Again, the FCC establishes the guidelines, and so we just follow those. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, please.
What's the range of the small cell tower?
It can from 500 to 1,000 feet, but again, there's so many things that are at play here. Trees, because the waves of these, if the signals, trees, buildings, houses, all of those impact them greatly. So yeah, ideally, it'd be great to get 1,000-foot range, but realistically, that's just not the case based on where we have to install these and the foliage, surrounding infrastructure. It all plays a part.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, one question. I think we're all pretty much aware that we are bound by the FCC, so I appreciate you reiterating that. All I was asking is about looking at other sites and maybe even Caltrans, but unfortunately, we are bound by FCC, and by not approving this would be against everything that we can and cannot do. I was just merely asking if we can look at alternate sites in that area. And I don't know even if that's possible, but you're not sure if Caltrans even allows that on the site. So, okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Council member, I would like to take this opportunity to commend Crown Castle for doing a great job going above and beyond, because I want to point out that it's typical to consider 3 other alternatives. You've seen from the presentation, they've considered 10 other alternatives, which requires a lot of time and a lot of effort. So I just want to take this opportunity to make it very clear they care very sincerely about the community where they're installing these antennas, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to say a very sincere thank you for that.
Yeah, I understood, and they have gone above and beyond. I know working with the Fox Hills, you guys jumped over backwards doing the pre and post and testing and whatnot. It's just when community comes together and voice their concerns, I think it's our duty to ask and act upon them. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't, not seeing any other questions. Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote.
My system has logged out.
Okay,
I can see the agenda, but I don't get any of the other stuff.
I'll
Into a voice vote?
voice vote.
So, yes.
Thank you. And I will momentarily come up and help fix it.
Thank you, City Clerk. So before us is the question of whether to follow staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and approve Crown Castle's wireless permit, or council could also grant the appeal and deny Crown Castle's permit. So we'll go around. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, and thank you both for coming out and sharing your concerns, Mr. Mayor. You know, it is something that we're bound by FCC. I would like, and I'd like it to be different, but unfortunately it's not. I appreciate your concerns and concerns of your neighbors. I think, you know, what Dimitri was saying, as well as Crown Castle, about testing the site regularly, pre and post, and then doing spot checks. And I know the city, don't you guys go out as well and do that?
Absolutely. We go above and beyond, and we do our own testing as well, once or twice a year.
All right. And as Dimitri is saying, you know, they're required to do 3 alternate sites. I think they did up to 10. So they are going above and beyond and really being mindful of the neighborhood's concerns. If we deny this, then we're in violation. So it's unfortunate that we don't have much more of a say in it, but it has to go through. My apologies, sir, that it's not in favor, but I know staff will do its best to make sure that the community in that area is safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I understand the worries because this is new technology, and we always look at that with little suspicion, right? So I get that. Unfortunately, our hands are tied. We cannot do a finding that deals with health and well-being as a part of RF emissions. So we don't really have a finding that would allow us to deny this. So that is the current situation. If you want to change this, talk to your Congress representative and see what they can do, because this is really at that level that these kind of rules are set. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Pusa.
Thank you, Mayor. Truly sympathetic to your plight here. I can also say everyone on council is sympathetic to this, and we truly understand. Personally, I have, there's a cell tower near where I live, so I've gone through this myself, but I know staff is doing everything they can, so really appreciate the pre and post readings, and this really puts us between a rock and a hard place. So I concur with staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate what my colleague said. Be remiss not to show that I hear your concern. And this goes for the prior appellant as well. I don't know if they're in the room. I've gone through a few of these hearings with Crown Castle now, and they do display that they do the, necessary due diligence, and they're guided by our staff. And I feel that they're almost predisposed to be overly cautious, you know, going out to 10 sites when they only have to do 3, that type of effort. So I hear you. I'm not sure how I would feel if it was, you know, right in front of my house as well. but we're kind of bound by the FCC law, as my colleague said. So vote accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone involved, staff, for your work. Crown Castle, Mr. Mann, and your family, and the folks that you represent and interface with to come before us this evening. These cell tower conversations are difficult. We've had many, and I assume more to come as the demands continue to grow of our technology needs of our community. So as our colleagues have already, or as my colleagues have already indicated, we are bound by the FCC rules. So I would entertain a motion to move forward. It seems like there's verbal consensus for staff's recommendation and the direction for Public Works to prepare an issue pursuant to municipal code. Thank you.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson, and that is to deny the appeal and approve Crown Castle's wireless encroachment permit application for 11622 Port Road, Culver City, permit number U23-0386, based on the findings set forth in the February 15th, 2024 notice of application approval and subject to the conditions of approval set forth in attachments 5 and 6 of the report, and adopt a finding that the approval is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to the guidelines, paragraph or section 15303. And also to direct Public Works staff to prepare and issue pursuant to CCMC section 11.20.065.G.2, a written notice of decision signed by the city manager consistent with the city council's findings and decision set forth in the May 28th record, and that the notice shall be issued no later than May 30th, 2024. Please vote. All members who are present have voted. The motion passes. 4 ayes, absent Councilmember Puza.
We're moving on to our action items, and we'll begin and take them in order with A1.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Police Chief Jason Sims, and we are here tonight to discuss pursuit mitigation technology. I have with me this evening Captain Andrew Belante to my right, and who is prepared to give a presentation this evening, if council so wishes to hear that. And also a representative from Star Chase, who is on the line with us this evening. So if it's council's wish to hear this presentation, just as a reminder, we were here before you recently with the same presentation, but we're happy to do it again if you'd like to hear it.
Madam Mayor, since I asked to re-agendize this item, and I listened in to your discussion last time, lasted for quite a long time, was very detailed. So we have a long agenda. I don't think we need to rehash all those issues, but if there are specific questions, of course, And then, of course, if there are public comments. But for me, I listened in, so I heard everything you said, and I heard the presentation and so on online. So I'm good. And if you don't want to rehash everything, we should sort of go to public comment, I guess.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Is there any public comment?
We did have 3 people sign up. That'll be Ron Basilian, Melissa Sanders, and Janae Lennox. So our first speaker would be Ron Basilian, who is online now. Ron, I've unmuted you. Go ahead. Ron, you're online. Go ahead. Ron? Okay, I'm going to unmute him again and move on to the next speaker. We can circle back.
Okay.
So next speaker is Melissa Sanders, also online. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Like before, I don't understand why this is even up for discussion. This is an easy, non-violent piece of equipment that actually helps public safety. So I don't understand why this was a problem. It literally is something so we don't have to have car chases. And if there are cars parked in the area that have been involved with a felony, that we can track the person who committed the felony. I don't understand why this is a problem. It is a non-intrusive, civilian, possibly life-saving piece of equipment. So I really hope this goes through. I think that anything we can use technology and for the betterment for our safety, for the public safety is great. So I am a big yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janae Lennox. She's still here? Yes. She'll be followed by a late entry Bubba Fish, and then we'll try to circle back to Ron.
Hello. So I was thinking about all the ways that this money could be used, especially when we have the crisis of our mental health crisis, when we have our abundant crisis of houselessness, how we can be using this money to support people with rent support. And there's really no promises that this won't lead to other problems, lawsuits, which you guys know we have a lot of them, especially with police enforcement. So there's really no information saying that it won't lead to that. I'm just gonna go based on like history that like these things will. Also, it's obviously going to be really targeting poor people, Black people, brown people. And that is really a problem. It's a historic problem. There's data, there's all this research that tells us this. So I really am unsure why we keep bringing up these same arguments when you guys know, you guys can read, that this will not help. This will actually target poor, Black, brown people in our community significantly. Also, we know how the justice system works. You are innocent until you're proven guilty. So there is no evidence that you guys can use to say that these are criminals because that's not your job. So I am opposed to not, again, like many who perceived and talked about this past presentation, to not go and use this money elsewhere. There's plenty of places that we can use all this money for, and it's not policing. Y'all know this is not gonna solve a problem. So I'm really strongly using that money for resources. Like literally there are people that I'm talking to that are struggling to pay their bills that this city could really help with. Like this money can go somewhere else, period. So please rethink this, and I don't really know why it's back up here, but please rethink it. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Bubba Fish. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I just want to uplift the point that was just made about essentially preventative care. It's something that a lot of cities are moving towards, And, it would be great to see Culver City move towards that as well. I think for this specific policy, obviously traffic violence is a huge concern of ours, and the idea of a high-speed police chase going through neighborhoods is obviously a really scary thought. But, this policy in particular, it doesn't just approve the use of the technology during a chase, right? It approves the technology to be used by someone suspected of a felony or misdemeanor even before an attempted stop is made. I think that's the concerning thing, at least for me. And, Dorian Davies mentioned this at the top of the meeting, but a crossing guard costs $30,000. This is essentially the amount of money, the equivalent of almost five crossing guards. To me, just sort of reframing every time we go and approve technology to this extent. Obviously, the powers and the arsenal of our police department has continued to grow. I just continue to think about how can we use this money in ways that keep people safe preventatively. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to try to unmute Ron again. Ron Basilian, we've unmuted you. Go ahead.
What are you doing?
No. Okay. So clearly he's not monitoring. That'll be the end of our speakers then.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Chief and Captain, for bringing this forward again or coming out again. Just a quick question. I mean, I think I've covered everything that I wanted to in the last meeting, but since the last meeting and today, how many times could this technology been used in our city?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Vera. Since the last meeting, we've had about 5 vehicle pursuits, to my knowledge. All were canceled. One that comes to mind in particular was about a week ago. It was a radio call of a catalytic converter theft that occurred in Fox Hills. This was at about 2 a.m. The witness gave a pretty distinct suspect vehicle description. Our officers located that vehicle, attempted to do a traffic stop, and that vehicle fled at a high rate of speed. And due to the dangers associated with the speeds of that suspect vehicle, unfortunately, that pursuit was canceled. So that is an example that recently comes to mind where this technology could have been deployed.
And that was for confirmed catalytic converter thefts out of the mall or that area?
Yeah, that was actually when the officers went, they confirmed the initial catalytic converter theft, and they found 3 additional victims of catalytic converter theft the next morning.
Okay. And I think we all know how anybody who's been unfortunate enough to have their catalytic converter stolen, we know the cost, and it's not cheap. And I think, great example of how this technology could have been used to try to recover those converters, especially if they've been to our engraving program that the city has been offering for quite some time now. So I have, in terms of targeting people of color or, I don't, my opinion is if we're looking for a purple giraffe and a purple giraffe commits the crime, then that's who we're going to be targeting or stopping. These by no means are targeting specific folks of color, are they? Or, I mean, is there going to be used technology in that manner?
I'm not at all, Councilmember Vera. Thank you for the question. And so just as a point of clarity, the only time a vehicle is tracked is when the driver of the suspect vehicle initiates a pursuit and flees from the traffic stop. And so, and let me just back up. So at the last meeting, we discussed some potential changes and clarification to our current draft policy related to usage of this technology. And so that terminology will be added to our policy, specifically when this technology can be deployed for misdemeanor violations. And so in those cases, we are going to add language that in general says something to the effect of misdemeanors that pose a risk to public safety. So we've talked about it, again, at the last time we were before you with this item. DUIs, driving while under the influence of alcohol, would be one. Anything related to the attempted abduction of an individual or a minor, weapons violations and things of that nature. Some of those are, when we talk about weapons violations, can be a misdemeanor. Domestic violence would be another example that can be a misdemeanor, but there's an ongoing threat to the safety of the victim. And so that would be a time where we would authorize the use of this technology for a misdemeanor situation. And all of those misdemeanor deployments need to be approved by a supervisor. And so again, even if we're talking about a pre-deployment, which as I talked about at the last council meeting that we were before you with this item, is the ideal way to deploy this technology because we deploy it under safe driving conditions. Once the suspect decides to initiate a pursuit, now we're involved in dangerous driving conditions. And trying to deploy this technology under those dangerous driving conditions is much more challenging, and the likelihood of actually attaching the technology to the vehicle under dangerous driving conditions is lower than during the safe driving conditions. So when we have a situation that qualifies per our usage policy, per our department policy, we're going to want to deploy this technology during safe driving conditions prior to initiating the traffic stop. But again, I want to reiterate, the tracking of the vehicle will not happen unless the vehicle flees from the officers. So if we have a pre-deployment and that vehicle stops, it's never tracked. The tracking device is not activated, the tracking function. The traffic stop occurs, the appropriate action is taken related to that traffic stop, and the tag is simply removed from the vehicle, and there's no damage left to the vehicle. So I just wanted to make those points of clarification, Councilmember Vera.
And that list, you mentioned the list in terms of on misdemeanors that it can be deployed. That's going to be an extremely finite list, correct?
It's not going to be an exhaustive list of misdemeanors that would qualify. The requirement is that it's a misdemeanor that has a public risk attached to it. So a misdemeanor that involves some level of risk to the public. Again, you're driving while under the influence of alcohol, some sort of domestic violence situation, weapons violation, abduction violation, things like that.
At a supervisor's approval, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chief and Cap. No other questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
No, Councilmember Vera actually asked two of the questions I intended to ask, so thank you for that, and I have no further questions.
Councilmember Twisen.
Thanks. Just following up, I just want to clarify. So if there is like a misdemeanor, then the dart is shot onto the car. If they flee, then the tracker will be turned on?
That's correct, Councilmember Puza.
Okay, thank you. Just curious, what's the expected success rate of the overall program? I know that Linwood has like a 40% success rate. And what's the success rate for the DART? I know it's safer because it's slower speeds, but what's the success rate for the, obviously you don't know because you don't have it, but what would be the expected success rate for the DART hitting the car?
Great question, Councilmember Puza. So Star Chase has been in business for over 10 years. There's about 250 law enforcement agencies across 30 states across the nation that have this technology. In the 10 years of the company's existence, they've had over 10,000 successful deployments on suspect vehicles. That has resulted in a remarkable 86% apprehension rate. One thing I do want to highlight about this technology is they have a proven track record of enhancing public safety, keeping innocent bystanders, officers involved, suspects safe during vehicle pursuits, as there's not been one reported fatality or injury traffic collision following the deployment of this technology. In speaking with a lieutenant at the Alhambra Police Department that just implemented this technology a few months ago, they've had 9 deployments. Out of those 9 deployments, they've had 6 successful tags. All 6 successful tags were deployed pre-pursuit. So they deployed it before they activated it The 3 that did not attach to the suspect vehicle were when they were actively pursuing the vehicle. So it's unknown what the exact success rate on the sticks of the tracking tags are, but that is some data that I got from members from the Alhambra Police Department.
Thank you. And just, this is from last time, but there was a 40% increase in car chases in the past year. In the past 5 years, how many car chases have there been? Or high-speed chases, excuse me?
Over the last 5 years, there's been approximately 110 vehicle pursuits.
Great. And that means about 55 in the past year?
Yes, so when we gave this presentation last month from May of 2023 to May of 2024, at that time we had 55 vehicle pursuits. Since then, we've had probably an additional 5 or so.
Great, thank you. And then do we know why there was such a dramatic increase in the past year? Was there an increase in crime or was it due to flock?
Factors that are playing into it. Certainly, the more that we encounter individuals who are actively committing crimes in vehicles, the more pursuits we are going to see. And our automated license plate reader assists us in locating individuals who are actively committing crimes in our city. So I would say that certainly is a factor related to the increase in vehicle pursuits over the last year. Keep in mind, we've only had the cameras since, and fully operational since November, December of last year. So we'll know better after we have more data. But certainly because of the factors that I mentioned, it's going to play a part. And we knew that when we, in talking to our peers, me personally talking to fellow chiefs in the region who had implemented automated license plate reader technology, we knew that there was a chance for increased vehicle pursuits, which is why that we felt that pursuit mitigation technology was also something that was really important to research and implement if we were going to move forward with the automated license plate reader program.
Got it. And then are all these, all the flock and the expectation for this, are they all going to be initiated in Culver City, or are they going to be outside, or a combination?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The hit, I don't know what you call it, but the hits, I guess, that you get from flock, and are those all initiated from inside of Culver City, or are they things that were kind of people that are committing crimes outside of Culver City that are coming through Culver City?
Okay, thank you. Yes, so the hits that we receive through our flock system, we get from our flock cameras. And so a car that's wanted for a crime drives through one of our intersections, Culver, Sepulveda, say, and it's a stolen vehicle or it's a car that's wanted in a homicide. We are going to be notified that that vehicle just traveled through the intersection of Sepulveda and Culver, and then our officers respond to that area and attempt to locate it, the vehicle. They are provided with the vehicle description, the license plate, and so forth. The original crime that vehicle is wanted for, it could have occurred outside of the city. So, just as an example, if there's a murder that occurs in Beverly Hills, and they get a license plate for the car, and they enter that license plate into the wanted vehicle system, then that vehicle, again, drives through one of our intersections. We're going to be notified of it. Our officers respond to the location and attempt to locate it. What we know to be true is that 70% of crime is committed by people who are driving vehicles. And a lot of those people are driving stolen vehicles or wanted vehicles. And so we consider it to be a win, and certainly a really important way to keep our community safe by being notified of when these wanted and stolen vehicles are driving through our city, because what we found is that we're oftentimes, locating somebody who's driving through our city in a stolen vehicle that was stolen out of another city, and they have guns, they have drugs, they have, other evidence of crimes in their vehicle, and more than likely they were in Culver City to commit another crime.
Thank you. Thank you both. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Most of the questions I had were answered, and in the prior meeting, this is something that it makes your job safer, not just for you and your officers, but for the public. To me, it's a no-brainer. It really is. They're vehicles that are known to have been used in a crime, and you already stated it, but I'll restate it. It's safer to affix the tracking device when the car is stopped or at a slow speed than when it's in pursuit at a high rate of speed. We get our daily log reports from CCPD, and it seems like it's, definitely multiple times a week where our police officers call off a pursuit, thankfully, because it, became too dangerous to continue it, and we don't want to get the general public hurt in one of these pursuits. So presumably, they don't know, they're not paying attention to who's pulling up behind them, and CCPD, if they get this tool, will see the vehicle, run the plates, know it's the wanted vehicle, affix the device onto the back bumper. From Alhambra, they were, in that small sample size, they were 6 for 6 in those cases, but when they were in pursuit, they were 0 for 3. And they flash the lights and sirens. If they pull over, CCPD removes the device and carries out their job. If they take off, then they turn it on. And in a way, I don't know if it officially is classified as a de-escalation tool, but I can imagine that when there's a high-speed chase and maybe it does terminate in an accident, a stop, whatever it is, everyone's on elevated levels of emotion, the suspect as well as the police. Who knows what could happen? This, I imagine, puts some separation between that. You track them they go to the place where they stop, and then you set a perimeter, I would imagine. You can continue, but I'm just guessing from all the cop shows I watch.
No, absolutely, Vice Mayor, and those are great points. I would say it absolutely is a de-escalation tool that de-escalates extremely dangerous pursuit situations, so that we don't have to engage in something that we know to be extraordinarily dangerous to our pursuing officers and to the community. And so, and yes, the idea is that if we're able to safely affix the tag prior to initiating or attempting to initiate the traffic stop, and then we attempt to initiate the traffic stop, and the suspect, I want to reiterate, the suspect's always the person in this scenario that initiates a vehicle pursuit, and the suspect decides to not stop and drive away, we are able to continue to drive at a safe speed and safely track that vehicle to a location that we feel comfortable approaching. And every situation is different, but to your point, making an arrest in a safe way, and thereby, avoiding the extraordinarily dangerous driving conditions associated with vehicle pursuits.
Yeah, thank you. We all of LA saw that on the 405 a week and a half ago. So thank you. I'm I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Chief Sims. Thank you to the community who provided comment this evening. I deeply appreciate that. Do you have an update? This is a little related, a little slightly unrelated on it goes to the technology effectiveness. It's a question about I think I asked during budget, but this is about, and if you can't answer right now, I would really appreciate an email follow-up about the impacts of the body cam implementation on the uses of force in Culver City and what those trends have been. I didn't know if you had a second to look at that or look into that.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a solid answer for you right now in terms of, I think what you're alluding to is whether use of force are up or down since we've gotten body-worn cameras. But what I can say is kind of reiterate what I spoke to at the budget meeting, is that number one, every one of our use of force incidents is thoroughly investigated, and it goes through multiple levels of scrutiny, starting with our field supervisors who respond to the scene of any use of force incident that occurs with our officers. And that field sergeant does a preliminary investigation that involves talking to any and all witnesses that are available, recording those statements, documenting those statements, canvassing the area for any video that's available, maybe on adjacent businesses and so forth. And ultimately, once back at the station, reviewing the available body-worn camera footage related to that incident. And I can say, without a doubt, that the most important piece of evidence related to our use of force incident investigations is the body-worn camera footage. Our body-worn cameras are recording the interaction from start to finish every time we detain someone or interact with a member of the public. And that field sergeant completes, again, a preliminary use of force report that is then forwarded up their chain of command to their lieutenant, who reviews everything that the sergeant has completed, reviews the, again, most important piece of evidence related to investigating these use of force incidents, and that is the body-worn camera footage, and then forwards that to a member of our command staff who also reviews that incident. And if any if any policy violations are identified, training issues are identified, then that incident is forwarded to our professional standards unit that either conducts an internal affairs investigation, and then we take the appropriate action at the conclusion of that investigation. And again, the most important piece of evidence with that investigation is going to be the body-worn camera footage, and refers the officer to training or whatever other appropriate action that is needed for that situation is taken. So again, I just wanted to reiterate just how critical this technology is, and I would say it's our most important accountability and transparency tool that we have as a police department.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Would you or someone from your team be able to get me that information? Obviously not tonight, but maybe in the next week or so?
We'll certainly do our best, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate that. And as it pertains to the 4-page draft policy for this management system, do you have a copy of it with the track changes incorporating some of the procedures you alluded to or spoke to in tonight's brief question and answer period?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a copy that is included with the staff report that you received for this item this evening. The draft that you received was the draft that was attached the previous time that we came to council. But as I stated, the changes that are going to be made to that draft policy are and this came from council at the last meeting, were the clarification related to our misdemeanor utilization policy, that I described earlier. Again, misdemeanors that pose a risk to public safety, and I listed a few earlier: driving while under the influence, some sort of attempted abduction, weapons violations, domestic violence violations, things of that nature. That will be added to the policy. And then also, there was a recommendation from council that I believe makes a lot of sense to add some verbiage related to the fact that this technology is not meant to be a long-term surveillance piece of equipment. And in fact, I think as we mentioned earlier, it's not designed to be. The batteries only last 8 hours. And so we will also add that language. It's not, there are trackers that have the capability to track vehicles for long periods of time, and we have those, and we use those for certain types of investigations, and you need a search warrant to utilize those trackers. This is not that type of tracker. So again, it's only meant for short-term tracking when there is a danger to public safety.
Thank you. And I know the policy that we have in the staff report still says it could be used before any pursuit, so it would be helpful to see that or have that available to the public. But just to follow up, how many hours of training would be needed to use this technology?
We have a representative, Kerry Goldberg with Star Chase. I'll refer that question to him.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Star Chase, for any new customer agency that comes aboard, we have a mandatory train the trainer program. That training consists of about a 6 to 8 hour training block, depending on how many instructors are involved. And we train the trainers within the department. The department then goes back, and those trainers who have been certified in the use of Star Chase go back and train the remainder of the employees within the department. And so it's really up to the department as far as how long that training takes place.
Thank you. Do we know as a department what that will look like?
Mayor, I think we will know more after our staff has been trained, as Representative Goldberg mentioned. And so once our staff has been trained, gone through the trainer, so to speak, then we will come up with a Star Chase training program. And so it's certainly going to be something that is, several hours of training per officer. But I don't have a solid answer for you right now. That's something that we're going to have to work through in the future.
Okay, thank you. And I know you're still working it out, but do you anticipate that it would maybe be annually, or what the frequency would be for our department?
Thank you, Mayor. So we currently, and it's actually described in our policy, that we are going to, every officer has to go through an initial training, and then a recertification, if you will, every 2 years.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Wasn't sure if that was going to be updated as well. And it's for all of our officers, or all of our sworn officers, or who is receiving the training?
That's correct, Mayor. It's going to be all of our sworn officers who work in a patrol capacity. And so, like, for example, I will not be going through the training because I don't engage in this type of enforcement activity. And so members of the command staff will not, and so forth. But anyone that's working patrol and deploying this technology will go through the training.
Thank you. Do we have a number on how many officers that is?
It's somewhere in the range of 80 or so police officers.
80 officers. Thank you so much. And do we have a guesstimate of what the cost of the training will be over time?
The cost of the training in terms of how much it costs for our officers to be trained from
So
start.
it's really about time. So not Star Chase, because I think that's covered in the staff report or the dollar amount, but I'm thinking about the cost of just the ongoing training that will be needed to maintain this in terms of the timing and all of that.
Thank you, Mayor. So with all of our ongoing training, there's a overtime cost associated with it. Certainly, we do our best to mitigate that cost by training officers during their normal work shifts. I don't have a estimate for you at this time in terms of how much it's going to cost to train the officers on this program.
But it would probably be overtime, if you had to guess.
Not with every officer, no.
Okay.
So again, we do our best to mitigate that by doing it during their normal work shift.
I appreciate that. And I know that Councilmember Puza asked about sort of the source of some of our recent pursuits. And I know you had, or Representative from your team alluded to some of the pursuits being a few seconds, and that's still being reported as a pursuit. Would we have information about how many of the pursuits in the past year came from FLAC? Is that data that we have available to share with the public?
We do not have that, that data right now, Mayor.
And Councilmember Puza did ask about that in the last time this came before us, correct?
I don't recall, Mayor.
Okay.
My
I
apologies.
have that in my notes, but okay. I appreciate that. So I'm just gonna just say super brief remarks. I definitely appreciate your thoughtfulness and the Star Chase representative for coming in on the training question as well. I appreciate everyone's work. So I'm just gonna briefly lift up again what is funded with ease and what goes without funding in our community, and why it often feels so uncomfortable, even for myself, to sometimes have that conversation. There's almost like a chilling effect that happens that prevents folks from speaking up and asking questions about our funding in our community and having a wider conversation. And I've been talking about this since before I was on the council, but certainly here from the dais, about safety being many things: housing, transit, the environment, healthcare, living, our wages, our green spaces, quality schools. I could go on. Yes, of course, the police are one important tool in our toolbox, but I fundamentally believe they should not be invested in at the exclusion of everything else. The pattern that I believe we're seeing, or at least I don't have all of the core data because I do have a day job, and there's lots going on, so I didn't have an opportunity to analyze all of the morning and nightly reports that we receive from our police department, but I do appreciate that line of sight. What I've been able to sort of pick up on from just the reviewing that we were able to do as council members and mayor, that a lot of the FLAC hits that, this technology, this Star Chase technology is designed to address pertains to crime that was not committed in Culver City. So it's almost like CCPD quasi becomes like a LA County kind of police force, which is never something that we've heard anyone from the community inquire about. I'm not saying that murders are good, kidnappings are good, catalytic converter theft is good. No one is saying that. But a lot of the crimes that I've seen in my skim, we don't have the data to point to, so I look forward to that in the future. But it's not in our community. So our police department is taking time away from doing things that support, things that directly respond to community concerns to solve other communities' crimes because they happen to pass through. And we know from previous city studies that a lot of our traffic in our community is pass-through traffic. That's in, our transit, I think it's a TOD study. So I know this stuff is difficult to talk about. There's a lot of fear. You never want to be the one in a policy position that, is not doing the most for safety. And police, in many cases, have a monopoly on safety and arbitrating what is safety. But again, safety is many things. We know that in our core, that safety is many things. And again, this is a tool that we should utilize I have a lot of questions after asking the questions, even though we didn't have another presentation, but after reviewing my notes from the previous presentation. And this opens the door to a lot of liability. And I'm not sure the community need that this is serving of Culver City residents. There's many things that we could be funding. I happened to take a peek at some other cities and things that they were doing to address violence or crime. Something I thought was really cool that they were doing in Boston is that they're running a pilot on youth and summer jobs. They're doing block party grants. They're doing summer activation grants that community members can apply to and participate in and really engage the community, which I thought was really cool because there are many ways to combat and prevent violence. And, a cool thing that I continue to think about is like UBI programs. If there's a trend or if we're seeing repeat folks that are, the police continue to catch. And again, the data shows that when folks are incarcerated frequently, many of them are jailed, the incomes of folks is incredibly low. So there's a lot of opportunity to think creatively, especially if the police department is seeing folks in a lot. Like, what if instead of incarcerating them, which I think is a lot of money, a lot of community dollars, what if we tried to support folks? I know that's controversial and people don't like it, but, UBI programs are a wild success, but we're talking about, shooting something out of a car for crimes that haven't occurred here because maybe, even though most of the cars move through Culver City, maybe this one is going to commit a crime. So, I'm disappointed. I'm sure this is going to pass because that's the way things tend to go. But I implore, I hope that we sit with the fact that a lot of folks feel very uncomfortable still in our community with even asking questions and raising concern about where we are and where our spending is. And again, I feel a privilege and a responsibility to be here and raise these concerns and ask questions about what is possible. And, I think that's a part of why I'm in this position. So I'm sure we have a motion and a second to support this $143,000 three-year contract for Star Chase. So maybe we should go ahead and do that and move on to A2. Thank you so much, everyone.
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to approve a three-year contract with Star Chase to provide pursuit mitigation technology in an amount not to exceed $143,689. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 nays. Nays from Mayor McMorrin and Councilmember Puza. Yeah.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Great. This is the City Manager, Jesse Mays, and I apologize I'm not able to be there in person due to family health reasons, but I look forward to seeing you all soon. I am here with a short staff report on this item. Staff recommends that the City Council discuss and provide the City Manager direction on determining the future use of the city-owned property at 11029 Washington Boulevard. On September 9th, 2011, the City Council approved purchase of the property. The property is a 0.2777 acre parcel containing a 4,660 square foot, one-story building with former retail and office use. It was built in 1953. The site is a corner lot with 20 parking spaces. It's currently zoned commercial community, but in the draft zoning code update, the parcel is proposed to be zoned mixed-use corridor 1 at 35 dwelling units per acre. Between 1953 and 2023, it was used as the Martin B. Redding gun shop. Escrow closed on October 18th, 2023. Martin B. Redding was closed, and they vacated the site by January 2024. The city has repainted the exterior of the site and installed a fence to secure the parking lot, and the city's artist laureate, Katie Krantz, has installed a temporary mural on the exterior of the building. Staff requests direction from the City Council on how to proceed with determining the future use of the property. Key items to consider related to community input include the format of the community input, what type of community input process does the City Council want to have, the timing, when should that community process occur? For example, at the very beginning of the process or once some specific proposals have been made. And then finally, the goals. Does the City Council want to develop community consensus around a specific use for the property, such as housing, public facility, open space, selling the property before soliciting specific proposals? Or does the council want to leave it open for any and all ideas to compete with one another? So we look forward as staff to hearing the discussion tonight and getting some direction from you on how to get the conversation started on the future use of the property. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Assistant City Manager? Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a number of public comments, 14 at the last check.
Okay, thanks.
So,
And does that mean 2 minutes, Mayor?
Yes, so just for everyone, I typically do, if it's under 10, 3 minutes. If it's 20 and under, 2 minutes. If it's over 20, 90 seconds. So that's just a blanket rule that I use and have been using. So yes, please.
so I assume John Garcia is still not here. Right. So after him will be Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, Andrew Flores, Jane Lee, Megan Odson, Melissa Sanders, Judy Sherman, James Richards, Katie Krantz, Gary Zeiss, Kareem Sally, Jim Clark, Jack Galante, and we have a repeat there. So our first speaker will be Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, who's online. Just one second. Janine, we've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I've been a cultural affairs commissioner for the past 8 years, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I am more than aware that our growing and vibrant city is craving more community-centric centers and green spaces to meet the needs of our growing population. We award grants for nonprofit performance groups, but we do not have enough spaces to host them. I've heard many community-centric and creative ideas about what could be done with the property. And I think that because our city is one of the most vibrant, creative economies in California and possibly the world, that we're intentional about our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dream about what that unique property location can offer and how we can activate our vision. I think that the way the city's been currently handling the envisioning of our parks and our safer streets with maximum potential for community involvement has risen to a higher standard. And I am hoping that the plans and dreams for the Washington Blvd property also meet those standards. So I'm wondering, since they're extremely busy with a host of pressing responsibilities, if our staff has the bandwidth to lead a vast community input process, and if the city should employ an RFP process to hire consultants to guide our community towards as close to a collective decision as we can get. My questions surround the scope of that RFP process. I'm curious if the city envisions a timeline to make these decisions, like if we would just change the current building, if we decide to sell the property, if we would lead community meetings, and how we would do extensive research surrounding what the possibilities of that space are. There's a lot of questions, and I am in full support of intense community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jane Andrew Flores, but is he here? Because he's not online. So Jane Lee should be followed by Megan Odson Goodwin.
I'm a Culver City parent. I have a sophomore at the high school, a lacrosse booster rep. We're always fundraising, and we have some hits, some misses, constantly trying to figure out how to get more money into the community. So one day I was like, okay, what can we do to get more money directly into our school district? We are constantly donating to the Goodwill, Salvation Army, other nonprofit unities. And I thought, well, if we created our own community Goodwill donation center where all the funds go straight to the schools or the city or a combination of both, my motto would be to like keep it in the family. And so Culver City residents would donate their Culver City goods to our Culver City community thrift store. And then that would benefit, the proceeds would then benefit the students, the schools, teachers, and then potentially the city at large. I particularly like this idea too because the students at our school could benefit from volunteer hours, and then they could also learn about business development, and they could also learn about hands-on training while they're at the community centers. And I would like you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Megan Odson Goodwin.
I just want to make sure to clarify that this discussion is going to be mainly on the procedure of outreach and what that will and could look like, although we'd love to hear your ideas as well. But this is focused on how we're going to move forward and engage. Thank you, Ms. Watson.
Good evening, Mayor McMorran and council members. I just want to thank you for moving forward tonight with opening community discussion about the former gun store property and to express, again, my gratitude to the city for purchasing this land parcel. It was an incredibly brave thing to do that has made a huge difference in the lives of so many Culver City families. Personally, I have no specific wishes for this property other than that it does the most good for the most people possible, please. Thank you. And semi-relatedly, if you don't mind, I just want to share that just about an hour ago, the school board passed a resolution that we brought forward on the awareness of gun violence restraining orders. And I would love to lift this topic up as a citywide initiative for a future agenda. I've had some discussions on GVROs with Chief Sims and Detective Bascaron and hope that we can move forward on creating local awareness around some life-saving gun prohibiting orders, especially seeing as how Gun Violence Awareness Month is coming up in June. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are online, Melissa Sanders and Judy Sherman. Melissa, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Hi. If it's mainly about process, I think that all the different like town halls that we had been doing for the Parks project were a great idea. But I do think since you're looking for equity and all the voices, you need to make sure that they are in different places at different times, online and in person, and try to reach the most people. It is going to be controversial no matter what you do. I hope that it is something that the city can generate a little of the cash back at least that we just spent on this piece of property, but it is definitely something that warrants a lot of public input in whatever possible way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman. Judy, Judy, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
overthinking or prolonged process is needed. Very short time for this process. The city has a history of missed opportunities for housing, especially affordable, and the staff is asking the city council for detailed direction about how the community should be engaged, etc. The directions to staff should focus on them finding funding, resources, etc. for affordable housing, and not any prolonged discussions. In contrast, the Fox Hill community was not given that opportunity nor courtesy, and yet for the small piece of property, 0.27 acres, such a detailed process is being requested. Maybe the reason why the upper echelons of staff want so much detail as to how to proceed is because of the location of the property, which is near single-family houses. The priority is for the city council to address the pressing issue of the developer-driven overdevelopment plans for Fox Hills. Remember, the due date to submit the city's general plan is October 15th. And so the time needs to be spent by the sitting city council to address the Fox Hills overdevelopment issue promptly, where time is really of the essence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be James Richardson, followed by Katie Krantz, Gary Zeiss.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for putting me in the back of the list so I can actually hear more of the concerns of the community about the building. I do think I do believe it needs to be moved upon quickly. I do have some ideas that can actually solve maybe 2 or 3 of the pressing issues here in Culver City. One of that is the reoccurring issue of funding. But I want to see what the community as a whole is really pressing on. And wherever the process is, I'm going to echo Melissa on this. Have it in more than one place and make it a hybrid so that people can actually attend. And for me, my concern goes back to what I said earlier. I'm pretty much still considered a non-resident, although I'm living in a permanent housing. So I really want to make sure that, you know, if I want to go ahead and bring more people to this, that all voices are being heard for this opportunity. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Katie Krantz.
Hey, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thanks for allowing me to speak. I know we're just speaking about process, but I do want to give a quick plug to an idea. In my role as Artist Laureate, I've met with countless residents and stakeholders. It has been incredible to offer arts workshops to people from all over the city. And I can't tell you how many times during these workshops, people have asked me, where can I take a class like this? In terms of an affordable art class, I've had a hard time thinking of where people can go. Of course, we have the El Marino Ceramics Hut, but it's very small. The Senior Center, but it's for seniors. Our community is hungry for an opportunity to work with their hands, to connect with other people. And unlike so many other cities of our size, we lack an art center. So the former gun store presents a unique opportunity. I've heard that the city hopes to make a return on its investment, which is understandable. And admittedly, a community art center is not a moneymaker. However, I see the solution could be a mixed-use building with housing on top and a community art center on the bottom. This would be such a boon for the community. The mental health benefits of art making are well documented because making art in community reduces stress and builds community. This is a vibrant, walkable, and diverse community. And when I was working at the site painting the murals, people stopped me every day and asked me, what is this space going to become? People were so engaged. They're so curious. So I urge you to whatever happens with the space. Of course, I'm an artist and I have my biases, but I hope you will implement a very rigorous process that includes as many people as possible, including folks from the La Bayona community, the King Fahad Mosque, the senior living facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gary Zeiss, and he'll be followed by Kareem Sally and Jim Clark.
Vice Mayor, Council, the mayor's not here right now. I want to reiterate what some of the people said, a rigorous process that involves the community. This purchase was made because of community pressure. Arguably, we were paid double what the value was, arguably, because of community pressure. That same community should be involved in the solution. It shouldn't be foisted upon us. It should not be done quickly. It needs to take time. It needs to have input from all sources. The school nearby that was a major driver in getting rid of the gun store should also be a major driver in what goes there, as well as the rest of the community. It's a neighborhood I live in, so I'm obviously concerned about it, but I know there are a lot of other people that are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kareem Sally. He's online. Kareem, I've unmuted you. Go ahead. Kareem, I've unmuted you again. Please go ahead. Kareem, you're online. I can hear him, but okay, we'll circle back to Kareem. So the next speaker will be Jim Clark, who's here in the audience.
Good evening, Mayor. Purchased the Reading Gun Shop. Culver Arts was also supportive of the repainting of the gun shop into an inspiring mural. And in fact, Culver Arts paid $4,000 to the artist for the painting of the mural. I think it's important that the process be a community process, a quick community process, but one in which there will be buy-in, because we want people to be supportive of what they've done. And I think a good example of that is what the Wyndham Museum did with building community support for the projects that it was doing. Now, as you consider the future of the site, among options is the construction of affordable housing. We would encourage the council to consider a mixed-use building with 3 levels. The top 2 for housing, preferably artists' housing, and the ground floor to be devoted to an art complex, be it a museum, gallery, or artist work and performance space. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante. He'll be filed. We'll try to circle back to Kareem.
I'll keep it quick. I think what the city has done recently with the Parks project and have the town halls have been really informative, and I feel like people's thoughts and wishes for those projects have been heard through those town halls. But I also think something that would be specifically useful for this circumstance would be a survey that is sent to everyone in the city. That way you have the equity issue. People get to feel their voices are heard. And I feel like this survey would come after multiple options are brought up and discussed and priced out, so people can understand if people want housing, they want housing. If they want an art center, they get an art center. But kind of let people like build your own kind of thing, so then you guys can see what people actually want to see this space being used for, instead of just throwing things at a wall and saying, oh, I think this could fit. I also want to add that artist in residence housing is very popular and is used by many nonprofits. And I think that's an interesting avenue to go into. It has worked for organizations that are centered in arts, and it gives affordable housing to artists and gives them priority. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try to get Kareem Sally. Kareem, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead. Are you?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I believe we should hold community meetings similar to those that we had for the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project to ensure that we have thorough engagement and feedback in person and hybrid meetings. Depending on the public feedback, we should also seek possible grant avenues to ensure the project's highest quality. The city-owned property should, in my view, be developed for three crucial purposes: housing, retail, and city services. Combining this function will allow us to create a vibrant, sustainable, and community-focused space that will meet diverse needs. Thank you so much.
That's the end of our speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank all the speakers for coming out and voicing some of your opinions and concerns. I like Mr. Galante's idea in terms of a survey, and I think it really is important not only to address those folks that are immediately impacted, those folks that live in the area, but do an extensive survey of the entire city. That being said, I think it's Mr. Zeiss, I think, said, about talking to those folks in the neighborhood. And it is a community, and we need to listen to the community and doing extensive research to those individuals that are surrounding there, some of our faith-based organizations, the school down the street, engaged, whether it's, hybrid meetings, Mr. Sally said, or I think various sort of where we go out in the community, meet the community where they're at, having meetings at, there's a church around the corner or community building, things like that, where we really engage in robust conversation with the community. But then more importantly, once we get those results and as a council to act upon them and to act in a way that is consistent with the community's desires and needs in that area. I don't know if staff is asking for something else, but I think I see the various formats, timings, and goals. I like to hold a community meeting with all ideas for the use of property, doing in-person and hybrid meetings. And maybe as we get near the end of the survey, if it's determined that whether it's mixed use or 3 stories or whatever it might be, in order to save money, the city can maybe create the entitlement process to sort of streamline the building of it, but that's later on down the road. I think our primary goal is just to do extensive outreach. Timing-wise is, I don't want to rush this. I want to make sure that the community has plenty of buy-in on it, and the goals are to listen to the community and develop what they deem is the best use for that land. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. I think this lends itself to what we did several years back. We were doing this, what we called World Cafes, so basically it is sort of a big meeting where we have invite everyone in the community to come, and then you get placed at different round tables, and then we have certain topic to discuss, right? That we heard a few suggestions already. More can be developed, I'm sure. And then you have this sort of World Cafe and concept for half a day, and from that there's a lot of ideas that comes out, and then it goes back to council, and council can start take the next step. So I would suggest that we would say, it could be tied in with the survey also, has been mentioned, but I think this lends itself for something like the World Cafe concept.
Councilmember Fusa.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to the Assistant City Manager for the staff report. Thanks to everyone for doing for this public comment. Also, just special thanks to the City Artist Laureate, Katie Kranz, for her artwork on the building currently, and thanks to the Arts Foundation for their financial contribution for making that happen. This was such a beautiful community process to make this happen. It was such a community victory. It was a council victory. So I want to continue in that momentum. As far as format, there were so many great ideas that I concur with. Keeping it a robust community outreach. Mr. Sally, I agree. The format that the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills has been great. It's been such robust outreach in so many ways. So keeping that outreach and then expanding that, because obviously that's been contained to Overland and Fox Hills. Mr. Galanti's survey, I think, is a really great idea as far as reaching out to everyone in the city. The pop-up events, Ms. Sanders and several people talked about online and in-person events, and then also just reaching out to those venues like the mosque and the school that's closest to the building, I think are really important. As far as timing, again, yeah, we just have to get it right, but maybe during the summer, at the end of the summer, narrowing it down to the top 5 or 10 top ideas, and then, putting details, cost details, if there's any revenues associated with it, just to give as much information associated with each of the ideas. And then as far as goals, just keeping it really broad and open at this time. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to all the commenters. Great ideas. I've got my own ideas, but I'm going to keep them to myself. I want to hear from all of you. Thanks a lot to our staff, especially Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays and City Manager John Nakbar. They really worked hard to make this happen when it happened. Big thanks to them and Councilmember Erickson for the suggestion to paint over the Reading signage, which I think inspired us to do the murals that we see. So thanks to Katie Kranz for her hard work and all the community around there that helped galvanize the broader community to make this happen. I think it's all been said. We need to have a robust outreach. I think Mr. Galanti's idea of a survey going out to the public at large is a good idea, along with community meetings. And also, I think it's in the staff report, a request for direction, but I think once we gather the feedback from the community, then we send out an RFP request for proposals to fulfill those needs that we want, or those goals that we have generated from the community. So whatever that takes, however long that takes. By the way, there was a comment that this is mostly single-family homes around there. It's actually mostly multifamily. Tilden and Bentley and Madison, it's mostly multifamily homes around there. I believe it's an SB 1000 neighborhood. So they need something good there. And there's some good energy already happening, and I'm looking forward to more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you to staff and community members for coming out and providing comment on this item. Really grateful for our community advocates who did so much to create this even being a possibility. I'm grateful to my colleagues for deciding to move forward in this direction. I'm very grateful for your support and supporting a community process as well. I sort of have a question about, just in general, do we have a standard of what successful community outreach looks like in Culver City? Do we as a city have like a standard for that? Or like this is generally what we do when we do community outreach? Do we have like a template that we base community outreach on at this time?
We don't have a playbook per se, but, you know, I've been here at the city 8 years, and it seems like there's certain things that have been popular and sort of become sort of the standard. Just when city staff talk about how to achieve community input, we know it needs to be broad and multifaceted. We need to use all available means, such as, you know, websites, hybrid meetings, you know, surveys, you know, in-person flyering, postcards, all that sort of stuff. That's sort of the gold standard, is to use all those different channels. So I don't know if that's enough detail for you, but if it answers your question.
It's certainly.
Mayor.
Thank you so much, Assistant City Manager. I appreciate that. What, in terms of, what have we done that kind of fits that, that standard? Is that like general plan? Is that better Overland? Or do we have things that have sort of checked the boxes that you've just named with website surveys, in-person cards, that sort of standard?
Yeah, I mean, I think several people mentioned the parks process, which is underway right now. I think the Billbots, Vets, Auditorium, feasibility study process is another example where we held several community meetings. We sent out a citywide postcard. I mean, the World Cafe format, whenever we've used it, has been very popular. We've done that for Daniel Lee's State of the City and talked about several different topics, you know, that were of interest to the city, and I think people really enjoyed that. We used that format as well for a short-term rental discussion several years ago, and that was very popular. I think people felt good about that. The Vende Creative Community Center several years ago, when we were trying to decide what to do with the former AmVets property, we held a large community meeting where it was done a little bit differently. There were some more specific proposals presented. Justin Jample, the director of the Vende Museum, presented a more specific, you know, idea he had for that property, and folks discussed it and, you know, chimed in with other ideas as well. So those are sort of the examples that I can think of that were all pretty successful. Oh, and the community conversations led by former Mayor Thomas Small. We had in Fox Hills to discuss sort of issues of importance to that particular neighborhood. It was a World Cafe format meeting, and we used, you know, in-person survey tool, poll EV, that was very popular and people enjoyed using that. And we got some good feedback from the Fox Hills residents at that meeting.
Thank you so much. And what does a scaled down version of community engagement look like that the city has done? Since we have some examples of like the broader engagement.
So scaled down, if you're not going to hold a community meeting or send out flyers, I think you can look at the Lindbergh Park sidewalk issue, where basically, you know, we blasted social media, we blasted email, we put out flyers in the affected neighborhood, you know, literally just put them up with tape, so told people to write in. That was sort of the quick and dirty input method, and I think it was fairly effective. There was a lot, you know, there seemed to be pretty good knowledge in the neighborhood of that issue, and the city got a lot of public feedback on the proposal to potentially put a sidewalk at Lindbergh Park. So it can be done, you know, to get, you know, quick and dirty input without necessarily having a community meeting. And that's definitely more scaled down. It's cheaper, faster, less staff time.
Got it. Thank you. And were the demographics representative in both of those examples, or do we track that? So the demographics of folks who participated, that goes to all demographics. age, race, ability. I don't know all the things that we typically ask about, but how are we measuring our success on those?
That's a great question. We did not. I don't think we have tracked that, except in our statistical polling that we've done with our polling company. We track that sort of data.
Yes, Mayor, I was just going to, and I think Assistant City Manager Mays just mentioned it. The only time we collect extensive demographic information is when we've done, scientific polling with FM3.
But didn't we collect, because we have some data around the general plan engagement, I'm thinking about how that was not very representative of our community for all the folks that are a part of our community. So I just want to make sure as we devise additional community engagement that we are thinking about how we can ensure to receive feedback from many backgrounds, income, age, race, ability, religions, and again, I don't know, I guess maybe we don't have to require it, but we just want to make sure that we are hearing from folks. So I don't know how we could go about, I don't know if there are best practices from ensuring that sort of cross-sectional response, but I know that the general plan was not a good example of cross-sectional representation for our community. So I am very grateful for that work and that outreach. I know the pandemic kind of made that more difficult, but we know that those responses were not representative of the demographics that we have. So I just wanted to, I guess my question is, how are we, in thinking about format, timing, goals, are we thinking about demographic representation as well, and how we might ensure that folks are accounted for in that process?
Mayor, I think,
absolutely.
Jesse, let me answer here.
Sure.
I think the only way you can ensure full and complete demographic capture is if you're going to do scientific polling, because what you do is you keep polling until you secure a sample that matches the demographics of your community. I think when you're having these other methods, people, it's only a fraction of your community that participates in these other methods. That's the power of scientific polling, is you end up with a really representative understanding of what your community's thinking. It's not just the fraction of the public that shows up to these various other methods. I'm not sure. I think that's the only way you can ensure complete representation that I'm aware of.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that. I don't know, Assistant City Manager, since you're, I know you had started to speak, but I didn't know if there was anything else you wanted to add to that. No worries, no pressure.
I would just say that, staff does have these conversations, and we do amongst ourselves talk about how we can reach different types of people in different categories, including, disabled and definitely different age groups, people with children, people without children, people in different neighborhoods. And I think when we're thinking about where to hold in-person meetings, those conversations come up, and also the timing of meetings. I think a lot of times we talk about having a variety of times, evenings, weekends, that sort of thing, so that people, with different work schedules and whatever can make it.
For sure, definitely appreciate that and lifting that up. So just the last thing that I'll, and as it pertains to sort of what our standards are for community engagement, the examples that we have to pull from, what a scaled down, and I didn't fail to ask about a middle, but I assume there would be some modicum of the scale down in the best case scenario. And I didn't ask about cost for any of these, but I'm sure staff has those examples available. I think that separate and apart from a scientific study, I did just while I was listening, I did look to this organization that empowers local government in equitable community engagement. It's called mrsc.org. And they list a couple of ways that sort of supports equitable community engagement. And they have some examples from other cities in terms of approaches that they have utilized to try to hear from various groups, from toolkits and just many resources here. So I just wanted to flag that. I know that staff has done a lot of research bringing this to us, but I just wanted to flag that as an opportunity to potentially look and see what other local governments have done aside from scientific studies that might allow for us to hear from more folks, because I continue to be concerned with, like, I think our general plan was about 80-ish% of our white neighbors, and most were over the age of, I think, 50 or something like that. I'll have to look back at my notes to confirm that, but we just want to make sure that we're hearing from as many folks as possible to ensure that we have a great process. And I definitely heard that from everyone who spoke this evening, who's very interested in how our format, timing, and goals will look like. So based on what I am hearing from my colleagues, it looks like there's consensus for the scaled up version with surveys, meetings, hybrid, allowing for potentially some, actually, I don't know if we got consensus for pop-up events, but more than 3 for surveys, more than 3 for community events or community town halls, more than 3 for hearing, reaching out to neighboring folks who are nearby. Timing seems to be a little flux from what I heard from my colleagues. I think that just to add my feedback on the 3, very interested in sort of developing a standard for our community processes. Hopefully we could have a more robust process for this, as there's been a lot of involvement, but I would love to sort of create a standard for what that could look like and continually be working on improving it. I think we should definitely have this be an item after we've done some community input, a robust version, and that includes an online form. I think that the timing should continue to be ongoing. Of course, robust in the beginning, but I think that those responses should stay open so that we can continue to be responsive to our neighbors. And the rest of this in the staff report is alluding more to time. So I think it should just be ongoing so we could continue to have that. I know MOVE is polarizing, but that website remains up and we can see, the progress of that. And I think that's important. And I'm not sure, it's really hard to have consensus around things, but I think if there's a way for us to track trends around specific suggestions, I think that would be helpful for us to sort of weight that. And also if we could tally what demographics are specifically asking for these things, or what neighborhoods. I know, the general plan, we had a lot of interesting workshops, and people were able to talk about like what neighborhoods they were from and gave different ideas, potentially things like that, like the World Cafe. It's not the same as a World Cafe, but I guess in the spirit that Councilmember Erickson lifted up and our former Mayor Lee had in his State of the City. So I guess I would like to see just a little bit more specifically what this would look like with like a sort of a rollout of sort of, 3 months or 6 months, or, what that could potentially look like with the various stages of community engagement, given I think we do have consensus for a more robust approach. Colleagues, do you have any comments after anything I've said, tracking the consensus items or anything else?
Yeah, I was just thinking just about the survey. I know there's some public comments. The common themes were, to do rigorous outreach and to get it right. And so I mean, I'm really for doing a scientific survey, and I don't know if we need to drill down specifically, but I think it's important to get a representative feedback in order to make sure we are doing rigorous outreach. So I think it's worth it to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
I think this is probably, and Assistant City Manager, you let me know, but this is probably going to have to come back before us with a specific plan for us to decide on. So maybe we could have that in some of the cost estimations included in that staff report with timelines and what things would specifically look like. Is that something that's reasonable in terms of a next step?
Mayor, after listening to the council discussion, we could bring back a more specific plan of action for the council to consider.
Madam Mayor?
Reflective. Oh, Councilmember Harrison.
I just want to point out, we're talking about one building that needs to be torn down, and something else had to happen, right? And I don't think we should overdo this whole process. I think it's enormously important to involve our residents, right? And that's where I think the World Cafe has been very successful when we've been using that a number of times over the years. But I don't think we should sort of, it's not a new general plan. It's not redo all the parks, We're talking about one building, one lot, and we know. So the community input is enormously important. So I would start with the World Cafe that will generate a lot of input. At least the ones I've been at before has generated a lot of good ideas, a lot of, discussions, and it's a half a day thing, usually. And then that comes back to council, right? And then we can sort of look at, do we need more? Or is this actually so good so we can start moving forward with something more concrete? I'm just, we're busy, staff is busy, everyone is enormously busy, and I don't think, for me, we don't need to make this into sort of like, almost like a general plan type of process with a lot of things, We do one meeting or two, depending on location and so on. But really, I know you have probably not been at the World Cafe, because we did that a lot in 16, 17, 18, 19, that whole, up to COVID happened. And it actually was working very well, very effective. So I suggest that we sort of slim it down a little, so we get actually some forward movement.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think somewhere between what you're talking about, Councilmember, and what the mayor is talking about, I think it is important to get a representation of the community as it matches, in our demographics. I think it'll, as Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays mentioned, in Lindbergh Park, they flyered the neighborhood, and they got great response. The neighborhood around the former gun store is a very diverse community. And then, as the city manager mentioned, a scientific survey will fill in to match, they'll stop calling a demographic once that has been reached, and fill in the spaces where we're lacking in terms of, matching our community, our city's demographic. But in terms of simplifying it, I agree it's not a complex question. What should we put there? That's kind of my, the guidance that I would say is, I mean, there's something to be said about a World Cafe where people exchange ideas, and someone hears something and it's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. But I just thought of this thing that, builds on that. So I see the value of that, but it's also what should go in there. And I guess it's infinite, but I think most people are thinking one or two. We heard it from the audience and online. It's you know, kind of the same stuff. People have different priorities. But I don't think it needs to be an exhaustive conversation so much as it needs to be more of a thorough representation of the community. That's my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my only hesitation with potentially only doing a World Cafe, I think it's probably evidence with Councilmember Erickson's point that I think I've only been to former Mayor Lee's seat of the city that was a World Cafe, but here I am now as the mayor. So I care deeply and love this city, but for whatever the reason, either I didn't know or I wasn't tapped to participate. So I don't think that just because people are not showing up or they might not have a half a day to engage in a particular event, it doesn't mean that they don't care or that they don't have something to contribute. So I think it might be, you know, maybe it's a both end, or maybe we look at, you know, some options of what this could potentially look like. I think cost is, you know, just in light of everything, is going to be a really important factor, as well as ensuring as we hear from everyone. But that's why I think kind of drilling down on what community engagement looks like and what our general standards are for community engagement could be helpful in just navigating this. Also, so the community is aware of what, you know, the robust standard looks like, a middle standard looks like, a scaled down version looks like, you know, and having that very clear for folks. So it seems like there is consensus to have something come back with sort of some options. I know we've heard Councilmember Erickson wants to have a more scaled down version, interested in moving quicker. Our Vice Mayor discussed, you know, this is not, you know, there are infinite options, but we heard some trends here tonight. Ultimately, we're answering the question of what needs to be at this facility and this space, and we want to engage and ensure that we have a representative feedback. I definitely agree there. So staff, do you have enough to potentially bring something back? And what would enough time be to sort of bring that back for the public?
Definitely have enough. I think, you know, I understand where the council's headed. Probably July or August coming back.
Okay, that sounds great. Do you need anything else or any other concerns from colleagues? I don't think we need one because the staff is coming back. Or just correct me if I'm wrong. Do we need a motion on this one? This just looks like.
No, we don't.
For direction. Okay, just wanted to verify.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So we are on to A3. I'll step in the back really quick, but we have speakers back there.
We still have 32 people. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor McMorran, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and fellow council members. My name is Thomas Check, Senior Traffic Engineer with the Public Works Department. Tonight, I am here to present on the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project. We say it often in council, it's posted on flyers throughout the office. Culver City is a place for everyone, and with streets that are designed that way too. This is the underlying principle by which we design our roads today, to be inclusive for any mode and any ability. And this evening, we're seeking council's approval to submit a grant application for the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project and provide direction on future community outreach and stakeholder engagement in support of the project. As the council knows, the Better Overland Safer Fox Hills project really comprises of two sub-projects that have been combined. The Overland project, which was previously termed the Overland Playa Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvements Project, and then the Fox Hills project, which was previously called the Fox Hills Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan and Bikeways Project. The Overland project proposed a north-south regional active transportation corridor. It's highlighted on green on that map on the right. Staff did apply to an active transportation program grant, cycle 5, so that would have been 2020, but was not awarded the grant. While the project had strong interest due to its geographic reach and regional connectivity and project alignment, we lost points in areas because of the unprotected bike lanes and bus route proposed along the project corridor, which didn't demonstrate a best-in-class facility design. The Fox Hills project, last August, City Council directed staff to seek grant funding for Phase 2 of the project's implementation. We're currently in Phase 1. I will be returning to Council in June, actually, requesting approval to award a construction contract to begin work in that neighborhood for speed humps. Phase 2 is for permanent build-out. In looking at grant programs at the state and federal level, the proposed improvements in Fox Hills closely aligned with what the active transportation program seeks to deliver to communities. However, staff found that the project standalone would be highly unlikely to succeed, given its limited geographic reach and lack of larger multimodal connectivity and lack of regional connectivity to other facilities like the Bayona Creek Bike Path and the Venice Boulevard protected bike lanes. However, when considered together, the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project represents a regionally transformative north-south active transportation corridor that staff believe has a significantly higher likelihood of receiving funding. The goals of this project are distilled from previously adopted plans and policies that take the same Culver City roads we all know, but propose designing them in different ways. So the 4 underlying priorities of this project, pedestrian, accessibility, bicycle, and transit. Culver City streets are made for walking, and that's what we're proposing to do for this project. The project proposes widening sidewalks, repairing sidewalks that have been uplifted or damaged over the years, installing high visibility continental crosswalks where they don't exist today, and installing brand new crosswalks altogether to get across big intersections like Hannum and Slauson. Dedicated to people with disabilities. Culver City is for everyone, but a lot of the roads that they're designed today make it difficult for people with disabilities to get around or people who have children in strollers. This project proposes to upgrade over 100 ADA ramps to directional ramps that point into the crosswalks they serve, which better serve users with visual impairments by directing them across the street more positively. Biking for all ages and abilities. By saying biking for all ages and abilities, it means anyone from 8 to 80 will feel comfortable and confident using the facility. Through our community feedback and stakeholder outreach, we found that many members of the public are what we call the interested but concerned cyclists. They're people who want to bike but don't do so today because they don't feel safe. And then last but not least, better bus stops and transit connections. This project proposes to upgrade all bus stops along the project corridor to include a transit shelter, a bench, waste receptacle, and real-time arrival displays. Some of the transit stops are not even ADA compliant today, meaning that a person in a wheelchair wouldn't even be able to use the stop to get on the bus, and we propose to correct that wherever there is a deficiency. So always the best topic, funding. So Council has previously allocated funding toward Overland and Fox Hills through Measure M MSP funds and general funds. However, the estimated construction cost is approximately $24 million, which brings us to the Active Transportation Program. The Active Transportation Program is a biannual state grant program. We're in cycle 7 now. Applications are June 17th. It's highly competitive, and a 20% local match is required for the highest scoring level in the local match section. So conceptual plans were attached to the staff report for this report. And to develop those conceptual plans, staff used a 3-step project development process. So step 1 consisted of existing conditions analysis and plans and policy review. Staff looked at various policies such as the city's complete streets policy, local road safety plan, and bicycle and pedestrian action plan to inform what improvements are copacetic and consistent with these documents. Staff also performed a parking study. We did 12 parking counts over 3 days, 2 weekdays and 1 weekend, to identify areas of low and high parking utilization. and to retain parking, to prioritize parking retention in areas of high demand. Overland between Braddock and Bayona Creek was found to be an area of high nighttime parking demand due to adjacent residential land uses. And then through our community outreach and stakeholder engagement, we found that a lot of people felt that parking regulations along certain portions of the corridor didn't properly suit the needs of residents and businesses today. So to pair with this project, we will be reevaluating all parking regulations along the corridor. Okay, so this is just an illustration of Alternative A that was included in the conceptual plans. It maintains parking on both sides of the street, but implements left turn restrictions at the unsignalized intersections because the space that was previously used for the center turn lane is dedicated to the parking on the west side of the street. I should note that parking is proposed to be retained, I'm sorry, not parking, but the left turns are supposed to be retained at these signalized intersections along this portion of the corridor. Alternative B maintains the center turning lane, but as a result of that, parking must be removed on the west side of the street. Staff also performed a traffic study. Traffic volumes were collected during peak hours on 2 days, 2 separate weekdays, and existing conditions and travel times were modeled using that data, using a traffic simulation software called Synchro. We would then validate that data using a third-party traffic data aggregator named ClearGuide. On Overland, we found that 2 vehicle lanes would be maintained in each direction for the entirety of the project corridor. However, turn lanes were proposed to be reduced or removed where insufficient right-of-way exists. The impact on vehicular circulation was anticipated to be negligible based on the proposed conditions that we modeled. In Fox Hills, lane reductions were proposed on Green Valley and Bristol Parkway to discourage cut-through traffic, reinforce residential character, and it was found that the impact on vehicular excuse me, my mouth is very dry. Apologize. The impact on vehicular circulation was anticipated to discourage cut-through traffic. Okay, so moving on to community engagement. So based on the findings in step 1, staff developed preliminary conceptual plans to serve as the basis for conversations and outreach with the community. And in total, staff hosted or attended 12 events over about a little over a month period and launched a project webpage which can be accessed at culvercity.org/betteroverland. On this slide are a few examples of advertising materials that we use to get the word out on the project. The left 2 images are door-to-door flyers that were posted. The right is a postcard that we mailed to the Fox Hills neighborhood at the request of the Fox Hills Neighborhood Association, advertising the Fox Hills Community Open House. Staff also hosted 2 walk audits. Staff hosted 2 walk audits as part of this event as well. One started at Veterans Memorial Park and went south to Blanco Park. And then another one took place in Fox Hills, and we just did a loop through the neighborhood. The community's knowledge really helped us zoom in and refine specific improvements that staff may have otherwise missed because we don't necessarily live on the project corridor, areas where people have experienced sight distance issues at intersections. And so we had staff there with actually the project plans printed out, and we were circling and highlighting areas as people were letting us know what they saw and what they found and what their experience was to make sure that we were looking into those things later in final design. Okay. We also hosted 3 community open houses. One was at Veterans Memorial Park, another was at Blanco Park, and a third was in Fox Hills at a nearby hotel. The conceptual plans were printed out and displayed on large foam poster boards to provide a block-by-block overview of the proposed improvements in each respective portion of the project. And staff were available to discuss the designs with the community, receive any feedback, and really help us form the project's design and refine the proposed improvements. We also hosted 2 lunch and learns. This picture here is of a lunch and learn that we hosted at Culver City High School. We had about 45 students attend. They shared their perspectives and their priorities on how to create, a better Overland, safer Fox Hills. A lot of the students there actually lived in Fox Hills and remarked how this project would make it accessible for them to bike to school, whereas today they don't feel safe to do so. We also posted feedback forms and surveys at all 28 of the project's signalized intersections. The example in the picture on the right is a picture of the feedback form at Hannum and Playa. It asks the community a series of simple questions. Do you feel safe crossing the street, walking your dog, jogging at night at intersection name? The QR codes were geocoded to those locations. So this was an exercise intended to capture people's feedback where they were actually experiencing the project corridor. We found that most people, let's see, about 22% of total respondents said they never felt safe using the intersection at which they were taking the survey, with a total of 44% saying that they didn't feel safe most of the time or never. We also launched a feedback portal on the website, so people that couldn't make it to these events, maybe didn't see a flyer, could still go to the website and provide their feedback to city staff. Okay, so after concluding this phase of community outreach, we took all that feedback, we read it, and we refined, and we're continuing to refine. About 310 members of the public attended various community events. 120 feedback forms were submitted through the project's webpage, which with about 630 intersection surveys submitted. In the staff report, I think I said it was like 5 something. I checked it again today, and we're now at over 600 intersection surveys. In total, we got about over 1,000 comments received through all of our engagement channels. And based on this feedback, we have been revising the conceptual plan. So that list at the bottom of the slide just lists a few examples of what we're doing. We identified over 20 new locations that are in need of sidewalk repair. We're investigating intersection visibility at Ocean and Overland. We're looking at widening the sidewalk adjacent to Vets because high pedestrian activity there. It's only a 5-foot wide sidewalk. So these are just a few of the examples. So returning back to the 4 underlying goals of the project, we identified improvements. So again, this is a summary. I'm trying to keep it brief here. On the pedestrian side, we're proposing sidewalk-facing streetlights, high-visibility crosswalks, a new pedestrian signal at the Julian Dixon Library, as well as 4 new crosswalks in Fox Hills, 3 of which are on Green Valley Circle. Dedicated to people with disabilities, as I mentioned prior, directional ADA ramps, slip lane removals, and ADA-compliant pedestrian push buttons. The project also proposes 5.3 miles of concrete protected bike lanes that will connect to the Iona Creek bike path and the Venice Boulevard protected bike lanes, which connect to many other things as they go east and west. Better bus stops and transit connections. As I mentioned, we're proposing to upgrade all bus stops to our current standard with the Transportation Department. So next steps. As I mentioned earlier, staff are seeking approval to submit a grant application to the Active Transportation Program. The deadline to submit the application is June 17th. If approved, over the summer and fall, we will continue to refine the conceptual plans and conduct community engagement with the council's direction to make sure that we're really capturing an audience that's reflective of everyone that would live, work, play, or otherwise use the project corridor. In winter of this year, grant recipients are announced, and if we're awarded, the earliest we could take a funding allocation from Caltrans is summer 2025, July 2025. So we anticipate starting construction shortly thereafter, and it should take about 3 years. The pictures on the right are not real. Those are just like mock-ups of ways that we would try to get the word out, streetlight banners, just flyers, kind of inviting messaging, conversational graphics, things like that. So before you tonight, the motion before council tonight is that the city council approve the conceptual plans for the project, authorize the public works director to apply to the program with a 20% local match. Staff is also requesting approval to apply to other grant programs should they come up from here till learning about the ATP announcements, adopt a CEQA exemptions for the project, and then provide direction regarding additional outreach and stakeholder engagement.
And just really quick to follow up, thank you for the presentation, Thomas. Motion number 1 does not ask for the council to necessarily provide a preferred or recommended alternative, rather that the conceptual plans can move forward still in the conceptual phase in terms of alternatives or a mix of ideas that can be still blended or come up with as we move towards the final plans. So in essence, you wouldn't necessarily have to choose one of them tonight, but we obviously would welcome any of your comments and feedback.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from colleagues before we move to the public? Sure, Councilmember Vera.
Andrew and Thomas, thank you so much. You guys took the time to really reach out to each one of us and make sure we understood everything in front of us. Question, I've gotten a lot of emails in terms of protected intersection. Can you just describe really quick for some of the folks listening what that really is?
Yes, they're also referred to as a Dutch-style intersection. So a protected intersection physically separates a bike lane from vehicular lanes all the way up to the intersection. So conventional U.S. design is to kind of just end the bike lane 50 to 200 feet shy of the intersection, and it becomes just a dashed line where cars and bikes are forced to merge together. A protected intersection eliminates that merging conflict. And also proposes corner islands at each of the four corners of the intersection that provides a dedicated refuge space for bikes to wait. Which has the byproduct of moderating right turn speeds for vehicles, which increases yielding compliance to pedestrians. So kind of got a little technical there, but they effectively protect vulnerable users at the intersection much more effectively than standard intersections.
All right, thank you so much. I have a bunch of other comments and some minor questions, but I'll hold off until later on. Thank you both again. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. First thing is the numbers you telling us. You say that the project cost estimated 24 million?
That's correct.
More or less?
That's correct.
You say that 20% match is 4 million?
Yes, so...
That must be new math.
I know, it's kind of confusing how ATP does it. So the funding request from ATP is 20 million, and then 20% local match of that is 4 million. And so that's how we get the total project cost of 24 million.
Okay, then it makes sense because,
Yeah, I've
20 is
not really a math guy myself, but.
And you think that 24 million going to be enough?
That's what our current estimates are projecting based on the latest engineers' estimates from our consultants.
Any room for inflation?
Yeah, we did apply an escalation factor and a contingency.
Okay. Well, the only project I've seen so far that comes in under budget and before time is this building. So, I'm not going to hold my breath for that one. Beginning, I don't know. From Venice, going down Overland, basically the whole Overland from Venice to Washington is LA City. And you have that in the presentation here with a lot of redesign and stuff like that. Is LA City on board, and do they have money?
Yes, they are on board. We've consulted with LABOE and LADOT, and they are going to be providing their portion of the local match for the work within their jurisdiction. It's about $100,000 for that intersection. We are doing it through just a simple permitting process at LABOE's suggestion. So they won't be a partnering agency on the application like we are for Bayona Creek, but instead their city engineer is going to provide a letter of intent to permit the project should we be approved with the grant.
Okay, but they're going to pay for their portion?
Yes, they are contributing their share of the 20% local match.
Okay, thank you. That was my two questions.
Councilmember Fuson.
Thanks for the presentation, all the work, and all the outreach that you did. In the disability subcommittee, or the committee, they were talking about the ramps onto the bus from the bus stop, and something about the height issues. Was that reconciled? Do you recollect or remember what I'm?
Yes, there was some concern about how the concrete island could be incompatible with like a minivan's ramp coming down.
Yep.
So we're continuing to work with the senior center, and actually I need to schedule a ride along with that van to kind of understand the geometrics of it. We are proposing breaks in the concrete island as a response to feedback like that. So someone that's in a wheelchair would actually be able to pass through an opening in the island as well, instead of like one continuous strip of concrete that one would have to step over.
Oh, great. Thank you. You mentioned the street banners. What else will go in the public awareness campaign, or is that still under?
That's still under formulation. It would be a variety of things: postcards, flyers, streetlight banners, collaborations with the school district.
Right, one step at a time, right? I think that those are all my questions at this time. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No questions, really. I appreciated you and Ryan getting on the phone with me this morning, and I was able to ask all my questions in. I just want to thank you guys for all the outreach you did and being flexible in, your way of thinking and accepting input. I think it's great. I've got some points where I can point out where you've done that later on when we give our comments. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. How many comments do we have?
We had 34 people currently signed up.
Okay, let's move forward.
Before we start, there are 5 people signed up to see their time to the same person, but only one person can do that. So I will call your names in case you'd like to actually speak on your own behalf when we get to you. Our speakers would be John Garcia, David Metzler, David Coles, Robert Savinelli, Adrian Killigrew, John Schneider, Dorothy Sad, Janine Wasowski-Scalin, and Sarah Tyndall. There's a whole group more, but that's just the first group. So is John Garcia here? No, so we're moving on to David Metzler, who is online.
And everyone will be getting 90 seconds.
David, we've unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I really want to thank all of you and the staff for doing an amazing amount of public outreach and continuing to take input to make this project as good as it can be. I really believe this is an incredibly impactful project that will change the city for the better and save children, seniors, and all residents from injuries and death due to traffic violence. In the last 14 years, the city has produced 2 bike and pedestrian action plans. Firstly, we've done a lot on the plan side, but fallen short on the action side. A3 changes all that and puts our money where our mouth is. And even better, most of that money comes from outside the city in the form of a grant. To put 14 years of plans in context, my daughter went from preschool through high school during the equivalent time period. She will not be able to benefit from the safer crossing to school at Overland and Farragut. She will not benefit as a 12-year-old being able to safely cross Green Valley Circle to Fox Hills Park for AYSO soccer practice. And while my daughter will not be able to experience these improvements as a child, thousands of other kids will. And this week, when she returns from Boston as a college graduate, she could still benefit because she will still go to the library as an adult and to the grocery store and the Vets Park. So those same improvements that could have benefited her as a child can still benefit her as an adult. So I urge you and I thank you for passing this for all of us and for improving the safety of everyone who walks, bikes, drives, and moves through Culver City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Coles. Is he here? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I enthusiastically support this plan, and I hope that you will authorize the Public Works Department to go ahead with this grant application. It's an amazing opportunity to get some much-needed investment in especially Fox Hills, which is the part of our city that's been neglected for far too long. We need to reduce car dependence and give people alternatives for how they want to get around. It's not about telling people they can't drive. It's about giving people options to get around in other ways, and especially actively. We all could use that for public health and environmental health. The north-south connection is the most glaring omission in our city's active transportation network. And Fox Hills is probably one of the most pedestrian and bicycle unfriendly parts of town. So this plan, if we are able to achieve it, will really go very far to address that. And I'm really excited about it. And I think the work that staff have done is just incredibly impressive. So please authorize the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Savinelli, followed by Adrian Killigrew. Is Robert here? Yes. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Council.
I wanted to just let you know that I'm here to speak in favor of the application for this project. I was very impressed with everything that I've seen so far, so thank you for all of the hard work so far. As a 9-year resident of Culver City and a former HOA board president at Lakeside Village and also Lakeside Villas, I'm speaking for myself, not for them, but I think this will be really great because I live right next to the intersection, one of the intersections that we're talking about. And I wanted to say that there's, with the way our schools are not really having as high scores as we've had in the past, so there's some concern amongst people that I know of our property values. Putting some project like this into place would pretty much give some more confidence into people that the city of Culver City is up and coming. My only request on the plan is that we make sure that the trees are not being disturbed, and also would suggest that at the corner of Overland and Jefferson, we consider having 2 right turn lanes when you're heading north on Overland, not just the one that we have, because right now there's a pileup of cars that are trying to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Killigrew, followed by John Schneider, and then Dorothy Sad.
Dear council members, I'd like to thank the transportation team for doing just the most amazing job. I can't even imagine how hard you worked there. It was insane. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for residents to have an environmentally friendly option to connect to our city. I plead with you to approve for the transportation team to apply for this grant. Fox Hills is like an island surrounded by busy streets, and they're overdue a major overhaul on the way they get around. A north-south protected bike lane does not exist in West LA other than the beach, so it's really needed. I think you need to think to the future, not to the past. This isn't just for like the next couple of years, it's for the next 50 years. I think Beyond Creek arrived in the 70s. You can see the impact that it's made. Also, I work in the bicycle industry. Our company we've had about 300 to 400 customers in the last 9 months. Most of them actually live in Culver City, and we have heat maps, and we can see where they live. And we haven't had one customer from Fox Hills, just to give you an idea of, as you're saying, if people want to bike, but they won't unless they feel safe. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. So I think if it's there, they will use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Schneider, who's online. John, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
30-year resident on Overland at the Windsor Fountain condo complex that's across from the public library. In general, I understand the city's desire to improve roadway sharing of bicycles and vehicular traffic. My main concern is this project as proposed. I am requesting the city not approve it. There are good parts, expanding, sidewalks and adding a crosswalk near the library. The main problem I have with it is the Class 4 bike lane that's proposed for the majority of Overland. This is actually against what the Public Works Department's own bicycle and pedestrian action plan proposed. Class 4 bike lanes do not automatically, under all conditions, improve safety. I know from my own experience, Class 4 bike lane puts you out of the sight of vehicular drivers, and you're also separating by having parked cars blocking the view of drivers, so that there's an increased chance at driveways and heavily used driveways, which is the library and the condo complex. There's just increased risk.
Thank you. That's the end of your time. Okay, our next speaker is Dorothy Sad, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalin. Dorothy's still here? She left. Okay, so before I go to Janine, I just want to read the next group of speakers. This will be Sarah Tyndall, Mary Duvall, Bubba Fish, Stephen Schaller, John Allen Weber, Ron Basilian, Chad Nelson, Frida Dillinell, Edwin Conway, Horos Kalig, Senia Andani, and Bakhtavar Mystery. So that'll be our next group of speakers. Okay. Okay, we can do, one person can do that. So, okay, we'll get to that. Let me go ahead and, Janine, we've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. First of all, I'm listening to this and I think I'm understanding that this process is not complete yet and there's time to still receive feedback from neighbors in Culver City regarding this project. I hope I'm right. I just want to make sure that should the city go forward with this grant, that you make sure that the neighbors who live in Fox Hills and along Overland, including the neighbors who live in the condos like Windsor Fountains, as well as the business owners along those corridors, are specifically engaged to be part of the process and the envisioning, because they know how they get in and out of places where people park for their businesses, if they're residents, how they get in and out of their homes. And I'm very concerned that we are mindful of how they do that. And I also want to make sure that pedestrians are a big part of this focus, because there are a lot of people who do not bike or can't bike for some reason, and but they would like to walk. And I'm also wondering if you've considered raised intersections such as Jefferson and Overland, which was mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sarah Tyndall, followed by Mary Duvall.
I'm also a resident at Windsor Fountains, and for those of you who don't know, that's between Braddock and Bayona Creek. It's a large complex with over 400 residents of all ages, and we do not have guest parking in our complex. People rely on the parking on the street. Not only the people that, our family, our friends, our caretakers, and especially delivery people. They are always in that center lane. There is no room for them anywhere else. Delivery people, movers. It's a big consideration that I don't think anyone has addressed. Okay, in addition, it's not safe to leave our driveways, to get in and out. I know one of your proposals doesn't eliminate all of the middle lanes, but just think, if you have to stop in a traffic lane to make a left turn, the traffic will constantly be backed up. There's nowhere else for you. You're just stopping all traffic. It's not just a little inconvenience. It is a safety issue. The center lanes are buffer lanes where you wait until you can safely merge into traffic. And that will not be available when we leave our driveway to go south, to go towards Jefferson. Okay, there are also the paramedics, the fire department. They also take up traffic lanes, and we have to.
That's the end of your time.
I didn't mention the most important thing. Do I have another few seconds?
Sure.
Please?
Sure.
No?
Sure.
Okay. I grew up in Montreal. We had the greatest transportation system. Metro, buses, all coordinated, speed, convenience. Bike lanes were introduced, protected bike lanes, much later. And it worked very, very well. I'm all for bike lanes. I hate being in the car. But we don't have good alternatives here. And until such time, I think we should leave the existing bike lanes that we do have and the parking spaces along Overland Avenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Bubba Fish. And Bubba Fish has had time ceded to him by Aaron Lieberman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'd like to start by congratulating our staff on an extraordinary project. They have been extremely responsive to everything that you have asked for, including traffic studies and parking studies, and they have been extremely responsive to information they have heard during their extensive public outreach. Most importantly, our staff has learned from their past mistakes and successes. They have studied why we have not been successful with the grants in the past and how other communities have triumphed. And they have applied that learning to this project and process. Taking all of this experience and hard-earned knowledge, they have woven together a project that includes every stakeholder in the community. All of us will give and all of us will gain. No one gets everything they want, and everyone gets something that they want. All aspects of this project depend upon the other aspects of this project in order to receive this very competitive grant. We cannot pick and choose what we'd like. It's all or nothing. We must depend upon each other if we're going to get this done. The granting agency will be looking to see if we have a positive regional impact, if we provide connectivity, if we have the highest safety standards for all modes of travel, including cyclists, pedestrians, wheelchair users, transit users, and motorists. They will not applaud efforts to maintain the status quo. They're looking for transformative change. Our staff has designed for that change.
Thank you, Mary.
I don't get it. Our staff has designed for that change.
Thank you, Mary.
I don't get an additional time.
It's up to the mayor.
If you want to finish your thought, similar to how we
Thank
did
you.
this.
Our staff has designed for that change, and yet they have managed to retain aspects of our current configuration so people can be comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bubba Fish, followed by Stephen Schaller.
Good evening, Council. What a fantastic presentation, and thank you to Thomas and Andrew in Public Works for all the work that y'all did to get folks engaged in this vital project. I just wanted to uplift Jackie Mosier, who was an attorney walking in Fox Hills in 2022, and she was hit and killed by a truck at Doverwood and Green Valley Circle, which is one of the intersections covered by this project. Her friends and neighbors remember her as a very kind person, always willing to help others. And it goes without saying that Jackie should still be alive and with us today. Her story is all too common. Traffic violence is the #1 killer of our kids ages 5 to 14 in the county. But traffic violence is also both predictable and preventable. We know the tools we can use to save lives. We just need the vision and the fortitude to stand up for those tools. I've used my bike to get from the north side of the city to Fox Hills, and it's certainly not comfortable for all riders 8 to 80. Cars are zooming past you on Overland, often going 45 to 50 miles an hour. And in Fox Hills, there are many blind curves with no lanes at all. So I urge the City Council to approve this grant application. This project is essential to ensuring safe north-south travel across our city for people using bikes, scooters, and other micromobility devices. It'll create the longest protected bike lane in the city and make Fox Hills a safer place and more enjoyable place to walk, bike, and drive. This infrastructure improves safety for everyone, including drivers. And I really appreciate the time and the work you guys have put in. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Schaller. The next person up that is Joe Allen Weber, who has ceded his time to Frida Dillanell. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I wanted to voice my strong, enthusiastic support for the better Overland and safer Fox Hills in the implementation of the first north-south corridor of protected bike lanes. You know, when I tell my kids that we have some errands to run, their first response is, "Ugh, are we going in the car or can we take the bike?" They may not have been born in LA, but their disdain for traffic would make you think they're native Angelinos. Thanks to the protected bike lanes on Washington Blvd, more often than not, we hop on the cargo bike, instead of the car, but the only safe routes runs east-west. And without a safe bike route to get north to south, there is no network. and I do not want to die at the hands of a distracted driver who swerves into a painted-on bike lane. And a protected bike lane that connects to the east-west routes would be a huge step forward in creating a more usable network. When my kids get older, I don't want to have to put another car on the road, further clogging up the motorist hellscape and contributing to more pollution. And they don't want that either. They want options for getting around that don't involve sitting in traffic. This is a pivotal moment for the future mobility in our city. Let's give people options that don't involve getting behind the wheel of an automobile. One that's good for their physical and mental health, good for the planet, good for pedestrian safety, and good for the flow of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Basilian, followed by Chad Nelson. Ron's online. Ron, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Hi, Council. First, apologies for A1, although I suppose giggling kids might be the best argument for public safety I could make. I really have 2 words about this, lane closures. And if I could make it 3 words, irreversible lane closures. We've been swindled on these things like twice, if not more. They promised pie in the sky at downtown Grandview in Mar Vista. They came in, took out a lane, and left. They promised these sorts of things. Downtown Culver City, they took out 2 lanes. And when we flipped the council because it was so unpopular, now we've got a CEQA lawsuit to try to get one of the lanes back. So what's happening here? Are we going to discuss how many lanes we're going to close to make this happen? Are we going to discuss how much traffic in an already clogged artery is going to get further backed up because of this? I agree on the basic point that, until you have proper alternatives, you have to realize we're in a car city. And not all of us can have a life without a car. Some of us have jobs and families. We have to shuttle kids around miles away, et cetera. So please discuss the lane closures that are going to happen on this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chad Nelson. Who is he here? Because he's not online. Okay, so we're moving on to Frida Dillinell, followed by Edwin Conway, if you would like to speak. Frida's been, no, as we explained at the beginning, only one person can do that. So we've seated.
Before I begin, we have supporters. Businesses. Good evening. I'm Frida Dillinell from Windsor Fountains Homeowners Association, located directly across from Julian Dixon Library. The proposed Better Overland project will have a negative impact directly on our community. We disagree with Plan A's elimination of the center turn lane. It's dangerous. Our residents and any vehicle attempting to turn left from Overland into a driveway are exposed to a significant new accident risk, needing to cross double yellow lines while also blocking an entire lane of traffic. Our residents or any vehicle exiting a driveway, driving south on Overland, will be exposed to the same dangerous accident risk. We also disagree with Plan B's removal of parking spaces and eliminating the ability to turn left when exiting our driveway, as it is illegal to cross 2 sets of double yellow lines, as proposed in Plan B. It should also be emphasized that we live in a high-density area with schools, a library, and small businesses depending on street parking. Limiting parking spaces also raises safety concerns for residents required to park at long distances, such as myself. We propose to you Plan C, which include following the Public Works Department's bicycle and pedestrian action plan by keeping Class 2 bike lanes on Overland between Culver Boulevard and Jefferson, or Venice and Jefferson, as supported by the June 2020 traffic flow study, which shows there are about 50 bicyclists versus 15,000 cars and trucks per day on Overland. No other data is available to this date. Improving Class 2 bike lanes by using bright green paint and reflective markings for additional nighttime safety. Installing the long-awaited crosswalk by La Bayona Creek entry gates. By doing that, we will allow the
Safeway two-way center turn lane to extend beyond Windsor Fountain's exit gate, allowing our residents to make a left turn onto Overland when exiting the building. We cannot do that with your Plan B. We have submitted to you over 1,000 signatures in support of our argument. We implore you to listen to the concerned voices of Windsor Fountain's residents, businesses, and community members, and suspend the advancement of the Better Overland Project, Alternative Plan B, or Alternative Plan A. We urge you to explore alternative solutions, such as our Alternative Plan C, that will prioritize the needs and well-being of our community while preserving essential resources such as street parking and center turn lane. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next group of speakers attempted to cede their time, but if they would like to speak, they can do this. So now Edwin Conway, Koros Khalid, Sina Adani, and Bakfar Mystery.
Ed Conway. I wasn't prepared to come to this, but it seems from listening, we've got Fox Hills concerned about Fox Hills, and we've got Windsor Fountains, where I've lived for 33 years, concerned about Overland Avenue. Why not split the project and let it be two separate proposals? That's all I got to say.
Okay, so if no other speakers from that group. All right, so the next group of speakers will be the following: Chris Michael, Alex Hedbany, Melissa Sanders, Judy Sherman, Marcia Jacobs, Jim Shanman, Robert Mome, Gary Zeiss, Kareem Sally, Jack Galanti, Angela Soraga, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, oh, we already got her, Spencer Pogrzelski, Palvi Mohammed, Aaron Lieberman, and who ceded his time, so we're taking him off, and Eric Shabsis. So the next speaker will be Chris Michael, if he's online. No, I'm not seeing Chris. So then the next speaker would be Alex Hedbany. Is he here? Okay, and he'll be followed by Melissa Sanders and Judy Sherman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Hedbany, and a resident of Culver City for the last 3 years or so. Venice and Overland originally, now Venice and Dunn. And I've taken all four methods mentioned, jogging, biking, car, and bus out to the Westfield Mall and other commercial areas, and currently neither any of the above are pleasant. Sidewalks are in poor condition. There's no curb cuts, so biking is challenging on the sidewalks, and it's not pleasant to move around pedestrians either there. And so I end up avoiding all commercial areas along that route if I can. I visited the Better Overland Safer Fox Hills open house, and it seems like a great compromise for all modes of transportation. There are very few parking spaces removed, I believe in the single digits, and only a few spaces where lanes are condensed. So it seems like a project where everyone wins. 80% of the cost is covered by the active grants, and it'll be a great investment in our community as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Judy Sherman, and then Marcia Jacobs. Melissa Sanders is online. Melissa, go ahead. I've unmuted you.
Thanks. I love when my name is mentioned that Yasmin always leaves. I am very conflicted about this whole thing. Obviously, the sidewalks desperately need to be fixed. We desperately need a crosswalk at the library. There's many crosswalks and just like pedestrian crossings that need to be done. But the higher part where Overland and Culver and stuff are, to eliminate any parking is problematic, not just for the condominiums, but also the small businesses. I mean, I go to the chiropractor there and sometimes I can't find a place to park. There's a cafe that we're wondering who's going to take the spot. They're not going to take the spot if there's nowhere to park. We have lots of also festivals and stuff like that at vets, and we need the parking. I mean, I just had an all-staff meeting, and every single parking spot around commercial and residential, we took everything up. So my other concern is for the safety of the drivers, that when you lose that middle lane, where they can't safely pull to the side to make a left, or, go in to continue going south or north, it is problematic. So I think we need to look at some options. If highlighting and doing things like reflective paint, Australia has like glow in the dark paint at night, really focusing on our class 2, making those safer and more noticeable, doing things that will improve the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman.
Again, City Council. On behalf of the Fox Hill Neighborhood Association, a letter to support grant funding was submitted to Mr. Check. While much hard work was put in and greatly appreciated by Thomas Check and his team regarding these plans that are meant to decrease cut-through traffic and speeding in the residential area of Fox Hills, the timing of these plans is not lost on some of us in Fox Hills, as for years we had urged improvements with only minimal changes. With the developer-driven plans to place the bulk of the state-required 3,341 units on the south side of Slauson, the end result will be increased traffic on the residential streets, which will also result in increased environmental pollution. We are a threshold SB 1000 priority neighborhood. Pollutants will not know to stop at Green Valley Circle. There will be no bubble protecting the residents, and this very likely going over 2,000 units. Developers would not build parking spaces if they thought they were not needed, as they have consistently complained about the expense of building them. Unless the sitting City Council addresses the 100 units per acre density designation on the south side of Slauson as a priority issue, sadly, some of the aforementioned plans will be canceled out because of the stupidity and inequitability of the plans to overdevelop Fox Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcia Jacobs. Is she here? And then she'll be followed by Jim Shanman and Robert Moma.
I didn't realize I was going to be called to speak, but I am very much against doing anything on Overland between the north of the Bologna Creek. There's a whole bike lane all along the creek. The people who want to bike, we don't need. I rarely see any bikes at all on the bike lanes on Overland, or on many of the other streets either. They keep talking about we need more and more. There aren't that many people that are riding bicycles. And so I don't think we should eliminate the central lane in Overland and other streets. We need that desperately, and it's a safety measure. It's how we can turn left when we exit our complex to go south. And in order to get into our parking lot, we need it. So please don't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Shanman, followed by Robert Moma. If he's here, Jim Shanman. Yes, he's online. Jim, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Although I serve as the city's Safe Routes School Coordinator, tonight I'm speaking as a resident. I enthusiastically support allowing staff to pursue funding for this first proposal, and thank you to staff for their outstanding efforts to hear out the community, with even more outreach to come should they be awarded the funding. The project will be transformative by adding much improved mobility options and much needed connectivity to existing infrastructure, as well as traffic calming measures designed to slow and better manage speeds throughout the entire corridor. It also adds vital connectivity to our schools, the Leslie Lake College, the adult school, the library, Fox Hill, the transit station, Westfield Mall, all things our current and former and future generations rely on. And as climate change becomes more intense, cities must take action like this to encourage fewer car trips, which can only be accomplished by providing options for residents, especially when you consider that half of all car trips are 3 miles or less, and half of those are only 1 mile or less. In the recently released report, data collected by the CDC found that crashes involving motor vehicles are a leading cause of death among those younger than 55. The Federal Highway Administration reported that bike lanes could reduce crashes on local roads by between 30 and 49%. And we already know that the more protected the lanes, the more people bike. It's also been found that a significant reduction in vehicle speeds in the presence of marked bike lanes has been documented. A 21 to 28% reduction in speeds for vehicles turning right, and 8% speed reduction in vehicles traveling straight, just because bike lanes were added. Clearly, this project will benefit not just cyclists, but all road users. It was a tremendous opportunity for the city, and I hope you allow them to move forward with their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Moma. Is he here? And then followed by Gary Zeiss.
Hey, good evening. My name is Bob Momey, and I'm a senior. I've lived in Culver City for 34 years, and I've been a bike commuter primarily for most of my adult life. I did 25 years commuting from Burbank to, from Culver City to Burbank to Warner Brothers. And these days, I have to get down to Boyle Heights most days to take care of my parents. Normally, I'm way gung-ho on any bike lanes. The more bike lanes, the better. And a lot of what I've seen in the plan is really nice and really good, particularly the stretch between Bayona Creek and, on Overland between Bayona Creek and Culver is a problem. Class 4 bike lanes are something that look really good in demos. Riding a bike, the only thing you got going for safety is your vision, or the primary thing you got going for safety is your vision. Putting a Class 4 bike lane there that way severely limits your vision when you're riding. It would severely limit cars' ability to see you when they're crossing. Pedestrians on a setup like that is a problem. And stuff that's left in the road, the Class 4 bike lanes don't get cleaned. Streets stay cleaner, other stuff. So basically, I would never ride in that bike lane. There's other Class 4 bike lanes in streets that I used to ride on that I don't ride on anymore. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Zeiss, followed by Kareem Sally, and then Jack Galanti.
Mayor, Council, staff, thank you. That was a really great, well done proposal. One of the speakers said, think about the future, not the past, which is a great way of looking at things until you remember those who forget the past repeat it. And right now we're facing a lawsuit. Why are we facing a lawsuit? Because we tried something out of the box. And when we decided as a community that that thing wasn't right and tried to change it, we got sued. This proposal includes some very interesting intersections. They're called Dutch intersections. Last I checked, we're not in Amsterdam. At the end of the day, they may work here, they may not work here. But my fear is if we try and change them, there'll be yet another lawsuit by yet another group who thinks that they're the next best thing since sliced bread. So please do not move forward with anything until we get some certainty as to how these things are going to go, or some insulation within whatever we pass that we can actually change it. Finally, there's a lot of talk about diversity and diverse opinions. Most of the proponents of this proposal, as well as most of the proponents of MOVE, were white guys younger than I am. You can't deny that. I don't see people of color standing here. I don't see a lot of people my age standing here or older. White guys, not even a lot of women in their 30s and 20s, 30s, and 40s who would normally want to bike because there's a lot of other reasons not to. So please, please think. Let's not repeat the past. Let's not set us up for another lawsuit by another set of activists. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kareem Sally. Kareem, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I fully support this.
No.
No, I'm so sorry, you've already spoken.
Can we please put stop, look, and listen signs in the city of Culver City at schools and everywhere else, because more people get killed because they don't look to see if a car is coming.
Okay, Kareem, I've unmuted you again. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. More people get killed because of cars. The cars are the issue. I fully support this project. The staff has done a fantastic job in communicating and developing well-designed plans. We had plenty of meetings. Where were you? This project is worth every penny. This grant is crucial for meeting our Vision Zero goals. It enhances our safety and improves our community's overall quality of life. Madam Mayor, council members, I cannot stress enough how tonight's vote is incredibly important. Tonight is the night you will choose between the safety of all residents and the comfort of a few drivers. Tonight, you will also choose to start to mitigate our climate change crisis or put yourself along the Ron DeSantis of the world. Looking forward to a positive outcome. Thank you. Another note, regardless of tonight's vote or whether we get the grant, I will encourage this fantastic team to develop other project and grant applications to benefit our fair city. I appreciate their mindset, and I will hate to see those talents go to another talent because of a lack of support. Thank you so much. You presented the best project the city could get. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galanti. He'll be followed by Angela Sariga, Spencer Pogorzelski, and Pavli Mohammed. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I do want to say a huge thanks to Andrew and Thomas in the Transportation Department. They've gone above and beyond to finalize a plan that fits all of the community's issues with the project, and they have given them multiple options. I support all items related to A3. My other thing that I want to bring up is this protected bike lane will become the first and only protected bike lane from north to south in LA County outside of beach protected bike lanes. I want to also add that it will expand safe access to the library, nearby schools, the senior center, Labano Creek Pathway, Veterans Memorial Building, and Veterans Park. Similar projects in Santa Monica include 17th Street and Ocean Avenue, which have shown actively used. Since installed in 2022, the Ocean Avenue protected bikeway has seen an increase of 10% in cycling and has reduced, and protected bike lanes reduced 90% of injury collisions compared to regular painted bike lanes. Of course, I am disabled and biking is for everyone, and elderly and disabled people feel safer in protected bike lanes that are protected from cars and other traffic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Sariga, but I'm not seeing her online. So moving on to Spencer Pogorzelski. You can tell me how to.
Good evening, Council. I'm a senior at Culver City High School, and I've lived in Culver City my whole life. And as someone who lives, works, and studies near Overland Avenue, I want to support applying for this grant. I was blown away with the public outreach around the project. I participated in the event with the city engineers where we walked along the project route, and other residents and I pointed out places that felt unsafe, and I was surprised by how many of those points this plan addresses. I'm fully confident that the plan they came back with is going to work for both bikes and cars. Just a few examples out of many. I work at Mathnasium on Overland, and I bike home from work every evening. And by the time when I reach the end of the bike lanes, I have to choose between riding on the sidewalk and riding in traffic on Overland, and slowing down the motorists behind me. And at the intersection near my house, it's controlled by a flashing red light that people frequently rolling stop at, and I don't feel safe crossing that street, and this plan would put in a signaled intersection there. I urge you to take advantage of this grant money. The deadline is about to pass, and we need to act now, and the city staff have given us a plan that enables us to win this grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pavli Mohammed. Is he here? And then Eric Shabsis will be our last speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm happy you've given me an opportunity to speak to you, not in the morning this time. My name is Pav Mohammed. I am the president of the Emerald Estates Homeowners Association on Overland across the street from Windsor Gardens. I am not here speaking on behalf of the association. This is my own comments. I agree with the comments made earlier regarding the middle lane. It is integral for any of the homes that are in that area for us to enter and exit our communities. It's already dangerous enough, but removing that entirely would make it nearly impossible to get out of our communities safely. I personally am not opposed to the Plan B removal of parking on the west side of Overland, as that would make it actually easier for me to and safer for me to exit my community, because oftentimes the parking there blocks my vision looking northbound on Overland. One thing that I am very concerned about, though, is the bridge crossing Overland at this time. I think it is already very narrow, and the plans that I've seen so far do not look like they're really going to address that even by removing the middle lane. So that is something I want to see further review of as we continue. I do support moving forward to getting this money and improving our lanes, but we need further study and further outreach to the nearby community in order to get a really excellent plan going forward. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Eric Shabsis. Eric, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
Tonight, I'm actually speaking on my own behalf. The engagement events that were hosted. But the purpose of my speaking this evening is to commend staff on a great process in designing this project and community outreach, specifically Thomas Check for his thorough and robust outreach. This plan is exemplary and the outreach top-notch. This is the gold standard. If the city did outreach like this, of this caliber for the MOVE project and listened like staff did here to all stakeholders and the community, I would suggest the outcome, buy-in, and acrimony would have been different. Again, Thomas and the Public Works staff should be commended for this exceptional project, compromise, and the best outreach I've seen with unparalleled responsiveness.
Okay, that's the end of our speaker list.
Thank you. Councilmember Pedestrian.
Thank you, and thank all the speakers for coming out and sharing your concerns and opinions on the project. Staff, Andrew and Thomas, thank you both so much. A few questions. How do we address the concerns, especially of those folks living in Windsor? You know, I got some emails, and I wasn't really sold on the idea of the center lane is not a good idea. I thought, yeah, what's the difference? But I went out there and I sat there for a few days, and I see the difference. I see how important that center lane is. On one day alone, in a matter of about an hour and a half I was there, I think there was 9 different delivery trucks that pulled in the center lane to offload items for those residents on that area. So. And then pulling in and out, how do you successfully pull into the complex if that center lane isn't there anymore? So what do we do moving forward to address those concerns, concerned neighbors?
Thank you for the question. So alternative B would still allow the left turns in and out of the driveway. However, there would not be a separate center running two-way left turn lane. So to resolve that, alternative B does offer the center running two-way left turn lane. The two alternatives were developed after hearing from the community the value of parking in the area, but also the value of the two-way left turn lane.
And just to add on that, I guess moving forward, we value to hear all of the comments. I mean, as you saw in the staff report, there's not a staff recommendation. We're wanting to hear from everyone, knowing that, as some folks mentioned, that there is going to be some sort of trade-off no matter how you slice it. There are pros and cons for everything. So we know that center turn lane is important to a very big group of folks. in the same way that parking is important to a very big group of folks. In certain sections like this area, you cannot accommodate both and still achieve the goals of the project that were outlined and that we're pushing for. So it'll be a process as we go through. Again, we're not here to push one or the other or to say one is superior, but looking to really try to get a feel for what fits, and maybe there's something along the hybrid lines where we include it in some areas and not others, depending on the conditions, just as a speculation or throwing it out there. But in terms of a process, that would definitely be evolving, and we see how we march toward the final decision through the committees, through the further outreach, and through checking in with the council ultimately.
Sorry. You know, I think one of the speakers, I think Ms. Dalen was talking about you know, being mindful of the community and the community needs. So I appreciate that. At least we're going to do further engagement. I know time is an essence on this in terms of applying for the grant. If we're fortunate enough to get the grant approved, and say for whatever reason it doesn't work for various reasons, we binded by that? Do we have to continue going through, or can?
Yes. The underlying core principles of the project that we'd be committing to in the grant application, i.e. the protected bike lanes and the pedestrian improvements, would need to remain, or else we would be at risk of forfeiting grant funding.
So the option of doing away with the Class 4 protected bike lane on that stretch of Overland, that's non-negotiable.
That's correct.
So for me, it's yes and no. I mean, I know you can't have it both ways, and no matter what I think we do, we're going to piss off every sector of the community. But I think it's really important to continue with the extensive outreach. Ms. Sherman was talking, and I had some of the same concerns also up in the Fox Hills area. In terms of the traffic study, have we factored in the development that is potentially going to go in that area, and how that affects any of the traffic studies that we've done, or what that's going to look like?
So the preliminary traffic studies looking into the Fox Hills area haven't, because a lot of those projects, they are still in the permitting process or haven't even been submitted. We haven't applied what those project footprints or units into the model. As they begin to formulate or solidify and actually become submitted to the city, we will include those in our models, but not at this time.
And two of the projects that the city is aware of are located adjacent to Hannum, and no lane reductions are proposed on Hannum. It is still proposed to be 2 lanes in each direction.
So the lane reductions would be, what, GVC and Bristol?
Yes, and on Bristol, we are also, what's still on the table is just a lane like swap. Currently, it's 2 southbound lanes from GVC to Centinela and 1 northbound. We may consider swapping that and still be able to put in the Class 4 facility. Green Valley Circle is where we heard the most comment about cut-through traffic and the desire to calm residential speeds. And so that is where we are proposing more firmly the lane reduction.
Yeah, you know, going into this, I was, I guess I didn't think about all the unintended consequences that this will bring, especially to some of the groups who voice their concerns. I worry for those residents, and it's not just that group of residents, because once they're not there anymore, it's going to be another group of residents that are dealing with the same sort of issues. And I just don't know how we're going to mindfully engage with them and create meaningful change if those items are already concreted in. We can't change certain aspects of it. Ms. Dillanell, I think, came up with an alternate option. Was that something, let me take that back. In reviewing all of the speakers, is there something that, reviewing all their needs and wants and how we can make this work for everyone, obviously it's not going to be 100%. We're going to have to give and take, and there's going to have to be some compromise. But is there a way to apply for the grant but come back with maybe some workarounds or some alternate ideas in terms of addressing some of these residents' needs?
Well, in terms of the core improvements, as I mentioned, we applied for this same grant with Class 2 bike lanes on that segment and lost the grant application. So as I mentioned prior, those fundamental features would need to remain. However, everything, I guess, more to the center of the roadway is still up for public participation and input, and that could be shaped. The active transportation program doesn't really care what happens to the vehicular lanes, so to speak, and so that's what we would continue to engage the community on and shape.
Yeah, and to directly answer the question, Councilmember Rivera, yes, we will explore all the different possibilities. We will not leave any stone unturned to see whether we have A, B, C, or D, or E in terms of what can fit and what we can accommodate to try to make everything work for everyone. And that's what we plan to hear from the community, and then again go through the committees and come back to council for that feedback and approval. Leaving no stone unturned, and again, no particular bias that we have other than wanting to make it work for each particular segment.
Right. I understand and appreciate that. Like I said, my concern is for some of the maybe more senior drivers who are not able to navigate. And it's difficult even for me to try to turn into those laws. So, I mean, as long as we can come back and address some of those concerns, I think, there's, like I said, it's a compromise. Obviously, the Class 4 is sort of locked in, so we're unable to change that. But if we can work with something towards that center lane, so at least we maintain that and work around that, and that sounds like that's altogether possible, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I guess for me, like I said, it's yes and no, and it's all about compromise. And I think when we get down here tonight, like I said, there's not one section of the community that's going to be happy with any of us. And I guess that's when you know you're doing something right, when everybody's pissed off at you. And I think this project is going to, quite frankly, do that. I set aside my personal opinions and especially the money that this is going to cost. This is a good chunk of money that the city has to come up with. But ultimately, is it worth it? Yeah, it is worth the future. Because it's not about me and about riding a bike, but it is with the future. But I think what we need to do, and I believe when somebody said, I don't want to name names, I can't find it on here, but we can't worry about a certain sector of the community. I think our job is to worry about everybody in the community, whether you're pro or against us. We need to be concerned with everybody's voice, and how we amplify that and really address their needs is where my concerns are. So I guess, stop beating a dead horse. I don't really have any other questions, as long as we can address some of the middle lanes. And then if staff can go over some of the concerns that were read today and try to address that moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. We will continue to do that.
Okay. For now, that's it from me. Thank you guys again for your tremendous outreach, but more importantly, reaching out to us individually and going over this with a fine-tooth comb. I know it's complicated. There's a lot of moving parts on there and a lot of options. So I really appreciate it. And, Eric was saying that the outreach that was done was incredible. Maybe we can apply some of that outreach to the gun store, but you guys did an awesome job. I thank you. And please, let's try to incorporate everybody's needs and wants in this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. To start with the outreach, it's been fantastic in the sense that you have done enormously amount of meetings and stuff. It's been done in 30 days, and I think that's the problem. This is a big project, and we know that residents doesn't always wake up in time and so on, and things needs to go on for a little longer. So even that I've been enormously impressed with all the things you have done, I think that pushing everything through in 30 days is not fully beneficial to all our residents. But going back to this project, so you talk about in the staff report that for this grant, factors used when scoring the application include a project's potential too. And the first one talks about increased walking and bicycling, especially among students. The segment that we have most problems with, which really is the Overland segment from Overland all the way over to El Rincon, more or less, right? The elementary school. And I said this so many times that no young person in their right mind who lives in the upper crest or lower crest will bike this way. The fastest way, the safest way is to bike through lower crest to the Kingston. And, that's a cul-de-sac, but we only put in boulders and stuff. So you just bike through that. I do that quite often. Done that quite often. I haven't biked with my hips for a while. And then Kingston goes to Jefferson. That intersection is an intersection that we really should put an emphasis on, because there's a lot of kids who walk that way and to bike that way. You get into Lindbergh Park, you get up to the walk bridge and over the Bayona Creek, and you are at the school. That's the fastest, closest, safest route to school for everyone who lives over in that area. They will not bike Overland from Jefferson and up, right? That will not happen because it's longer. So this whole thing that, especially among students, is a little iffy on that aspect. Other areas, Fox Hills, I'm pretty sure that's going to work very well, but that section is not true. And the other aspect here is, it also says that transform to non-motorized environment, including the potential for a project to support existing and planned housing. Well, the project obviously doesn't support the existing housing. We have heard from hundreds and hundreds. They even had a petition with, 1,000 signatures, right? So we are not supporting existing housing. It's going to make that housing less attractive, less interesting. So and I get it why we do this. I do that because we try to get money for the Fox Hills project, which we really want to do, and I've been part of putting money into to sort of do the planning and everything, and we've been going through a couple of iterations and so on, and we need to do things there. And then we looked at improving Overland, and it failed when we applied, right? We didn't get the money because we need a class 4 bike lane. So therefore we put in a class 4, but we haven't done the study, we haven't been thinking about it, we haven't done anything. We just say we need to do a 4 so we can get the grant. Maybe we shouldn't go for the grant because we are not ready. We haven't really looked at this. And this reminds me about when I was part of pushing the MOVE project, right? There was Alex Fish and I in the mobility subcommittee that started that whole thing, and we felt it was great, and we looked at everything, and we pushed that through. And then all the unintended consequences happened. I promised myself I would never, ever be sort of hustled into, there is an emergency, because it was the same thing then, there was a grant we could get, right? A Metro grant, and we need to get the application in and, all that stuff. Because it makes for bad policy. So we are doing the same mistake again, and I think someone said if you don't learn from history, you repeat the mistake. And for me, this feels like repeating the mistakes from when we put in the MOVE project. It wasn't fully cooked. This is not fully cooked. We have heard, and I have some other, on Overland, and if you look at going north on Overland from the bridge coming up, right, in the morning, there is a ton of cars who make a left turn into Garfield because they're going to the tri-school complex. You have taken that away without any comments, without any thoughts. And what happens then? All those cars goes up to the next intersection, which is Braddock on one side, Franklin on the other. That's where we have all the kids crossing. That's where the crossing guards are. So now we're going to shove all the cars up there to do left turns. We need to, there is more in here that have these consequences that we haven't really fully vetted. Maybe it's good. Maybe there is a way to sort this out. I don't know. But as I said, I'm getting sort of vibes from history and the MOVE project that this is not completely cooked. And everyone knows I don't like bidirectional bike lanes on part of projects. So we're going to have bikers cross from one side of the street to the other over at El Rincon. It's really, it is a good solution, right? It is a problematic whenever you have those crossovers. That's some of my comments, really. And someone mentioned that we are looking at this for the next 50 years. Yes. Therefore, we should really make sure we get it right. So we don't need to sort of redo it, change. And I saw your comments where you said that, okay, the protected bike lane and the concrete little, concrete barrier, whatever it is, 4 feet high or 4 inches high or whatever. And then the ADA people said, hey, how are we going to get our wheelchairs from our cars if we park there and so on? I started getting me thinking, since I've been walking with a cane since I just got my hip replaced, right? That would have been a very tough problem for me, because whenever I was riding with my wife and I needed to get out of the car for the first 4 weeks, if she parked too close to the sidewalk, the distance between the seat and the car and the sidewalk was so I couldn't get, there was no strength and it hurt like shit. So she had to, swirl out, and then, I got out of the car. And I was thinking, people that have mobility issues, having these protected concrete in front of a lot of parking spaces might not be the best solution for ADA issues. And we screwed up at the MOVE project on ADA. We didn't concern ourselves. We didn't care about the people who have mobility issues, right? Which created a lot of issues with people who get dropped off downtown, a lot of complaints. Same thing here. It's, we talk a lot about, we have a diverse community. We have a lot of, people of every shape, form, and mobility. So we need to think about all those issues that people that are not a perfect 35-year-old, healthy, but actually have some issues. And so I'm glad you realized that and you did some cutouts here and there. But here and there is not really, it sort of is an afterthought, right? Which is great because you listen, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? But I'm sure there are more of those when we start looking, really looking. When we put on those glasses and look with the lens of someone that has mobility issues or in a wheelchair or whatever, right? So currently, we have about 50 bikers a day on Overland. And this is a street I go up and down at least twice a day. Either I walk, well, actually I walked today. For the first time since my surgery, I walked from my home to the office. Or I drive then, right? So 50 bikers. So we put it in and we improve them, the bikers, with 100%. So we go from 50 to 100. We still have 15,000 cars going. We haven't really done much to sort that out. And now I'm coming back to my issue with public transportation. Mass transit is the only way to solve this. Bike lanes not going to solve this issue with everyone needs to jump in a car and drive around, right? It's not. So I really been looking, we had a presentation, you came and presented to me and we had a discussion and so on. And I've been looking at this up and down and back and forth. And every time I look, I see something else that's wrong. And as I said, it gives me stomach ache because I remember when we did MOVE project. That was fast and furious. And I think we should actually be slow and methodical instead. And we might have to forego the grant this time. There's going to be another cycle. Maybe we are ready then. Maybe we figure this out then. So to my colleagues, there is a lot of issues with this, and how much we lock in is really the scary part, because if we get the grant, we have locked in class 4 bike lane through the whole project, which limit the options quite dramatically. And do we really want to do that, or can we wait to the next cycle 2 years from now and maybe have something that we have had buy-in and we have had a lot of vetting and it's beautiful? I think that would be better. And one thing, there's a European study about these kind of projects, road diet projects, bike lane project that takes part of the public right away. And they actually looked at why does some of them work and why does some of them not work. And it's about, in Europe, what they studied was about 50% of the projects actually didn't work and got reversed. What they found as the number one reason for the reversal was that the cities, communities, municipalities hadn't taken enough time to really work with the community, with the residents, and work through everything. Those were the projects who failed. And that's why MOVE failed. And I'm so worried that we're doing the same mistake again. So I would recommend that we continue this work, but we wait for the next cycle. It's every 2 years. Who knows what the state's going to do, but with the budget deficit and so on. But I think that just because this is what we have to do to get the grant, this is what we failed last time, doesn't make that a sound reason to make this design and this decision, right? I think we should do it another way and spend the time. So thank you. And thank you for, as I said, your outreach was just amazing. It was, but it was so quick, so a lot of people, they didn't really notice that this happened, especially when we get sort of 1,000 names who are opposing this for one reason or another. Thank you.
Councilmember Cozy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff. Thank you to all the public comments, to everyone who really sat down and thought about the project and the impact it might have. Just a shout out to staff and all the public outreach that you all did. You've been responsive and continue to be responsive. I appreciate that. Thanks for going to the Disability Committee, as I've said. I know the outreach in Fox Hills was particularly appreciated. We got flyers on our doors, neighbors were discussing it. This is a part of town that feels particularly disenfranchised, so to be included in the conversation, I know neighbors were very appreciative of that. I know Fox Hills in particular has been waiting for years. We've been talking with, I've served on the Fox Hills Neighborhood Association, I've talked with Heba, if you remember that name. So this has been years in the making, talking about things like traffic calming, pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, and solution to mobility issues like cut-through traffic. So this is something that's been advocating for years in the making. The outreach and everything should be a model. One of the reasons I really wanted to serve on a council is to increase connectivity throughout the city for our children, for our seniors, for people with disabilities, for everyone, knowing that everyone is not going to ride a bike or take the bus. Some people will walk, they'll roll, they'll ride, they'll take the bus. But one person's off the road, when one person's taking the bike, that saves more room for people that have to drive, that are taking their kids in the car, that can't ride a bike or walk or take a scooter or whatever. But the point is, we're offering choices and we're offering options. It does seem like keeping the middle the middle of the road open for turns is the most practical choice. This is also about health. There are, it's common sense, and also just studies show that using public transportation, walking, using your bike helps reduce diseases associated with a sedentary lifestyle. It also can affect your mental health. I think the community is starting to see the connectivity that's being built around the city. Whether it's the metro, the bus system, the different parts of the city, the Ballona Creek, all these different connection points that are starting to come together. Again, we're seeing different choices, the different options for people to take to get around the city. Because the point is to reduce traffic, to hit our sustainability goals, and provide alternative modes of transportation. These projects will build more connections to other projects. It might be subjective, but depending on the alternatives, it's a negligible loss of parking spaces. It's also about safety and sustainability. The point is to create a safe network. There are many ways to think about it. Do you build it and they will come, or do they come and you build it? But as we've heard a lot of public comments tonight, a lot of people won't even get out onto the street because they don't feel it's safe. So we build the networks of safety and then people will come. Making sidewalks and bus ramps ADA compliant to make it safe for our seniors, for older adults and disabled folks. So for all those reasons, I support moving forward with this. I'm applying for the grant, still working with our community members to make sure that we get those fine details. There's been so much that you have been so responsive, and you've shown that you continue to be responsive. Like I said, I think that we should move forward with this. Thank you. Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all those who commented from home and here. While my colleagues have been talking, I've been listening and reviewing the versions that we have here. I want to preface what I'm going to launch into with the MOVE project downtown. Those who know how I voted on making adjustments to that. I think that the process, if I recall, was there was some community engagement, but when COVID happened, there was this opportunity to grasp to make it a more bike and transit oriented project than maybe it was initially spoken of, and it was taken, and street parking was taken away completely from downtown. Like on Washington, there's a little bit left. But it felt like in the end, it wasn't much of a compromise. And at the time, we didn't know what it was going to be, and I understand Councilmember Erickson's concerns about repeating that, but that's not what I see is happening here. I agree that we're in a tighter window of 30 days, and I brought up issues, when you walk or ride an area. By the way, hey Spencer, one of my scouts, was one of our speakers tonight. When you walk or when you're on the concrete, you get to know an area better. And just in having conversations with Thomas and Ryan, earlier today, I spotted some things that are concerning to me with either option. In a really specific area between Franklin and Garfield and Farragut, where Grace Church is, and most of the folks that go to Grace are seniors, and losing parking would be a big deal for them. But to give them parking means that we don't have the center turn lane. So that's an issue that needs to be worked out for sure. I know that in front of Artistic Nails and the Spot and Scott Stevens' new game business for the kids on the corner there's 3 20-minute loading kind of temporary parking spots as well. So that's a concern. And then as I'm hearing from the Windsor Fountain folks and from Pavi from Emerald Estates, I'm looking at this more closely, and I talked about the no left turn with Thomas and Ryan with that concern there, and they pointed out that on South Overland, below the crest, there's 4 cross streets that don't have the center meeting either, and there's that whole neighborhood coming out of there, and they don't have that center. And I was like, okay, well, then maybe it wouldn't be such a loss. But looking at the driveways that are coming out of Windsor in particular, I didn't notice this going southbound onto Overland, that driveway right by the creek. In both version A and B, they can't turn left.
If I may clarify, that was an illustration error. Both versions will allow a left turn southbound out of the southernmost driveway of Windsor Fountains. We will be removing one of the double yellows, so it'll just be a single double yellow.
Okay, well, that's a big deal. Okay, so that's good to know. So this is where it's important to meet with the neighbors as this process goes on beyond now. I really recommend having a meeting in the Windsor Fountain Community Room and also at Emerald Estates to make sure that, because they live it every single day. They know what that's about. They know the challenges that they have today, and they can accurately project or have a good sense of the challenges that will be before them here. Something I've never researched or asked, and I'm hoping you guys know, I'm sorry I didn't ask this question before, but I didn't think about it until now. Gentleman, didn't catch your name, but that commutes quite a bit by bike. He mentions the dangers of Class 4. Is there data is Class 4 data-driven the safest way to travel by bike?
Yes, at the National Association of City Transportation Officials, they're generally the gold standard, if you will, in the U.S. on safe active transportation design identifies protected intersections and Class 4 bikeways as the top treatment. Just recently, earlier this year, Caltrans released new complete streets guidance based on the speed limit of a road and the ADT, average daily traffic. And a road like Overland is squarely within the roadway classification that should have Class 4 bike lanes. The concerns and comments expressed earlier about daylighting or sight distance between motorists and a bicyclist is something that we are being particularly sensitive to ensure that both modes at intersections have time to see each other, react to each other, and negotiate the space to resolve the concerns that were raised.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, you know, some other points that weren't brought up in the presentation but are in the report here. You know, so this either option A or B does not remove traffic lanes. It does remove in a couple places where there's 2 left-hand turn lanes. It reduces it to 1, but extends the length of that one. And what that also does, I discovered that currently with the 2 left-hand turn lanes, once that green arrow is turned off, you can't roll into the intersection and treat it as a traditional left-hand turn wait. But if it is 1 lane, you can do that. So some of that, some concerns over loss of time to get through that left-hand turn pocket are mitigated. And in fact, in terms of travel time on Overland, there's a chart here that said, I don't know where it's at right now, but travel time down Overland actually becomes faster traffic-wise, and it's mostly because of the eliminating the flashing red lights at Sawtell and at Kelmore?
Kelmore Ranch, yeah.
Yeah. So that allows more traffic to flow through those intersections at a given time, and those through community feedback concerns from folks from the crest having to sit through a full light cycle, whereas today they just have to wait for the flashing light. Those can be kind of smart intersections, and we'll be able to judge whether or not there's a car waiting to get onto Overland from there. The $24 million amount, is that like the max grant application?
No, it's not. It's just what we've identified as the cost estimate for this project.
Okay. I wonder, Pavi mentioned, you know, the narrowing on Overland, on over Biona Creek. If, I know this would be a lot of money, but if that was widened to accommodate just pedestrians on the wings, so that you could have, so you don't have to choke it there, so it's safer.
That would represent another $25 million bridge widening, like the Higuera Street bridge widening.
It's incredible how expensive things are. Okay, got it. Isn't that amazing? Then I just want to make sure I got all my notes. Okay, so I appreciate you speaking with Sony and their concerns about street parking. They're a big driver of tax revenue for us, and losing a place to park their trucks when they have their big film shoots would be a big deal. So thank you for communicating with them. And then the Overland curve as it heads towards Hannum, great. There's massive pedestrian improvements there. I think that's really great. Regarding what Councilmember Erickson said about traveling down Kinston, I believe yes and. I've met with Travis Morgan from the BPAC at Blanco Park. I hope that we can, in the very near future, make that a gated bike pathway through there so that it can be available times of the day, not just when school's not in session. That is a great way for children to travel, and that would extend that distance all the way into, behind Sorrento's and then to the Class 4 bike lane on Hannum. I think that would be a great addition. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this, but with all of that, we need to, the money wouldn't, if we win it, wouldn't be spent until July 25, right? We wouldn't be able to begin. So that's actually another year.
That's when we get our first allocation, yes. So we would not be able to start anything sooner than that.
Just really quick in terms of timeline, if I may, council member.
Yeah.
So, yeah, while the grant application is due next month and we don't find out about award, later this year, the intent is that we are doing additional, all the efforts that we've put in thus far would continue up until probably around, this time next year, where we anticipate final, fully baked, all the details, all the outreach would come back to council for the final blessing before ultimately moving forward with work. So there would still kind of parallel paths, despite not knowing if we won the grant or not. We still would like to continue all the outreach, uncover all those stones, and still have a year's worth of time to fully bake it.
Yeah, and knowing about, how, I actually call it the quad campus, because you got OCD, you got Farragut, CCMS and CCHS, technically the adult school, and Culver Park, so six schools. We need to know the traffic flow, things we need to explore. I'm not going to commit to one or the other, but I think that this is a great project, and as opposed to downtown move, where it's no doubt a complete road diet. Through downtown, we went from 3 lanes to 1, and this is not that. So we need to work with Windsor Fountain, Emerald Estates, look at Grace Lutheran Church and the businesses adjacent to it, the parking issues there, and how this impacts the schools. And I think you can get there. So, thank you.
Okay. So for the sake of time, I'm going to be super duper brief. Thank you so much for all the fantastic. I think we've never heard such a cross-section of congratulations on community outreach. So shout out to y'all. Y'all did amazing work in a tight timeline. Thank you to all the community members who came out. Your perspectives are valuable, and we appreciate your time and in this morning hour. I too want to lift up the memory of Miss Mosher. It left an indelible mark on me when I learned of her passing in my neighborhood. It'll be 2 years this July 4th. And we decide tonight about truly significant impact of traffic violence and how we deal with traffic safety and support improvements to keep our community safe. So I'm just going to run really quick. We know factually that it's not incredibly comfortable for folks to travel for any other mechanism in our community, primarily other than cars, unless you're on the Bionda Bike Creek. And there's still traffic on those corridors right now. Well, maybe not right now, but we know that kids are not feeling safe, and we are at risk from status quo, with our main investment being in car infrastructure on a number of levels, climate aside, which shouldn't be aside, it should be at the core. Policymaking requires visioning, it requires leadership and thinking about all of us, all of our needs, all of our hopes, all of us. We all matter, and we all make up the rich diversity and perspectives in our community. So I say a lot, we belong to one another. I hope that through continued community outreach, we can move this work forward. I trust that this is just the beginning of a continued robust process where we will hear and incorporate the needs of our community. But I hope that we will continue to invest in advancements that allow for alternatives and mobility for our community that we sorely need, no matter what age or ability that you have in our community. So I'm looking at our staff report. Do we need specific motion language here? I'm trying
Mayor,
to
before
find it.
can I ask one other comment?
Oh,
Staff, please?
okay. Mhm.
Just a quick question, Andrew, you had mentioned that this is going to come after we're going to continue doing extensive outreach, and then it comes back to council for the sort of final blessing. At that time, if we're not satisfied with maybe a happy compromise where everybody's needs are addressed, we as a council can still vote no on it, correct?
You could always.
I don't know. Just because you apply for the grant, I'm not sure that means you have to accept it.
You can reject the award. It's somewhat uncommon.
It could happen, look.
But it could happen.
It could happen.
Right.
We have to be straight here. I don't think just because you've applied for the grant, I don't think you're beyond the point of no return.
All right, I just want to make sure on that. I don't want to get locked into something and then turns out, like Councilman American was saying, we have a whole lot of unintended consequences that some of the concerns and needs of the community aren't fully vetted. So it is possible, it's unlikely, it's not common, but it is possible.
It's just very unusual. Usually when you apply for a grant, you're thrilled and you accept it. It would be very unusual to secure the grant, but then not execute. I think there's a grant agreement that we would have to execute, the council would have to approve. Isn't that typically what happens?
Yes, you would have to accept the grant award and then enter into typically there's grant documents or agreements that need to be signed. And I agree with everything the city manager is saying and Thomas Check that it is unusual, but I mean, just because it's awarded to you doesn't mean you have to accept it. You could reject the award.
Okay.
Councilman Weir, if I may follow up on that. During your time here in the city, have we ever rejected a grant?
No, it's just it'd be very unusual. I mean, in most cases, 99 out of 100 times, you're going to follow through but.
That's what I'm feeling. I saw that with the Lenda bike lane.
Yeah.
That was exactly the same. It was very little discussion, was a West Side Cog grant. And this was a great idea, and the council decided to go for it. And then sort of, when the grant came, the discussion was over. Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's entirely up to council, whether council wants to, at that point, accept the grant or not. I know it's unlikely, you go through the motion of applying for it, then it's assumed that you're going to accept it. But unless I'm completely comfortable with a lot of the issues, then I'm going to have issues with going forward with it at the time.
There's nothing that would preclude a council member from voting no when the grant documents come before you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so should we be taking these all together for approval of the general plans with continued outreach for the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project, to apply for the active transportation program for the project with a 20% local match commitment, authorization to apply to other grant programs, and an adoption of a resolution certifying a CEQA exemption for the project, and direction regarding continual community outreach and stakeholder engagement. I folded it in, that last one, into number 1.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Puza to do items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the staff report as stated by the mayor. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember, I'm sorry, abstain from Councilmember Erickson.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to our last agenda item of the evening, A4.
Good evening, Mayor. If it pleases the council, this staff report and this item is really, they're related issues, but they're very separate and distinct. So I think what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the mayor, I will take each separately and I'll give a quick little blurb and then you can discuss and we can move on to the next one.
That sounds like a good plan. Okay. Attorney.
So these relate
For
to-
folks leaving, can you please leave quietly so we can get through the staff report? Thank you.
So this item relates to decorum, meeting procedures, and public participation. The first aspect is amendments to the municipal code, and there's 3 sections in the municipal code that are being proposed for amendment in the proposed ordinance. One is section relating to rules of order. It's a simple change from Robert's rules to Rosenberg's rules, which is the parliamentary procedures that the council and all the CBCs use. And I should just mention, I'm trying to be brief, so sorry if I'm jumping around. I should just mention, these are all very, very old sections that haven't been updated in quite some time. So they're way overdue for updating. The other provision has to do with addressing the city council and the CBCs. And this has been simplified to include a broad statement regarding public participation. It also authorizes the council to establish public comment procedures, including time limits, which shall be included in the posted agenda, and a provision stating applicability to the CBC meetings. Then we've got the, let's see here. Then we have a third section relating to decorum in the council chambers by the council members and CBC members themselves, as well as the public. It's been updated to ensure compliance, mainly to ensure compliance with state law, SB 1100, pertaining to meeting disruptions. And I have included here subcommittee comments. We did meet with the subcommittee, Mayor McMorrin and Councilmember Vera, with regard to these amendments. And there's general concurrence with the proposed amendments. There were a couple of comments from the subcommittee regarding establishing a guidebook to assist presiding officers over the meetings, which the clerk and I will work on putting that together. Another comment was with regard to establishing a cutoff time for members of the public to submit a request to speak prior to the item being called, and so no further request to speak would be accepted once the agenda item has commenced. And if City Council concurs with that recommendation, that procedure will be included in the updated agenda template. Most of the procedures that we have contemplated and discussed in this item are already included in the agenda template. We might do some refinement of the language, but mostly everything is included. I think I've covered everything. I've tried to be very brief, so, but I think I've covered the main points. I'm happy to go into further detail, and I'm happy to address questions.
So we're just taking the decorum question first?
We're taking, yes, the proposed ordinance and the amendments to sections 3.01, 130, 3.01, 135, and 3.01, 145.
Thank you. Any questions from colleagues on the initial amendments? Councilmember Erickson.
I just want to say that I agree with the cutoff, that no speaker should be allowed to register to speak after the item is called. So I agree with that.
Any other comments? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the attorney.
Okay, so the next section of this agenda report has to do with the council received majority consensus to discuss a potential policy with regard to council members' use of personal electronic devices during meetings. Staff did reach out to research other cities for similar policies. We've included a list as attachment 3 to the staff report. In the body of the staff report, we've included a couple of simple statements that, policy statements that 2 different cities have implemented. And these tend to be a little overly broad and prohibit appropriate use of devices during meetings. So the city council, if the city council wishes to establish such a policy, appropriate exceptions should be considered and included in that policy. And we did meet with the subcommittee. The subcommittee determined to defer any sort of recommendation to the full city council regarding this item. However, they did provide a few comments and questions for council consideration. Mayor McMorrin has stated, and the mayor and Councilmember Vera can certainly clarify anything from what's in the report, has posed questions for the council's consideration, such as how would this be enforced? What's the penalty? What is the intent of this kind of policy? What's the community interest that is being served? What is the harm the policy would be addressing? She's recommending the city council should drill down on whatever the harm is that the council is trying to prevent and make sure the policy is narrowly tailored to the goal. And Councilmember Vera had a concern regarding potential Brown Act issues. If a council member is conversing about an agenda item during the meeting through the use of personal electronic devices, he agrees that enforcement's an issue. If there is not a way to enforce a policy, then what purpose does it serve? He suggested maybe considering, instead of having a policy prohibiting use of personal electronic devices during meetings, perhaps the council can consider issuing a do's and don'ts statement with respect to use of devices at the beginning of a meeting, similar to some of the other caveats that we sometimes make statements about at the beginning of a meeting. And that is it for that portion.
Any questions from colleagues?
You can start. I have a question here, Ringo, that we quote in staff reports City of Lake Elsinore and City of Yorba Linda. And staff believes that these examples are overly broad, and that's what I have a problem resolving in my mind, because the City of Lake Elsinore says no city council member shall communicate with any of these devices. Is that overly broad? Or the Yorba Linda, where it says that council should be banned from using the devices to discuss any item on the city council meeting agenda. Isn't that really what the Brown Act tell us? Because the description is that, for instance, now when we're talking, Darren Menta up there suddenly stands up while I'm talking. He walks down here and he gives me a piece of paper, which I open and I read it, and then I continue talking. Isn't that what we don't want to happen? Because that is not really something that we approve of, right?
That's correct. First of all, the Brown Act technically wouldn't preclude 2 members of the city council from communicating during an item, but it would preclude a quorum. So it's beyond the Brown Act requirements. There's other policy reasons behind some of these policies, such as attentiveness to the public, so that the council members are paying attention to the public, to the item, and not distracted by things on their personal electronic devices. And what you're mentioning, Councilmember Erickson, has to do with kind of receiving independent information outside of the public meeting upon which you may be relying, basing your decision on. That is mostly a concern during, or I should say particularly a concern during quasi-judicial actions where there's a hearing involved on an application or a permit of some sort, because the record needs to include the information that the council is basing its decision on. I think that's what you're referring to. I do agree with you that the city of Yorba Linda is more narrowly tailored because it's at least limited to discussing city council meeting agenda items. I hope that addresses your question. And the clerk can feel free to jump in anytime.
Just that the attachment also includes other examples.
Yes.
That you can also select from if you so wish.
I have a question. Is any of this covered in the Brown Act training that is provided to?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, reading through the mayor and Councilman Rivera's concerns, I do think, just out of propriety, if not Brown Act, engaging in discussion in this space where it's not shared with the public, just, I don't find it appropriate. How would this be enforced? What's the penalty? I would hope that we would all be trustworthy and we agree to this and we abide by it. That was, going back to my scouting things, that's part of their oath. I'm trustworthy, so I don't question, when they tell me to my face, what they're doing or what they didn't do. If we had to, I don't know if there's a blocking software that limits, whatever, all forms of communication, although I'm concerned that if there's some emergency at home, I suppose that we can give them a number of the city clerk, and so that could, be relayed to us. But yeah, we need to be attentive to what's happening in the chamber, and if there are things to be discussed, it should be in the open when we're here. Technically, that isn't always within the purview of the Brown Act, but I don't know, it's just kind of my feeling. I brought it up at Independent Cities Association breakout as a question in a room full of other council members, and they were surprised I was even bringing it up. They're like, why would you do that? Why would you be communicating outside of the chamber? So I agree. Thank you, Mayor.
Were those questions, Vice Mayor? Or you just wanted to? Okay. Do we have any comments on this item? Okay, so I thought, so I was hoping for this to be a question for the city attorney, but it's okay, no worries. Is there any other questions before we go to the public? I know it's very late, so I just want to make sure that we do.
And there's there's a third part of the, okay.
But go ahead. It's just so late, but go ahead. Let's finish the presentation and hopefully hear from the public, and then everyone can ask questions and give as much feedback as they want.
I'll make it super quick. The third one also received a majority. Actually, no, this one is different. This one arose due to recent recent campaign-related public comments and subsequent questions from the public about appropriateness of such comments in the council chambers, and it prompted a reexamination of the city's past practice on disallowing campaign activity in the council chambers. We're looking for direction on, we didn't get a whole lot of feedback when we reached out to other cities, but we received a couple of examples of how cities have handled it. I'll just mention those two. A policy of no campaign speech during public comment on the basis that sitting council members may not campaign from the dais. Therefore, by disallowing the public to conduct campaign speech, everyone in the room is being treated equally. And another example is a policy of no campaign speech during public comment on the basis that the statements in favor or against a candidate or measure would be shown on the city's cable television channel, the city's website, YouTube, et cetera, which would be using city funds and equipment to advocate for or against a candidate and measure, which is not permissible. So if the council could, I mean, the council chambers is a limited public forum, and so content restrictions to protect the scope of this forum are permissible, as long as they're content neutral, viewpoint neutral, I should say, and consistently enforced if you were to decide to have such a policy. An example of a permissible restriction on the scope is the Brown Act's limitation of off-agenda public comment. Those need to be matters within the council's jurisdiction. And then if you want me to, I can go through the comments from the subcommittee, or we can leave that
We
part.
have the second part. Can we go to the public now, and then we'll go around? Thank you.
Yeah, but a lot of people aren't still online, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually. John Garcia, Daryl Mente, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, Andrew Flores, Ron Vasilian, Melissa Sanders, James Richardson, Janae Lennox, Jack Galanti. So John's not here. Daryl Mente is here, still here. Come on up, and then be followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalin. I do not believe Andrew Flores is still with us.
Councilmember Erickson kind of stole my point. If I had walked up to him with this piece of paper during the last agenda item and given him that instead of making a public comment, I think the public would have a right to be outraged. It should be outraged. This is a public meeting, and the public's business needs to be made in public. And that means we do not talk privately to one another or with members of the public while the session is going on. Quasi-judicial or not, the bedrock principle from which the Brown Act is simply one derivation is that the public's business must be conducted in public, and when we have a public meeting, we do that. So if I were to email or text or group chat or whatever with anybody up here while this is going on and the public doesn't know about it, that is a violation of basic democratic norms, and we should not be tolerating that. And if we have tolerated that, we need to turn the page. I realize it's tough to do. I sit in the Planning Commission in Councilmember Puza's seat. Thank you for keeping it nice and clean. And I understand that you want to be online. Google things sometimes, it's related to what you do. One solution to this is to issue laptops up there that belong with the city, and you can use it while you're there. But of course, as a city-operated laptop, you wouldn't have a private communication hub because that private communication could be checked by the IT department later. That's one of the ways you can do this. But we also don't want people using their cell phones in the back room to chat with the public privately on matters that are now before the body. I realize there's a temptation. We all want to talk, and during COVID, when everything was on Zoom, I think people may have gotten in the habit of texting council members while they're up there. I get that. But we need to turn the page on that, because it's awful to sit out there for hours wondering who's really talking and what messages are really being passed. So we shouldn't tolerate. We need to take this seriously. That's the only part of this I really wanted to talk about tonight. And I hope that you will come up with a policy that does not simply rely on the good graces of council members, because y'all are not going to spy on each other. I get it, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be looking over to see if one another is, no, you should have a rule that you all know means that there will not be texting, chatting, whatever, with people in the public. That's my pitch to you. This is pretty basic stuff about democracy and transparency, and I know the Brown Act doesn't require it, but we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wasowski-Stalin. Janine, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead.
Oh, my goodness, you caught me mid-cough. Thank you. I'll take the public submitting comments portion first. I think there should be a rule that applies, that's fair and applies to everyone. So I do not believe that the public should be able to pop up and submit a comment after comment time is cut off. I just think that's in the case of fairness. Regarding the item that we're talking about right now, I think that there should be a best practices and policy with the city council. Look, I've sat for 8 years on the Cultural Affairs Commission. I'm a mom of 3, so I understand that I do want a lifeline to my home, but I think there's a way to do that, and not be on my phone, which, by the way, in the 8 years, I've not used my phone to Google things or to talk with other people during meetings. So I think there should be a policy, and I agree with Mr. Mente that the policy should contemplate discontinuing using personal internet-connected devices up on the dais. I love the idea that the city could issue laptops that could be provided at meetings for council members to utilize if they need to search for information. That approach would ensure transparency, would adhere to the sunshine laws and the spirit of the law and the spirit of the Brown Act. It would prevent private online interactions during meetings, which I don't think people want. I read what is the potential harm. I think the potential harm in the way it's set up right now is to break public trust. If people feel that conversations are happening beyond what they are seeing on the dais. So I think the public has a right to know what's happening at a city meeting. And if Mr. Mente had submitted a piece of paper to Mr. Erickson, I think that could be PRA'd. The public would have a right to know what that note was. And so in the same sense, if people are communicating on the dais and having a meeting outside of the meeting we're seeing, the public could potentially PRA that as well. So I think in the best interest of safeguarding democracy, perhaps we should, well, I do think we should continue, we should discontinue the use of personal internet connected devices up there on the dais. Thank you very much.
Great. Our next speaker, Andrew Flores, is no longer online. Neither is Ron Vasilian. So our next speaker will be Melissa Sanders. Melissa, I've unmuted you. Go ahead.
I believe I have to say good morning. So I'm going to go with absolutely no political speech from anyone because that is very equal. The thing that concerns me the most is the personal devices. And since we have our sitting mayor who has been found to actually be communicating with people, SEIU, I believe, was the super fun one that she was wrangled into. All cell phones and stuff should be removed. There is a lovely John Nachbar sitting there. Our legal counsel is sitting there. You guys can just line up your cell phones along that edge and no one has to have it. There can be, whether it's a laptop or a pad or whatever, that if you guys need to Google something, but that should be the limitations of everything. So it would be nice to know that everyone's actually paying attention, and if there's a way to do it as a actual room, so when the school board is there, they can't do this either. I think that should just be a standing order. So that's my thought on that. It would be nice to be fully transparent, and I agree we all need to get out of the habit of being on our phones 24/7. We've got to get back to the true democratic in the spirit of doing things properly. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Our next speakers are James Richardson, followed by Janae Lennox. I'm going to catch myself every time now. Jack Galante. And then that will be the end of our speakers. So James, Janae, and Jack. Okay, then Janae, you're next.
Hello again. I'm probably not going to take the whole 3 minutes, but when we talk about harm when it comes to devices, I really think we also need to talk about like ableism and like how important myself, I have a disability, and I really do use my phone to help note taking, all these things. So when we start banding and having these things, we aren't really thinking about the different type of people that could really be using this and why. It's actually no one's business to disclose their disability or anything like that. But by making a blunt statement or accusing people of using this outside of note-taking or whatever the case may be, Google, to me, makes sense when someone is bringing up data to Google and research while on the spot. That makes perfect sense, especially in this type of order. So to ban something completely on top of like, I'm sorry, like, a single mom should have access all the time to make sure that her kid is okay. I don't care what you guys are lucky if you have a partner, but you should never make that like a band. Like, you should not have this, so therefore you don't have access to your child when no one else does. But also just on disability, like, we don't know what someone has. We don't know why they're using, and we don't have that right, but we should, just assume that everyone on here is really buying by the Brown Act and stuff like that. We don't need to ban things completely. People are human beings. We're living in this world. The future is going to be technology. The future of this, people are going to be on this council in 5 years, younger than y'all, using technology to help really connect more with what is, or understand more what's being said by community members and forward in the future. So I really think that having that orientation of just banning it completely, it just isn't right. So if you have to, this whole measure, I would not ban. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Jack Galante.
I have a question for city staff. Would this apply to commissions and boards, or would it just be? Okay, beautiful. Then my stuff I wrote was accurate. So I am on VPAC, but I'm here as like a regular person. But I do have a learning disability. So when someone is speaking and I write it down, I will understand what they said better. I will understand how they said it and why they said it better, more clearly. And it can also help me explain my thoughts clearly. Without writing it down today, I could not articulate this clearly. I could not speak clearly and explain my thoughts and processes clearly for others to hear. I do want to explain that people do have invisible disabilities, and to limit someone's access to what helps them is wrong. People know what works for them. I agree that the communication aspect is right and that people shouldn't be communicating between each other, but on the note-taking specific element and the research specific element, I think that we live in a day and age that technology is here. I don't think we need to be scared of technology. And for those two specific instances, I think note-taking and information gathering related to specifically what is the topic at hand and also the agenda items specifically. So like, it's not like you're looking up at CNN.com, but if someone's talking about a class 4 bike lane, you can look up, hey, what does a class 4 bike lane entail? And kind of that specific information that you're going to gather, but it wouldn't entail outside of that purview. Oh, I have some time. What are let me give an example. So we're talking about the Overland project, right? And they're talking about a specific intersection at Farragut and Overland. You might not be familiar with that intersection, right? So you pull up Google Maps, you go to that intersection, and you're seeing that intersection on Street View, and you can get a better understanding about what's in that area and how, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the speakers who stayed this late to deal with us. Mayor, we're just going to talk specifically about the use of electronic devices, or how do you want to handle this?
We should probably do it in the order that the city attorney went through it. I think that'd be a good approach. Come on, Mylan.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
We should probably take our responses in the order in which the city attorney suggested them. So we first started with decorum, then personal devices during meetings, and then loss of the appropriateness of campaigning in the chambers. So
Okay.
hopefully we can direct our comments in that flow.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So in terms of the decorum, I have no problems with the way it's said it here. You know, it hasn't been updated since I was born, 1965, so I think it's high time. You know, the electronic devices, I was one of the nodding heads. But, you know, listening to some of the speakers and Ms. Leonard and Jack, you know, and who am I to say that a single mother can't have her device here to check on her daughter? Not my job. And I appreciate you opening my eyes to that, because certain things, you know, sometimes you see black and white and you don't see beyond that. It's just what's on the paper. I understand there's some issues. Some folks have, you know, Mr. Gallant, you're talking about taking notes. In my mind, this is taking notes. However, in other folks' minds, this is taking notes. So it's doesn't mean my way is right, doesn't mean everybody else's way is, that your way is wrong. I appreciate different perspectives. You know, there's certain language here that from Yorba Linda, Santa Monica. Now, just tonight, for example, I got an alert on my phone from up north that one of my wells caught on fire, and the fire department was en route to the well. So it's things like that, and I had to contact my foreman to go out there. Emergencies come up, and they're rare, but they are possible. So to say we can't have devices here to communicate or to address emergencies is wrong as well. You know, Santa Monica has a thing during city council meeting, council members shall not use electronic communications of any type, including texts and emails, to communicate among themselves, which doesn't preclude communicating to staff members. I think Yorba Linda, in my reading it, we can't talk to anybody about any items on the agenda, but sometimes things come up where we have a quick clarification from staff. We'll text staff really quick just to get information, or we Google things to pull up an intersection or whatever it might be. So I'm really conflated on this. I understand, you know, Daryl's, you know, analogy as well as yours about, you know, handing a note in the public eye. It's like, hey, what the hell's going on? I get it, and one shouldn't be different than the other. However, sometimes they are different. Sometimes, and you know, where's the line? If we impose something, then we're going to have a monitor going behind us and seeing what's going on? No. So, you know, as opposed to all of that, let's have a do's and don'ts and say, hey, you know, obviously we should be responsible grown adults sitting up here, where you hand out a list of do's and don'ts. You know, this is what you should be doing, this is what you shouldn't be doing. And go on the merits of one another. You know, we can't distrust our colleagues. What are you doing there? What are you doing? No, I get it, some folks don't like it, they don't want to see anything going on up here, but sometimes they're righteously just folks taking notes. Like I said, it's 1:15, I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore. So I'm sort of stuck on it. I don't know if we create sort of a do's and don'ts list, but to have concrete policies set in place where now we have no electronic devices whatsoever, so we have no ability to sort of handle emergencies as they might arise, or ability to monitor our child when they're at home, or whatever it might be. I think, as I said, I was one of the nodding heads, but in going through this and listening to the speakers, sort of opens my eyes up to things that I hadn't thought of in the beginning. So I guess on that one, I land with the maybe a list of do's and don'ts, and we go on people's merit. And maybe, you know, is, in addition to the phone, we do have a computer up here. I think Councilman Erickson was talking, or somebody was talking about issuing computers. Having a computer here where we do have access to internet, and then, you know, you have your phone in the event of emergency, but we limit it to that maybe. So that's where I'm sort of all over the page on that one. And then the last one with the campaigning, I think no matter what we do, it has to be consistent. We have to be consistent across the board in order to be impactful. And I think it'd be difficult to stay on top of certain things in terms of language, where I'm voting for Mickey Mouse as opposed to, you know, I'm voting for Donald Duck. It'll be hard to sort of distinguish those two. So yeah, those are my comments on that one. I don't know if that gives staff any help whatsoever.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. Well, I think that both, well, I already commented on the 3.01s and what all the 4 different there. With regards to electronic devices, I don't think any of these cities, Lake Elsinore, prohibit electronic devices up here. I think the key word is on Lake Elsinore is it basically no city council member shall communicate via cell during a meeting. That might be what you don't like, because that you would have violated that when you communicated with your manager up there. But what the city of Yorba Linda says is, basically says that during a public meeting, the city council shall be banned from the use of all cell phone texting and email abilities to discuss any item on the city council agenda. And I think for me, that's really what I think is important, because that illustrates this note illustration that we talked about earlier, right? So that means that people still have their phones. And the question with enforcement, you know, I never was a scout, but I agree that, you know, among the 5 of us, that has to be a trust item, right? And if someone would violate that, I guess the other 4 individuals can then censor that council member, and I guess that's the end of it, right? But it really has to be if we all agree that we shouldn't use the devices to communicate with regards to any of the items on the agenda, either between ourselves or with people in the audience, I think that is really what the spirit of the Brown Act and the spirit of just our public meeting is. So I would suggest that is a policy that we should adopt. That wouldn't prohibit anyone from taking notes or Googling and so on. Then on the other issue here with regards to campaign and so on, I think that the first bullet point that staff put in the policy of no campaign speech during public comment on the basis that sitting council members may not campaign from the dais, therefore by this allowing the public to conduct campaign speech. Everyone in the room is being treated equally, and from what I understand, we can do this without violating the First Amendment. So I think that makes sense, because I don't think when we get into campaign issues and so on, it doesn't help to have that sort of explode in our chambers. So I would support a policy that would represent that first bullet point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fusen.
Thanks, Mayor. For the first section, the municipal code amendments, obviously, yes, update them for personal devices during meetings or personal electronic devices during meetings. Yeah, I'm just curious where this is coming from. It's covered during Brown Act training. I think it is covered there. We should be abiding by that. I think that's where the training is. If we need another layer, so be it, of do's and don'ts, I'm sure that's fine with me. And the campaign activity in council chambers, agreed. Yeah, I just think no campaigning for candidates or measures is the only thing that I think should, don't think should happen in chambers. But everything else, I think free speech should be allowed during public comments, items on the agenda. People should be allowed to say whatever they want. But, tonight someone brought up someone running for city council, and I think stuff like that or a measure we should not allow that in chamber. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance amendments I'm in favor of. Personal electronic devices. Yeah, Jack, I was doing exactly what you were talking about. So, yeah, I agree with that, with what you're saying. I was literally looking at places on Overland, confirming how many driveways are there at Windsor. I do, as Councilmember Erickson stated, I like Yorba Linda's policy. I think it's almost in a way too specific rather than too broad. Instead of cell phone texting, emailing, I mean, there's so many options for communicating with another. I would just say the use of electronic devices to discuss items on city council agenda. That's how I would phrase that. The campaign activity, I find, unless that's something, I don't think it should be adjudicated from here. I mean, it would have to be the city clerk or the city attorney, because I was thinking the same thing that Councilmember Puza was talking about when someone was effectively campaigning against a current candidate during the public comments. I mean, it happened and now it's out there and like, we can't take it back. I'm not sure how that works. Obviously we don't want overt, people with signs and, coming up to the lectern and saying, vote for this person. That's easy enough to cut off, but it's just really challenging. I'm not sure how that could be applied practically. I'm in favor of the idea. I just don't know how it's applied. And going back to the electronic device, I just think it needs to be, just like the Brown Act. I trust that my colleagues are not, meeting in threes. We just have to trust one another. I do agree that, forgive me, Mayor, but I'm thinking of you, and if your daughter is making contact with you, you should be able to respond. I don't think that we should be fully eliminating an ability to communicate with our devices. It's just not on items that are on the agenda. And we have to trust one another, and I'm okay with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank y'all. I do just want to I'm very grateful to City Attorney, my colleague on the subcommittee, community comments this evening. Appreciate that. I do just want to lift up, I know 1965 municipal code. It just needed to come back, and we're going to have an election shortly, so this question is something that we needed to deal with. But I do think it's important to sort of lift up how the issue of electronic use was agendized. This was agendized, and I have 434 pages of Google Doc notes. I used to take written notes, but it is far easier to go back and find a specific date, time, comment, public comment, vote, and you can Control F a document. It's very useful and cuts down on a lot of time, which we don't always have a lot of, or I'll speak for myself. So I was able to go back and look at my notes from the March 13th, 2023 meeting. And that was the next meeting after our budget hearings, our first work plan meetings in March of 2023. And sorry to bring up an unpleasant experience for myself, but I had asked generally about whether a timeline could be shortened in regards to our mobile crisis unit. And I was referred to as being angry all the time. There was some outflow from that. I spoke publicly about what that experience felt like for me. And there was a lot of public support and a lot of comments about what kind of movements and how I direct my eyes, what I am doing in a council meeting, what my motivations are serving on this body. And, you know, it is, you know, I think that, of course, we can have discussion and discourse about many things that concern the community, and I believe we should have transparency and accountability at all times. It's one of my things. And it's interesting, I appreciate our community comment about that staff member who sent a group chat in which I believe no wrongdoing was found. I didn't even see the message at the time. I was so new to council and did not see the message. There was some fact finding, and I believe, and the city attorney can correct me, but I don't think any wrongdoing was found. That was not agendized then. It was agendized last year at the wake of that public question about a timeline. And I guess me having the audacity to speak about what that felt like for myself. I implore us to sort of question you know, how we arrive to making policy and what the intentions and the goals that we have. I implore us to think about how we exercise punishment or harm, or, you know, how we engage with one another as examples of leadership in our community, and the love that we share for this community, and the various ways that we believe by working together and with staff to see it, you know, be better. But that is sort of, at least for the second portion, sort of how this item got agendized. And I just think that that's very interesting in terms of the context. Now, there might have been other motivations, but there was a lot of comments specifically about my behavior as it pertains to this body. So I do just, you know, I don't know which way this is going to go, but I just wanted to lift that up. But do we have laptops available for council members, or city cell phones available for council members? Is that something that we have, or is something that has been offered to us?
Mayor, it's up to the council. We don't have them ready and waiting for you, but if it's something the council desires, you're in control.
And there would be a cost to that. There's not like a room with those things, or
Well,
is
yeah,
it?
there would be a cost, sure.
Okay. Do staff have a capacity to potentially monitor our phones or electronics? Is that something that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think staff is going to be, in the business of doing that. I mean, we would probably treat it like we do every other rule in the city, including our municipal code, which is most of the time is on a complaint basis.
Maybe the
So,
CIA does, but we don't have that power.
no,
I'm just, I like the question, so.
yeah.
Do we have an estimated time about how long it takes to put together those binders that you create for some of us, our council members, for the packets, the binders for staff or for us?
We put together a single packet, and then we utilize the graphic services to make the copies of it. So it would, depending on the size of the packet, because we do have to sort it so that each staff report ends on a page and then doesn't start a new staff report, so we can put in the separators. An hour, maybe?
For each
If
meeting?
it's, yeah, if it takes, some time to put it together. We make the copies, but then we have to sort them and put them in the right order to prepare them.
Thank you for that. And folks can public records request our emails, text as it pertains to city business, with time, date, any specification. Is that still something that the public can do if they have a concern?
Yes, they've done it in the past, at least on one or two occasions that I'm aware of.
And a lot of comments have been made about Denmark. Do we know if folks in Congress or in Washington have access to their electronics during their meetings?
I don't know. I don't know if
Well,
John.
I don't think they're subject to the Brown Act either.
Yeah, they're not. The state is.
They have much more freedom.
Yeah, that's true.
Discuss.
That's true.
They can discuss in a bar.
Very true.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, I just wanted to believe, I don't have any issues with our updating our rules of order. Thank you for that. I do have deep concern about the normalization of monitoring of peers. I believe very much that we do have procedures and processes in place, and I am unaware of any breaches or any anything that has occurred. And again, looking back at my notes, I found the origin of this particular item. So I don't know if it's me or something about me that is leading to folks wanting to have increased monitoring, or, maybe this has come up in prior councils and I just have not been aware of it. But I think we should be very careful about what we are instituting and the impact of that. And subsequently, for folks who do have disabilities or need accommodations, what that could potentially, if we were doing away with electronics or certain things, and you see someone with electronic, you're outing that person for having some particular needs because of the rules that have been in place. I've worked in higher ed, I work in education right now, and typically institutions where the public is welcome, we try to just support people's learning needs, typically as a rule of thumb. So, maybe it's different in policymaking spaces, but I have a lot of concern with doing anything. I don't understand what the need or the community interest, because I don't understand the harm based on looking back at the origin of this. So I don't have much comment on that other than making sure that we are very clear on what the expectations are. And it seems that staff doesn't have the capacity to monitor our electronics in any rate. My comments are about the same as it pertains to political comments or campaigning. I think many things are political, so it's difficult to sort of parse what that is, but like was mentioned here, like we don't want folks to name certain people or certain measures. I think it's okay to speak generally about an issue that you care about, but stopping short of saying vote for or something like that, as long as it's in the community's interest. So I don't know, let me go back. Speaking of electronics, my computer has timed out. Talking too long, 2 minutes. So it looks like There is consensus across the board for the first municipal rules update, city attorney. It looks like there is consensus around at least 2 or 3 are interested in a do's and don'ts sort of overview, ensuring that the Brown Act training is in place. And I don't know if there is consensus about communication.
Mayor, may I?
Oh, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were waiting.
Yeah, so regarding the electronic communications, I don't recall, I didn't know when it came up, but it had, for me, it had nothing to do with that. I didn't even know it happened at that, after that meeting or same meeting or whatever.
Yeah, it's agendized by Councilmember Erickson.
As I mentioned earlier, I want it based on trust, and no monitoring, no taking away of note-taking abilities, or referencing anything from the internet, whether it be the agenda, prior agendas, minutes, Google, whatever. Just basically borrowing from the city of Yorba Linda's policy that says during a public meeting, the city council shall be banned from the use of what they said is all cell phone texting and emailing abilities to discuss any item on the city council meeting agenda. I just said, instead of saying cell phone texting and emailing, to just swap it out with the electronic devices to discuss any item on the city council meeting agenda.
I can support it.
Can I, would that include staff as well? Because I know there are times when something comes up. If you want to ask staff, would that include staff as well? So
You could make it as broad or as limited as you wish. You could make it that it's applicable to among council members and the public, but not staff, or I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, 'cause I know sometimes, especially as mayor, if something comes up and the city clerk wants to relay without interrupting a meeting, like there's somebody in line or somebody can't hear or whatnot, at least that ability there, or that's precluded as well.
I'm open to that.
You know, that's not discussing an item. Usually that's more like procedure issues that comes,
Well, yeah, but I
absolutely
mean, if
procedure
you're going by
issues.
Yorba Linda, I think if you're going to do something, then you have to be, at least have that leeway where you can contact staff or whatever. But and here it says you're banned, period.
No, discuss any item.
Banned from the use of cell phone, texting, ability to discuss. Okay, so you can still,
The key word is abilities to discuss any item. That's the operative word. So staff, of course, can communicate with the mayor, which usually happens, right? Because things,
Okay.
yeah.
So I emailed Assistant City Manager Jesse Mees the sources that I found as it pertained to equitable community engagement. Is that a violation of that policy?
I think we exempt communications with staff.
Okay. And it would be, so the thing, so what we're doing here, so if the item has already passed, so let's say, I'm walking down this road with y'all, A1 has passed, we've done it. Someone asks you a question about A1. A1 has passed. Can you respond to it? Or because it has already passed, you can't respond because the meeting is still going on? Is that a violation?
Meeting is still going on, and, you know, you can always answer the next day or you know, because the item can actually be called back during the evening, right? So that actually, You know,
Very rarely
someone
happens.
that votes for the majority can then call it back.
As you well know.
Exactly. So you know, I'm serious. I'm not joking, right? So
I'm sure you're not.
So therefore, I think it could be an issue to have that kind of communication. Yeah.
I guess my concern is with the control that we are creating, because it's almost like our other bodies in LA County just, you know, in complete chaos because they don't have this rule. Or is Culver City in complete, I am concerned about the control but you know what? It seems like y'all probably have the votes, so it's late, we can likely move forward, but I just want to be very clear for the record that I have a deep concern about the precedent we are setting about control that does not seem to be a deep concern in LA County, but there seems to be one at a very interesting time in Culver City. So I suggest folks can make their motion for, maybe we can take each one separately, and we can do it that way.
As Councilmember O'Brien mentioned, when we talked about this at ICA, there is a lot of cities that actually don't allow this kind of electronic communication. There is, right? So we are not.
Thank you so much.
We are actually a little outlier in that.
I did hear that when Vice Mayor mentioned it. Thank you for ensuring I heard it.
I'm just curious, have there been any verified or unverified complaints, or has this been an issue in the city?
Yeah, I would have to go back and look, I'd have to look into that. It has, there have been, as I mentioned earlier, one, I think maybe two public records requests specifically for text messages during council meetings. And there's, I've heard offhanded comments from members of the public about it. I can't pinpoint anything off the top of my head, but that's probably the extent of my knowledge about the complaints. And I'd have to see what we were able to verify or not verify with regard to the Public Records Act request.
And do you know the time frame of those two? Not the public, because those, I don't consider those verified, that's just hearsay, but the two.
The one is the incident that Mayor McMorrin is referring to, having to do with the SEIU and a text message with.
So within the past 4 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Within the past 4 years. And the second one, I vaguely remember another request coming in, but I cannot think of when or what the topic was or anything like that.
And I would also state that it has been mentioned to me as a perception, but not in knowledge. So if they're sitting watching the council members doing something and they don't know what it is, then it could be a perception issue and not have anything being going on in actuality.
So should we take them one by one?
Yeah, that would be great.
Can we have a motion for the first item?
Okay, so the
And
first-
with the introduction of the proposed ordinance, if I could get included I believe there was consensus, but the additional direction with regard to the cutoff time for speakers on agenda items being, once the item's called, then no more speakers will be added to the queue. And then we can update the agenda in that regard.
And not called for a vote, called to start.
Right.
Just wanted, yeah, which is a change. Okay, I have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second from Council Member Erickson, and this is to introduce a proposed ordinance amending certain sections of subchapter 3.01.100, and the sequence of the Culver City Municipal Code relating to decorum, meeting procedures, and public participation, and changing cut-off time to for called. Okay. Please vote. No. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
I think we need another
Next up.
motion for the second one.
So I would like to make a motion in regard to the use of personal electronic devices in the chamber, borrowing from the city of Yorba Linda's policy. During a public meeting, the city council shall be banned from the use of electronic devices to discuss any item on the city council meeting agenda with the exception of communication with staff.
And is that direction, we probably should bring back, I hate to have this on the agenda again if the council wants to be done with it, but typically we would want that in writing versus just a motion. So I guess you could just direct us to prepare that policy and add it to the policies. I think we could do that without having to return, if you could include that in your motion.
So
Direct staff to prepare it as a city council policy and add it to the policy book.
What you said. Thank you.
Typos in here, but
And that still gives the council members the ability to have access to their family or emergencies or whatnot, correct?
okay. We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson. And that's to utilize Yorba Linda's plan, but to use electronic devices and then make an exception for communication with staff and to direct city manager to prepare a policy and add it to the policy book for city council members. City attorney, thank you. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 abstain from mayor.
Next one. I think we landed on the first prong. Is that where the consensus was for the last one?
Excuse me?
The first prong on page 5 of the staff report.
I think I'm going to need some clarification. Campaign speech is pretty broad. I think I heard consensus that you don't want campaigning regarding candidates and measures, current candidates and measures. Would that be local, just local candidates and local measures? So if somebody wanted to come in and say, vote for whoever in the national election or vote for this proposition in the national, you'd want to allow that? I just need clarification because that would be important for the policy.
I don't think there should be a forum for any vote fors.
So,
I agree with the
across the
mayor.
board,
Yeah.
okay.
Should be for anyone.
And this one, even though you may want to be done with it, I think I would need to bring this one back for final review and approval based on the direction that I get from you this evening.
Okay.
Since it's a little more complex than the other.
Do we have a motion?
I have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, and I'm waiting for a second, from Councilmember Puza. And that would be direct the city attorney to prepare a policy concerning campaigning and to bring it back for approval. Broad enough?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, City Council. That was a lot of work that you just did, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments for items not on the agenda?
No more comments.
Are there items for members?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Erickson?
I want to do a follow-up, and this is just a suggestion to the Sustainability Committee. So we had the issue with the plastic bags and plastic bottles and so on. And I just want to inform you that there is a new item. Well, it's not new, but it's been discovered that it's one of the major pollutants of microplastic into the ocean from cities and so on is astroturf. And the European Union, a couple of months ago, actually passed legislation which has given all the sports field in the whole European Union 7 years to tear that out and put back regular grass. They're not allowed to have put in any new astroturf and so on any new field, because it's been found that most of the microplastic from cities are actually coming from astroturf. So that might be something you want to look into. Maybe it's not valid in the U.S. I don't know. Maybe we don't have that much or whatever, but just a comment.
Thank you. Any other items?
May I request to adjourn in someone's memory?
Sure, I do want to lift up an item if no one else has one. I'd like to agendize a conversation about the gun violence restraining orders that the school district just, we may have our own conversation as a city about it.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
A public commenter this evening came and made a comment about gun safety and requested us to have a conversation about gun violence restraining orders, which it's my understanding were approved by the state of California in 2016. So I was wondering if we could have a conversation on the local level here about that topic and how we might be able to potentially incorporate something like that to support and promote gun safety. God bless you. In our community. God bless you.
I'm okay with that.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember Puza, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. If there are no other items, I'd like to pass it over to the Vice Mayor for the motion to adjourn in memory.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was remiss in doing this at the last meeting. We received an email from community member Barbara Honig regarding the passing of Culver City resident Dr. Jennifer Robles. She passed away from cancer on May 15th. She leaves behind her husband and 2 young children, one attending El Rincon and the other CCMS as a member of the UCLA Cancer Support Mindful Meditation Group. With her, she can share that she was an amazing member of our community, sharing her skills as a therapist with many of us.
motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Puza to adjourn. Please vote. As you're voting, I will let you know the time is 1:52.
Thank you. Do I have anything to sign, City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay.